Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in
on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the days and night. Lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've
Hello, and welcome to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me, it's Gibbs as usual, and for some reason, we let Yummy Chiefsman back on, and you guys are watching the third week of the Spring Series, and as we said, it's all about Oceania this week. Yummy, I just want to welcome you back to the show. We had some craziness yesterday.
Oh, it was a brilliant day. I love seeing great Rocket League. I love seeing terrible Rocket League as well. It's equally entertaining, and I'm looking forward to more of it today. Hopefully on that earlier spectrum, the great Rocket League throughout today.
And Gibbs, yeah, it was, as you said, we saw a little bit of both spectrums here, but I feel like now as we get all along further in the tournament, it should start to level out a bit.
Yeah, like it was a fun day. We definitely got to see a lot of the OCE talent with the mechanical plays, but then sometimes also those mechanics backfired and we saw a decent amount of own goals. So it was kind of on both sides of the spectrum. So it was an interesting day for sure. We'll see if some of these teams that are supposed to be consistent perform here in day two.
Yeah, but let's just talk again about just overall what the series is about for anyone who's just joining here. We got 350,000 across the entire tournament, 50K, Yummy going to the tournament. So there's a lot that these guys are fighting for.
A lot, and for OCE, when you combine the fact that this last season of RLCS was so huge, it was an increase in prize pool, plus the extra because Worlds was postponed, we end up with almost 150,000 US dollars, which if we were to get that prize money at Worlds, we would have had to have a team come top 2. So it gives you a little bit of context of how meaningful this is for a region that, often doesn't have organization backing. Cringe Society, massive example of that. They don't have an org yet. They're a top 3 team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we got teams like Overt, who are not even probably supposed to be here. They got guaranteed prize money, but they're still here on day 2, and every single win they get will creep up $1,000 more each time.
We're going to talk about those matches in a sec. Let's just get a bigger picture on what happened yesterday, though. Just take a look back at the bracket. It started off pretty one-sided for most of the matches. We had a couple 3-0s, some 3-1s there. And even into the semifinals on the winner's side, we still saw pretty one-sided matches. So hopefully, again, that winner's finals with Renegades and Cringe Society sitting there, it's going to be a lot closer match. But again, based off what we saw from Ground Zero and Renegades, really, I guess anything Yummy could happen here.
To be fair, though, it was all expected results. And I guess you'd say Renegades and Ground Zero, that match of terrible quality, who could throw harder, CJ or Jules. You end up also showing an example. It's a one-off. It was an exception. I don't expect that to happen to either of those teams today. They should go back to their top consistency. On the lower end of the bracket, I think Overt, Mindfreak, Good, Bad, Ugly, and Havoc, they were harder to predict. And we did see the Overt upset. Mindfreak was expected to take that.
So let's not forget that we got best of 7s for the upper finals, the lower finals, then best of 7 for the grand finals with a 1-game advantage for whoever comes out of that upper final. So Renegades and Cringe Society are playing not only to obviously go to the grand finals, but begin that with a 1-game lead.
Let's pull those replays back now because I want to talk about some of these matches. We're just going to recap a little bit. I'm going to start things off. I want to start with Cringe Society since we've been talking about them for a little bit here. Let's talk about their match against Fury. Fury, for me, was, I was looking at this team, especially because, a lot of people know Kenny Salmon. They've seen what he can do on the field. Yummy, you were even talking them up too, that this is a team that's just fun to watch, a team that you just enjoy. And that essentially is what it comes down to with Rocket League. So having them go up against Cringe Society, one of those top teams in Oceania, especially having veterans like Torsos and Drippy on the team, pulling in Deca, we expected this to be a pretty close match, and it looked like it started off that way, Yummy, especially with some of the plays. We saw Amphis with an incredible shot. We expect, as you said, Kenny to be able to move up the field, but that defensive play style that they reverted to just was overwhelmed by the aggression that we see from Cringe Society.
And Cringe Society, they are often the team to make the mistake in that first match or the first game, to lose the first game. I feel like they've lost 80% of their game ones across the entire year so far, and then they usually bring it back because, against a defensive team like this, they'll realize that they're doing too much. They're going for every ball and they'll reel it in. And as such good players, they're able to get through. And you saw that mechanics coming through. The striking from Deca, I think, was a huge addition to that team. Spydoge was very clever for them throughout league play, but he wasn't given enough room. Deca doesn't feel like he needs a lot of room for this team.
Yeah, and I think the best part for Cringe Society is last week for the Anzac Invitational, they were the worst defense in the entire tournament. This week so far, #1 defense. They did have an easier side of the bracket so far, but they played it well. They played Fury. They held them in their half. Like all three players from Cringe Society, the three most offensive players for day one. It's a great sign for them because obviously when you have all the offense, you don't have to play defense. So sometimes they can be shaky there, but if you're always upfield, it won't matter.
It's also revenge as well for Cringe Society. They got beaten in playoffs by Fury for that second place, that really important place, not just for the $12,000, I think, extra that you get, but also it would have been proof that they would have gone to Worlds. That top 2 in OCE is so important. And for Fury, losing that match, that was pretty devastating. And I saw on Twitter and on Twitch afterwards, they weren't very happy with their performances. I think Scarth was more happy with his match 2 performance against Cringe than he was in his match 1. But overall, they did have at least some good signs. That Amphis goal in game 4, 0 seconds almost to get in the top corner. It's still on Reddit. It's a great goal. And I think those are the signs that you can see going into today.
Fantastic goal, but we do have to talk about some more. So I'm going to give the stage to Gibbs now. What match caught your eye from yesterday?
So before I talk about my match, I just want to talk about my week here real quickly because I moved houses. Like as we can see with the background, I had to go back and forth about an hour and a half drive about 5 different times. The last time I went, I actually got into a car accident, and everyone's fine. It was a minor car accident. But the biggest train wreck of my entire week was watching Ground Zero versus Renegades.
There it is.
That matchup, I don't know what happened in that matchup, and I thought it was very unfortunate for OC as a whole. You have this spotlight on twitch.tv/Rocket League to showcase the 2 best teams in OC, and you put on this performance. We see an own goal by CJ, one of the worst, or probably the worst goal from the day. We see a lot of missed balls, wide open net after wide open net from both teams. It was ugly, for sure.
Well, you got demoed IRL, but these guys started demoing in the game over and over again. I think that was their strategy. When everything fell apart, you go for those demos, you open up the net, and especially when you have Kami on one team, Express on the other, they're 2 of the biggest demoers on the team, and apparently CJ on one side, Jules on the other, they're the biggest, awkward gamers. They were the 2 I felt really struggled in this one. Jules going back to his issues that he had in 2019, where he was creeping forward on too many plays, and I don't have any explanation for CJ. There is no reason for that massive own goal, for the miss on what has to be the most open net of all time with, he had like at least 20 seconds, surely. A little exaggeration, but all 3 opponents were bumped in his own net. He had a completely open net and he just flubbed the shot.
now we expect these two teams to have a much better day two, and that's what we're all hoping to see here.
Yeah, exactly. But we still want to keep it on yesterday, so I want to give Yummy a chance to spotlight one of the matches. What were your eyes set on?
Down in the lower bracket, I think the one big upset of the day, Overt over Mind Freak.
Okay.
Sure, you could see Overt taking the win in that series, but it was a massive 3-0 over the team that came second in league play. It is a player, Sprat, who's never been in the top 8 before, who's not really been close to the top 8 before. He comes in his rookie, top 8 performance and performs well alongside returning players who, redeeming themselves in Cobo and Riv, who haven't played for multiple seasons at this point, come back and show that they've been on the grind and they've put in the work, and all of a sudden they're really showcasing some individual talent.
And that's the beauty of the spring series. We get 3 players that haven't qualified for over a year for the RLCS. They get to showcase their talents here. But on the side for Mind Freak, they started off for the RLCS League play 4-0. They finished 1-2 there. Then in regionals, 0-2. Then 0-2 here. At this point, it looks like Mind Freak, it might be time to make one of those roster moves after a very disappointing spring series.
I'd really like them to stick together if they can and put in that work, but
You always like to see it.
I definitely see that happening. I think at this point, when you are in that rut, one of the easiest ways and simplest ways is to change the roster.
But for Overt, then, I mean, what we saw here, is this a team that has that bottom run potential for you, Yummy?
I think they do, yeah. I mean, the way that they've performed, not just this week, but also last week when they played in the Anzac Invitational, they got one game away from qualifying, or one series away from qualifying in the top 8. And they've had a week since then. They've put on a performance yesterday, getting a 3-0. And I don't think Fury are as scary in that lower bracket as Ground Zero are. So they're certainly going to feel confident coming into this one.
Well, let's look forward now. We just talked about yesterday, and let's look at the clash that's going to happen in that winners finals. Of course, it's going to be Renegades versus Cringe Society. We watched, as we mentioned, aptly described by Gibbs there as a train wreck, Renegades against Ground Zero. Cringe Society coming up through the opposite side of the bracket, of course. Between these two teams here, I'm wondering for you, Gibbs, who are you feeling has that upper hand? I mean, Renegades is on a streak right now, regardless of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they've won 19 series in a row. When you don't count the RLCS, they were 21-0 coming into this weekend for the entire year. 1/3 of those wins were versus Cringe Society. So they have their number. They know how to take down these guys. A lot of those wins came in the gauntlet when they play in the grand finals over and over and over again. But yesterday, Cringe Society, I think they put on a better showing, but they also had the weaker side of the bracket, so it's a little bit difficult to tell. And we know Renegades are so talented that you expect them to not have that poor of a series once again. But even with saying that poor of a series was against the regional champions, and they still beat them 3-1. So that's how talented these guys are. When it doesn't look pretty, they still get the job done.
I also think it's interesting that both of these teams start off so slow. Cringe Society keep losing their first game, but Renegades in both their first games yesterday went down 2 goals, and in the first series went down 3 goals, and somehow made the remarkable comeback in both to win those first games.
So who's going to win the first game in this one then?
I don't know.
We're just going to be
viewers.
stuck. We're going into We're going into overtime, infinite overtime. It's never going to end. Well, again, this is going to be a good matchup. Hopefully, it's a new day. We heard CJ talk about hey, we just got to reset. It was an off day. That's not going to happen again. So, given the fact that it's a new day and both these teams have that potential to be at full force here, so they are swinging right from the beginning. For you, Yummy, who's got that upper hand? Because I feel, Renegades have momentum, but Cringe Society they have that drive to go back to the glory days, of being the best of the best in OCE.
Well, yesterday I predicted Renegades first, Ground Zero second, and Fury third. And honestly, I think that match of Ground Zero versus Renegades is not really telling. I still got Renegades number 1 if they can perform consistently. It's a big test because it is a pressure series for them. It's also a pressure series for Cringe Society, who don't have an org, who didn't come top 2 either in that league play. So I think pressure-wise is pretty equal. But what I am going to do is I am going to upgrade Cringe Society to take that 3rd place position for the end of the tournament over the top of Fury. They can have that, and I think they obviously can win it all. They're always that team that you think they could win it all this day. They just haven't this year.
So I love how Yummy's like, Cringe, I will allow you to have 3rd place, even though they're already guaranteed top 3. So I think they did that themselves on day 1, but it's okay, Yummy. That's fine. I gotta go Renegades still. I think they will come out on top. I'm really excited to see what Ground Zero does through that lower bracket, because we've seen some surprises from some of those other teams. I do expect Ground Zero to come out versus Cringe, and I think that match is going to be great because that is Deca leaves the regional champions to play for Cringe, and to see them battle will be a lot of fun.
No, see, you don't realize that he wrote the script for them to get there, Gibbs. That's why he's allowing it to happen. But for what that lower script then for you, Yummy, is Ground Zero the one making it through?
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, they've been the most consistent team across an entire league. Maybe in the history of OCE, dating back to the Chiefs roster, when they were able to get a 7-0 in league play, they were the most consistent back then. Ground Zero, they haven't been quite as powerful as that roster in comparison to the other teams, but they've always put on a good result. And down in the lower bracket, if they do play up to at least their minimum potential, which we didn't see yesterday, then they should be able to beat the teams that are down there.
Okay, well, I think this is probably an appropriate time to talk about them because they are going to be our first match of day number 2. So let's talk about Ground Zero Gaming versus Canberra Havoc. This matchup seems to be that it's going to be in the favor of Ground Zero as long as they step it up from yesterday. We saw a pretty good showing against Overt with that 3-0, but again, as we said, it's the 1 seed versus that 8 seed. So there's going to be a little bit of a different story here, Gibbs. The question is, can Canberra be able to take this one from Ground Zero and shut them down again? Or do you think Jules is going to, because I feel like he's that difference maker, be on point today?
So I think if this was a continuation on day 1, I might give Havoc a little bit more of a shot because it felt like they got everything clicking by the end of day 1, where we see Outlast make some incredible passes. We see Steve put up some incredible shots. But the reason why Havoc is not Ground Zero is because day in and day out, Ground Zero performs. And so I expect them to bounce back and get this win here. But again, what we saw yesterday to end the day, or for them at least, when they played Renegades, was not pretty. They have to figure out that defense first. Don't give Havoc any free goals. When you're playing an underdog team, you got to make them work for all of their goals. So I don't want to see any wide open nets. And if that doesn't happen, I think Ground Zero walks away pretty easily here.
I think what's also scary is Jules has this major pop-off potential. It's not just the fact that he, fell flat yesterday, but throughout the playoffs over the last 2 weeks, or over 2 weeks of playoffs, both days he had incredible MVP level performances. In fact, he took the MVP of every single match, all 3 matches which they won cleanly through that playoffs to take the regional championship. So I'm going to be surprised if he has another performance like yesterday. That makes it really hard for Canberra Havoc. But I did like seeing Outlast really grow as a player just between 2 series, get those passes going. And it seems that this Outlast Steve offensive combo is going to be hard to beat. I think they will be able to score some goals against Ground Zero, no matter how defensive or how good their defense becomes today. And it's going to be on Ladakh really to hold down the defense for Havoc. Either way, I don't see it going any way other than Ground Zero.
I was going to ask you there, and you mostly answered it too, but I just want to see, you know that your opponents have the advantage lies in their field. This team coming in Havoc coming in, with a fresher roster than Ground Zero Gaming. Do you just rely on that offensive power, that individual, the solo play? Or do you try looking for those passing plays, something that Ground Zero can do, and try to play their game? You know that you're at disadvantage here. You got to do something. Is it rely on instincts or try something new?
Well, something that Canberra Havoc did that got them to Worlds in the first place, and something that was, I think, led by Ladakh, was going for these crazy pre-jump saves, getting your opponent frustrated to the point where that should have been a goal. and yet it's not. And they keep pushing forward. They keep getting more and more impatient until eventually they make that mistake of committing too hard. I think Leduc can continue that, but we also look back a couple of seasons with Outlast getting Savior of the Season. In Season 3 of RLCS, he was making all these pre-jump saves. In Season 7, he got close to being Savior of the Season again, and I think between those two, you've got a massive save potential. And Steve as well has come very close to Savior of the Season multiple times on his teams. So I think that's the way. Go for pre-jump saves. Go for really silly saves that maybe aren't normally a great strategy, but for the three of them, they've shown they can consistently do it. I think that's the way to beat Ground Zero.
So to me, I feel like when you talk about the underdog has to play a lot of defense, we're expected to see that. Defense is not going to win you games consistently, so that's why it's going to be a tall order. But they can win a series here or there, and they can surprise. But they're going to have to win early to try and get the momentum away from Ground Zero, make them keep questioning what happened on day one, maybe just a little bit. It's going to be tough, though, because with Ground Zero, with Express, that playmaking ability, he's been in the RLCS for so long. He was clutch playmaker Season 3, Season 6, and now Season 9 as well. So he's always up there. It's going to be fun to watch him.
Well, we find out right now if the underdogs can take this. Chat thinks that there is some sort of chance with 33% in their favor. Let us know also what you guys think on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But it's now time for our first match of day number 2. Someone's going home. Someone's moving forward. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, only one can remain eventually. Canberra Havoc and Ground Zero, James, getting ready to get underway. And I'm excited for this mostly because I think that I really liked what I eventually saw from Canberra Havoc yesterday by the time they were done. I think there's a lot to like about this team, but obviously Ground Zero on the upper echelon, of OCE teams.
Yeah, certainly, but they've lost Deca, and I think that's going to prove to be a huge blow for Ground Zero in this tournament, especially. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Things are always shifting. It seems that things are shifting, especially in the Oceanic region. So this will be an important matchup for this Ground Zero team that's looking to forge a new path.
Yeah, the region's in a really interesting spot right now where it just feels like it's this very tumultuous, the tides are high and low every other day, and players are switching teams all the time. And it feels like it's starting to find its stability, and you're starting to find some real standout players in this region, I think. And it's fun to watch develop, but Spydosh taking this over one, they'll have the flick out. It's a good passing play for Ground Zero. Snuck for the corner. Jules will put it in. It'll be the first goal here for Ground Zero.
And I love this from Spydoge to Jules. Jules to the middle to Express. Express, he doesn't hit his shot, but it was close enough. The rebound coming back out to Jules. We see ball movement from Ground Zero. Beautifully done. Everyone getting involved. Even Spydoge to kick off that play. So already, just a few seconds in, we're seeing some plays out of Ground Zero. And they get another one. Jules, this time it deflects off the defender and in. But the pressure off kickoff proved to be too much.
Yeah, again, Jules, he caught Steve looking as he was coming and kind of fading. Am I going for the challenge? Am I not going for the challenge? And Jules took advantage of that hesitation on Steve's approach, and that little delay, that little the stopper step, if you will, killed Steve on the play. So like what I see from Jules, as usual, just seems to show up every time I'm at least watching on stream, I guess. But he's one of those players I've been thinking of that's really starting to turn into a solid player for the region. And he's kind of always been on that cusp, you know. He's got that international experience and clearly has used it well in his development. But
he really has. He's one of those players that's kind of a little bit under the radar in OC. He's taken a team that wasn't expected to get there, and he's made it happen. Jules has that international experience like you're speaking about. And looking to continue to establish that respect that, in my opinion, that he deserves.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially with the way he's been playing. Look at this downfield. Express is another one of the players with that international LAN experience, and he'll put one in. He's looked great for this team as well.
I love that play from Express, kicking it into reverse. That's an awkward ball to try to have to deal with, and he did so excellently. Express off the pass from Spydoge yet again. Spidoj playing that facilitator role. Both these guys, Express and Jules and Spidoj, everyone here has that international experience. Jules choosing not to rock his elite tag. But this is still an amazing team. This is still a solid team, even though they lost Deca. I still think that they're going to compete.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty much no question right now against Canberra. Canberra have struggled to make anything happen on the offensive end as they've registered 0 shots on net, and passes like this are just coming out for free for Ground Zero. And when you have the space, Express is sitting in front of your box and has an easy back pass to Jules. It's locked down. They're starved for boost, and Outlast, when he does have boost, he's just waiting for a clear to come to him, and it's very reactive gameplay from Canberra Havoc right now.
And they're still looking for that first shot to register on target. Maybe we'll see one here. Steve, that drop down, that was gorgeous. Steve and Outlast working together on that one.
This touch is just so clean. Oh, man. It's like I was watching this. I mean, everyone was watching this perspective as it came up, but it just kind of like, it's kind of like the corner pad in pinball, James, when you hit it just right and it bounces at the perfect angle. That was Steve and his dominance on that play. That was fun. I liked it. But, you know, Canberra, their first shot turns into a goal, and you have to at least like that much halfway through the game. And I thought they had a lot of good progressions like this. Outlast will pick up another one, and Canberra, they're right into it.
And we've seen this, especially in the Oceanic region, where a team will get out to an early lead, and then we see a swing, and we're seeing that swing take place right now. Havoc scoring now 2 unanswered goals after Ground Zero scored the first 3 unanswered. And we're back to a 1-goal game.
And that is definitely something that happened last night to Ground Zero in their series against Renegades. A very leaky defense, rather, in pushing up past midfield. Unearned optimism, Ground Zero like to play. You know, that's not region specific. We certainly know of teams that play in a similar fashion, but I think that for this Ground Zero team, they get in these situations where they're locked into boomer ball. It's kind of a facet of OCE with so many dominance players, is there's just so many hard touches. Even right here, the good pass over to Steve. He'll find Leduc, but saved by Jules. And when you get locked into the speed like that, James, and everyone's just banging the ball with the dominance all the time, the meta has just sort of been this way, or at least that's what we've seen this weekend from OCE. That shot off the crossbar and in. 2 streaming defenders couldn't knock it out.
And another terrific passing play. Jules feeding Express into the middle. Express putting that bar down. You can't ask for much more from a striker. Express getting some insurance here for Ground Zero and doing it bravely. And gets another one off kickoff. That is a hat trick for Express. And now we've seen a pair of kickoff goals for Ground Zero.
Yeah, Express cheats up on this, and I mean, he just gets the perfect challenge on the kickoff. He's in the perfect spot for it. Even had a boost to spare. Express, he's popped off several times, and you know, no shortage of pop-offs for Express this weekend. They look good right now against Canberra on that 3-goal early lead. It looked like Canberra were going to come back. They had some passing plays developed for them after Ground Zero gave them some space, but since then, it's been tough to find the back of the net. Really, it's been tough to keep the ball out of your net. So game 1 so far cleanly for Jules. Started out with 2 goals from him. Express 3 of his in a row. Maybe Steve could get another pass to Leduc, and this is what we saw from this Canberra Havoc team yesterday, and what made me like them so much.
And this was all on Steve. You see Steve, the first touch set him up on the wall to get the pass out into the middle. Great ball control from Steve. He hits his teammate out in the middle, and that was a perfect counterattack. Still time for them to get in it, but they're going to need to get another one quickly.
They are going to get a quick pass to Leduc. That's a shot on. Oh, it's just wide. From that angle, you thought it had a chance, and that would have been miracle on this field if they were able to score with some time left.
And again, that, you know, you can trace it back to Steve. Steve's pass to Leduc on the wall was exactly what you want. Outlast trying to find Steve down at the midfield. But I like what I'm seeing from Canberra in those moments, Jorby, where they try to find those quick counterattacking opportunities. I've seen it now a couple times.
Yeah, and we're still seeing the gaps. There's so many gaps on the side of ground zero that Canberra Havoc were able to punish. And the difference, I think, for Canberra Havoc is when they get in these situations where Express is just getting free looks at the net in the third, either from a challenge gone Ari or, the positioning is also a little aggressive on the side of ground zero. So they're able to handle game number 1, but you're probably not feeling so solid as you were coming in.
I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. Ground zero, to me, I was expecting them to be the favorite in this matchup, but Canberra, they showed that they have what it takes, especially with their passing plays, and the passing plays particularly from Steve. He had a playmaker medal this game, 3 assists, and it was from some terrific passing. But ground zero, their team passing at the beginning was too much. We saw them get out to that 3-goal lead very quickly. And so Canberra was just battling from behind the entire time. So I want to see them clean up their kickoffs. The kickoff goals that ground zero had were really the difference maker. So if they can clean up the kickoff plays, then they should be set. They'll get right back into this.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree, especially with Steve's passing. I mean, the dude's owner of all 3 assists for the 3 goals. And, yesterday, I felt like he was the key player that you looked at on Havoc and were like, okay, so if Canberra have a chance here, Steve is definitely the guy you're looking at to, front the ship, captain the ship. I think that's proving the same here to start this series out.
Yeah, and that passing was phenomenal, but they'll still need to hit some of those shots. We saw him set up Leduc on that counterattacking play. Leduc almost was able to score the shot, almost hit that double tap opportunity after he had missed as well. They're going to need to be a bit more precise, but they are not outclassed here.
We'll see who can aim it up better. Spydoge traded out from Deca. There were some questions about this ground zero team without Deca, but I feel like Spydoge has fit in. He slotted in just fine. Ground zero still, the same issues still plague them. And Deca happens to be currently performing well elsewhere, but for the most part, ground zero, I don't think they can feel bad about the pickup. Leduc will put it off the crossbar and in. Maybe feeling bad about that goal. Canberra have the lead.
Outlast, he gets up and gets a key challenge. It bounces right out to Leduc, and Leduc actually got a second hit on that after flipping into the ball. 0 boost. Continuous challenges coming out from Havoc.
One just trying to hold on the kickoff. Ground zero lost that one, so there won't be 2 quick kickoff goals this time for ground zero, but Jules would get a look off the backboard as Leduc wraps around to break it up. Now it's a tough position on defense here for Canberra Havoc. Outlast able to hop in front on the challenge to prevent the shot on net. We're back on offense if you're Canberra Havoc. The Spydoge quick turnaround here in midfield, so ground zero able to weather the storm that was threatening to come and still may, with Leduc off the back wall and a demo as well, but Jules was still in net. Still, it's looking good for Canberra. Carry off the ground into the net. No, Steve couldn't get it. Spydo's there for the save. Another
Jules now on the other end.
Oh, close one for Jules. The connection was good, but not strong enough. Spydo's just stopping the transition as Leduc gets stopped on the demo. And Express, his attempt to slow it down is denied. And look at Canberra Havoc starting to get real aggressive with these possessions. Oh, Express will turn it around, and that's a huge challenge win with no boost. Will put ground zero in a good spot here in midfield, but Leduc makes another great challenge in midfield. He's been winning those pretty consistently in game 2. And Canberra still hold the lead. Up high off the ceiling. Saved this time by Spydoge off the back wall. So defense again, good enough here for ground zero, but they really need a clear to break them out past this midfield line. They're not going to get it Canberra Havoc has just been dominating the midfield. That shot's just off the post. Here comes another,
Wow.
but Jules squares up on it. Still Ground Zero hold firm, trying to get back down to the blue half.
That was a big missed chance. You saw Spydo's misreading that hit off the backboard. The net was wide open. And Canberra, they hit the post, but now an opportunity to make amends, and they hit the post again. If somehow Ground Zero can tie up this game, they are going to regret the way that those plays went.
Oh, Outlast got the double touch though. Spydos gets the save, and the demo on the third man will open up some space downfield. Shot blocked by a flying Leduc. There's another shot taken away by Outlast. Now it's Canberra Havoc. 2 quick saves and a hard clear, but it's coming back the other way. Express in front. He found a bump. Outlast next on the ball. He's gotten several crucial clears now for Canberra Havoc. They can't hold on to possession. Leduc winning another challenge. Jules losing to Steve. And it's just trade-off after trade-off in midfield. Who can gain control? Canberra Havoc, it's good enough for them with this 1-goal lead. Steve. Tough ball on the clear. Express back over to Jules. He'll keep it high. Back to Express. Down. Can't find it too fast. Leduc will have the clear. Spydoge will keep it locked there, slowing down Canberra Havoc, but only for a moment. As more high balls in midfield. What you're seeing now is more control out of both teams, not nearly as much booming. There's still a good bit of that mixed up, but it's the mix-ups that matter. And while it hasn't afforded Ground Zero a goal yet, in fact, it might get scored on here on a 2v1. Outlast takes it himself, whips around one. There's a demo. Oh, the turn heel! Score for Outlast. What a move!
Bustin' Axles. Outlast with the control play. We see the demo. You see him slam on that power slide, getting around the ball, cradling it like he's trying not to crack an egg with his hockey stick. Beautiful control.
A clean dribble by Outlast, and then the support on the demo. Huge insurance for game 2, especially with how the defense looked in game 1, which was almost non-existent against Ground Zero. Now you're threatening to shut them out. With a little more time left, they're gonna have to handle this ball out of the corner effectively and safely. Steve does the job on the challenge, and it looks good right now for Canberra Havoc. Boost in the tank, finding teammates in space. Look at this, Outlast downfield, almost finding that redirect. And
So many chances this game, Jorby, for Canberra. There was even those 2 chances that they couldn't put in, but we see Ground Zero getting on the board, 7 seconds left.
Might be dangerous. In game 1, there was a couple of kickoffs at the very beginning of the game that did not go Canberra Havoc's way, so this 7 seconds absolutely matters. See how they approach it. And it will be Leduc. He can't find the next touch. It's going to be a chance for Ground Zero. Jules, he's got the catch, but the ball too far in front. Outlast got the kill. Express has the catch, but Outlast won challenge after challenge, clear after clear, and they win game 2.
And heavy-handedly, there was 2 chances that you can clearly remember where Canberra Havoc had an open net essentially that they couldn't hit, and they still won this game. The offense from them was so much better than what we saw in game 1. Their defense was cleaned up. They didn't really have that many kickoff plays that game because this was a relatively low-scoring game. But their defense was great. Their offensive control was something that we did not really see from game 1. And we saw multiple chances just present themselves for Havoc from how good they were keeping possession and making hard hits and throwing that Ground Zero defense into chaos. And I loved that dribble play. That was a gorgeous dribble play, as well as the demo to open up the path. That was a display of ball control.
Yeah, I mean, that was an excellent play from down to the mechanics, down to the big brain on the demo. I really liked what I saw from Havoc there, especially, James, you had just said it, the control, bringing the ball down with space. Ground Zero had started giving more and more space, but then it was just these high balls away from defenders to teammates. Something that, when you have something we see both these teams do is just boom the ball back and forth. So, it's good to see that control when they're given the space.
And what we didn't see really was much passing from Ground Zero. The game started out with a passing play for Ground Zero in game 1, but this game it was all crickets. They were stuck playing defense the entirety of that game.
And forced to just, manage a lot of low boost situations as well. It's all a byproduct of just how much pressure, or rather pressure is a byproduct of doing all of those things consistently. But either way, it's just a snowball effect for Ground Zero. Not in their favor. They may be facing a continuing avalanche here as Canberra Havoc, they start right where they left off in the orange half. Spydoge attempted clear. That's as far as they're going to get on the pass. Outlast trying to manage the clear with no boost, but it will be taken back to the blue corner. Express didn't have anything there. Spydoge next up just to keep the ball locked. You see the rest of Ground Zero, they're waiting for this next touch. Both were forced to rotate back to their own back wall. And it's that space afforded to Canberra Havoc yet again. It doesn't kill them this time, but those are the things that keep happening and how Canberra Havoc keeps slipping through the defense. This time, Leduc has it, but can't put it in, and Outlast, the ball got saved before he could get there. Nice little carry from Steve. Leduc will keep it up high. Really like what we're seeing from Steve in this series. A lot of finesse touches. Those
Steve,
tough touches in traffic.
He has been the key figure for a lot of the counterattacking plays that we're seeing out of Canberra Havoc. Always taking his time, being patient. We even saw that the play from Outlast, that patient dribble play last game. So the comms must be good. Players letting each other know when they have that time and when they have that space that they can take on the field. And it's paying off right now for Canberra. However, Ground Zero finally getting the ball into a dangerous spot. Not a big hit from Steve. He did get that flip reset and was able to get that follow-up challenge.
And did wait right away, didn't rush it, realized he had a little bit of space to make sure he got his nose on the center of the ball to make sure that challenge didn't do anything iffy. It was so easy to panic in that situation, especially in his when he had no boost. Again, it's another good mark for Steve. On the Rocket League card, Outlast forced back really quickly. He finds, or rather Leduc won't find him as Outlast. Trying to get this clear out. Ground Zero, passing play to Jules. Haven't seen a lot of that lately, and they aren't rewarded. Instead, they hit the woodwork.
But they've gotten a couple of corner boost steals, so Canberra's going to struggle here with low boost. Opportunity for Ground Zero to get some ball movement, get that ball up in the air, get it into the middle, get a shooting opportunity. You can see Havoc scrambling right now, trying to get some space, trying to get boost.
And Ground Zero are having their way with the pitch because of it. This one just bounces for free off the backboard. It's a double whiff. That's off the crossbar. Jules power slide. He wanted to pass. He thought he had Spydoge there, but he ended up pulling off to try to protect on the rotation. And you can't blame Spydoge, but Ground Zero are going to have to try again as Leduc takes it downfield. It's a quick jump for Outlast. Double touch, no, but there is a save from Spydoge off the shot, but nobody's in net. Leduc will score, and Canberra, big lead.
You saw Spydoge try to get a clear. Jules was in the corner with no boost, couldn't get back in time. He had to just sit there and watch as Leduc has an open net he puts in. Spydoge needed to get that ball to the corner. That clear was not what the doctor ordered. Ground Zero, after all that pressure, they were so close to scoring, and now they concede that goal to Canberra Havoc. From Canberra, credit to them. They were stuck on defense with low boost for over a minute, and they held through.
Yeah, and again, I thought a lot of stoicism too, not real panicky play in that situation, which is something you only really see consistently out of veteran teams. But these guys really, really stepping up to the call. Canberra Havoc looking very solid right now. Leduc, they'll try to carry this ball out. And there's Steve again on the point. Couple of boost steals and the midfield for Canberra Havoc, so it continues to look great on the pitch. It looks good in front of the box. Leduc gets another goal, and Canberra Havoc are having a meal of Ground Zero.
Jules taking his time on that challenge. Outlast then wipes him off the face of the earth with that bump. And Havoc up 2 goals, less than a minute left. We're seeing the series shift. It looked like last game, was the turning point here for Canberra. Sorry, Cheese Man. I didn't mean to say that.
We'll get another tweet. It's okay. No.
I mean,
We'll
it was
get
just
right
one
this time.
slip. It was one slip. I'm getting better.
You're allowed one today. Us Americans, we need a lot of hand-holding for these pronunciations.
Repetition.
But for Canberra, they don't need any hand-holding. They've looked super solid this whole time, and for a lot of people coming in thinking, okay, ground zero, and even we were thinking this should be a game that they should be able to handle, but they're getting straight up outplayed right now against Canberra Havoc, and they will get the shutout here, effectively the shutout, even if this ball ends up going in for whatever reason. It's a 2-1 series lead for Canberra Havoc, and they're threatening to eliminate ground zero out of the spring series.
And that's not what I would have seen coming. Spydoge, I don't think is necessarily fitting into this roster as fluidly as we've seen, Deca fit in with Cringe Society. So this has been, it's been a struggle a little bit. We even saw that play where Spydoge was in the middle. I think it was a pass from it was either Express or Jules. They dropped that pass into the middle. The whole defense was beat for Havoc, and Spydoge was too far out of the play. He was too far in the back. And so the rotations are not as on point. The attacking plays are suffering from ground zero for that exact reason. But for the Havoc, you gotta give them credit. They are taking it to ground zero. They're playing good defense on low boost, keeping the game even, keeping the scoring opportunities to a minimum despite that. And they're making plays. So Leduc getting both goals here for Havoc. And now they're the favorite going into this final game to take this series.
Yeah, and the communication also seems to be superior on the pitch as well. We've seen it several times, not just in this game, but obviously the Outlast goal from earlier. That was clear communication on the pitch, even if it's just car language and not necessarily verbal communication. Clearly, Canberra Havoc have the right way of it right now, and they look super solid. And seeing the general feeling of people after last night, there were some fans out there that also like this Havoc team. And I'm sure that for some people, it's no surprise that they've come out here and played as well as they have. But for the players themselves, to be able to step up in this moment in an elimination game and then keep scoring on ground zero, Outlast picks up the first here in game 4.
And I've really loved what I've seen from Outlast. Perfect read on that. The angle was tough. He even had 10 boost in the tank that he didn't use. Perfect read in the corner. And that is how you started out.
Yeah, and I felt like he was the one who struggled yesterday on Canberra Havoc. He wasn't finding the touches that he wanted. He wasn't finding himself in position, in positions where he could have won a challenge really anywhere on the pitch. And he just wasn't feeling too comfortable. But this time, today, in this match, he feels way more comfortable. You can tell just by his approach on the pitch, that was a good passing play to Express, but again, cut off. Canberra Havoc's defense, they've been a titanium wall. And ground zero just can't find the key. Steve will put it in despite the attempted save. Canberra Havoc are on a roll.
Steve gets the read. He didn't get that hard of a shot. It was savable. Jules didn't get the side flip in time. He was able to get a glancing blow on it, but not enough to keep that momentum of the ball at bay. You saw it just leak into the net. And we see a 2-goal lead here in the first minute. These have been low scoring. The only time we saw ground zero really threaten was at the beginning of game 1, where they scored those 3 goals right out of the gate. But since then, it has been crickets for this ground zero offense.
And even when you feel like they're doing something right, Spydoge gets demoed in midfield. Just when you start figuring everything out, it all starts going haywire, and the other team takes advantage, and they make a play. Good approach there by Steve. Turning around and getting the perfect read to get that ball out to the corner. It's those types of touches on defense that have made life really difficult for ground zero. Leduc, hard touch off the back wall, and that's a tough read with how fast it was going.
And that was ambitious. Leduc wanted to get that clean, high-speed double tap. And those are tough. You saw how fast that ball was going, Jorby. He made contact, but couldn't get the shot on target.
We still got control, though. Or not, well, they don't. It's Ground Zero who have control. Flip my colors a bit. Leduc takes another free ball. Does he got it? Oh, yes, he does off the crossbar. And in off his tail, the old tail whip for Leduc.
And Leduc has been going for these. Spydos was mid-flip as soon as Leduc made first contact, and Leduc, because he went for that double tap, the ball was so high, Spydos had no option other than to just wait on the goal line. Leduc attempting those double taps, finally hits one, and that was a pretty one. And a 3-goal lead. Havoc, it seems like they've got this one in the bag. We're 2 minutes in, and Jules still sitting down there at 6 points. They haven't really been able to get anything going. Even just getting a touch on the ball has seemed tough at times for Ground Zero in this game.
They've gotten completely shelled. And the boat, half of it's filled with water right now at the halfway mark, down by 3. They don't have enough boards to patch this sinking ship as they desperately try to move this ball downfield. Canberra Havoc have just come out shockingly dominant against Ground Zero. Do they pick up a goal here? No, even when you get it on target, it's not powerful enough, and now you're forced to wait for a touch from Outlast, and he didn't have any boost, but he's still moving down the pitch. Jules having to rely on Spydoge, back over to Express. He's downfield. They need something now. Express, Jules, no good. Denied yet again by Outlast, and a continuing touch just makes life impossible on the pitch for Ground Zero.
Havoc has this game in their control. Nothing that Ground Zero is doing is working. They're not able to find a pass into the middle. They're not able to get the demos they're looking for every time they go for a bump. The Havoc players see it coming, they dodge it, and then march the ball downfield. Havoc, after giving up game one, has been inspired. And now we're going to see him get the 3 back-to-back wins necessary, or back-to-back-to-back wins necessary to close out the series. And it has been an impressive response after that game one, Jorby. I thought Ground Zero looked like that better team, but all that needed to happen was for a little bit of warm-up for Havoc. When we even saw that, they lost the game because of those kickoff goals they conceded.
I mean, I'm sorry, man. They look like a completely different team today. This is not like there were shades of this yesterday, right? And like you saw some good passing plays down the field, but they weren't nearly this good on the control on the pitch. Jules will pick up a goal here, but you know, Canberra Havoc have come out against Ground Zero and have just, like, it's not just the fact that they're winning. It's the fact that they are dominating and just stealing the ball, easy dribbles. You're forcing Ground Zero to dance to your fiddle, and you're making them look silly.
But I'm going to keep my eye on the kickoff here. That kickoff got possession over, and we do see a miss from Leduc. This is a chance if Ground Zero can get the pass, and Leduc gets a big demo. Express wasn't able to have the boost required for that play. If Spydoge doesn't get demoed, then he would have been in the middle, able to receive a pass. The pressure was handled well by Havoc yet again.
Yeah, just a smattering of bad luck for Ground Zero. When you finally get something right, all the work that Canberra did to gimp you comes into play at that point. Low boost situations, you get demoed. It kills all the momentum you have moving forward, and despite the goal from Jules late, time heading down to 0. Canberra Havoc, well, you can say they've done it. They've taken out Ground Zero in the spring series. They'll be moving on. Big win.
And I loved the plays that we saw from Steve, the passing plays, the double taps from Leduc, the patient dribble from Outlast. Everyone had a play that you can look back to in this game, Jorby. That is a good sign for Canberra Havoc that all 3 players they're rounding out this team. And the game one that they dropped, they were able to make adjustments, clean up what cost them that game, and march down the field, march back in the series, winning 3 games straight and putting Ground Zero down.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I can't wait to see more of Canberra Havoc if they play that way and are able to manage the ball and have the field awareness that they did in that game. I am really impressed with them, and it was that one touch, not Outlast dribble, but the touch from Steve in game 1, the game that they lost, where he just comes up off the attacking backboard and just has the cleanest drop, like a guillotine right in front of the net. I love touches like that. They look so good.
You know, it's fun to hit those where you're just sitting on that back wall. The defense is waiting to read it off the backboard or off the arc of the ceiling. And you're like, guess what? You know, I'm passing it to my teammate and there's nothing you can do about it. Those do feel good.
Totally agree. We got plenty more Rocket League coming up for you guys. The rest of the OCE Spring Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rated E for everyone.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up,
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafex, more alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. We just saw devastation for Ground Zero, but of course, celebration for Canberra Havoc as they take the upset over Ground Zero 3-1. And boys, I believe that this was expected to go the other way. We had Ground Zero going all the way to top 3, Yummy.
We did, and they've all of a sudden fallen out. I had them coming top 2. I think all three of us had Ground Zero in the top 2. But in the end, we saw so much more out of Canberra Havoc in this series than we've seen them before. I said Outlast and Steve were so important to that attack, but to see Leduc getting so involved, that made a huge difference.
So let's not talk about game one, because game one, it seemed like both teams, it was just like high scoring affair, a lot of mistakes. It happens. But then Steve and Outlast, they just took down the regional champions, and Outlast looked like the best player on the field throughout this series with some incredible dribble plays, trap plays to just dribble around the entire team, but other ones to create passes and then into another bump. He was creating so much out of nothing that Ground Zero had no answer for it.
Something that Outlast did as well today that he wasn't doing yesterday. We saw in the first series, he was dribbling all the time. He was playing like it was a ones game. Then in the second one, he was only passing. He's found a really good middle ground now that makes him so much more unpredictable when he's passing sometimes, going for the dribble other times. And realistically, outside of that first game, they pretty much swept Ground Zero.
Well, to talk about their devastation over Ground Zero, Outlast is joining us from Canberra. Man, that was, we didn't expect that. Did you guys have that in your mind as a possibility, or were you just going in to have a good time?
We just stayed calm the whole time. Duck started stressing, so I just started talking about Netflix halfway through. And just asked him what shows to watch. He started talking about anime, so I started hating him.
Well,
he just started going.
We'll have to talk about that another time. Right now, I just want to ask you about the confidence that you had yesterday. Was a little bit timid. Your approach to your confidence was timid, laid back, like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll be on the team. Is that changing now that you guys just took down Ground Zero? How are you feeling in your own head?
I'm still way too anxious to do interviews. That's just me, so it's fine. Yeah, too many people, I guess.
Too many people. Okay, well, we can get Yummy out of here. We can narrow it down.
That's easy.
Thank you.
So let's talk about during the break. We were talking about the comms during your dribble play. Can you walk through that when you dribble the entire Ground Zero team?
So, I'm going just to go past Express because he's just trying to get past one person so Leduc can come in. Then when I'm trying to get Express, I hear Leduc just screaming in my ear that he's going to demo Express. So I get it past Express and there's just an open net. So thank you, Leduc, for screaming at the top of your lungs and destroying me and Steve's ear. Because after the replay, Steve was also complaining that he was too loud. So yeah.
And this is also for you, a long return back, and also for Steve, he's failed to make the top 4 over and over again despite your skill. How does it feel being in that top 4 for the first time, and how far do you think you're going to go?
No clue how far we're going to go. If Steve keeps carrying me, then we'll go far. And if the duck keeps screaming in my ear, we'll go far as well. Sadly. So yeah.
Your comms are starting to sound like our comms while we're watching the games too. That's why I said we'll get
screaming at each other, hoping that it works. Yeah.
Well, let's bring it into serious then. You have to start thinking about your next match, and for your guys' sake, hopefully you guys do keep going further into this. But of course, you got some opponents to go through, and you'll be facing off against either Fury or Overt. Who would you rather it be?
Probably Overt, because I love versing Cobo because it's my previous teammate, and after the last goal is scored, I can just turn on voice chat and start yelling at him. So that's always a good thing. So yeah, hopefully Overt. That's about it. And we tried to what was the first question? I forgot what the first question was.
I just want to know who you think you're playing. I think you answered it.
Oh, how we think we're playing? Oh, we I think we got far enough now, so we're just like, okay, we've made it far enough. We're okay with losing, so now we just relax and try to play it as a scrim, and then hopefully we win more money.
So the confidence, I guess, is still probably at the same level yesterday, if that's what you guys are saying. But no, again, for your guys' sake, hopefully you guys can keep winning some more. And thanks Outlast, even though you're anxious about them, you're killing these interviews. So thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Outlast, killing it on the field, killing it in the interviews. It's good to hear I think we're having that effect we talked about. Remember that take 3 effect where you just kind of have fun and do what you got to do? And it's kind of showing here because you heard them halfway through. They're talking about what's on Netflix right now.
Yeah, my one complaint is he's yelling at his teammate for screaming in his ear, but then he says, well, if we play Cabo, I'm going to scream in his ear. So maybe it's not only Leduc's fault. I think there's a lot of yelling going on, not during these interviews. But I think everyone's ears are going to be completely busted after today.
I love seeing them as well be so confident. I think for them, getting into the top 8 was their major goal. And I know what this feels like before you think, okay, top 6 is a bonus. If we get top 6, we're fine. From here on out, it's all bonuses. It's all, very relaxed and free. At this point, they're just going to try and do their best. I don't think there's going to be too many nerves because they've overachieved already. They've already got to that top 4. And I actually think that definitely top 3 is well within the cards now.
Well, we're going to find out if they do that later because first we have to find out who they're playing. So let's talk about that match. Fury versus Overt is going to be our next match. And this is one where originally coming into this, you'd think maybe Fury, but Overt's been looking pretty solid. Taking out Mind Freak yesterday, 3-0 Gibbs. Overt, I feel, is coming into this one as slightly the favorite. And you even heard from Outlast. He thinks that Overt's likely going to have this one.
Which is crazy because Fury, number 2 in the regional championships. Obviously, I think people thought that they played a little bit above their level for the regional championships. I think a lot of people thought Cringe Society, and then of course Renegades, who wasn't in it, would have finished above them, but they took down Cringe Society. The problem is they play so much defense. I think people don't rely on that as consistency. But there's no way that Overt here is favorites. These guys haven't been in the RLCS in over a year for 2 of them, and 1 is brand new. So it's like you have to go on the side of experience with Fury. They just had huge series, a $12,000 series versus Cringe Society that they won just 3 weeks back. So they know how to play in these high pressure situations, but Overt, it's all carefree for them at this point. They weren't even supposed to be here.
I was looking as well at the other match to be the one where there was no chance of an upset. In ground zero, I thought there was a 100% win. This is the match I was actually thinking an upset definitely could happen or even is likely to happen. And I might even myself back Overt to take the win here based on how they played in their lower bracket match against Mind Freak. They were looking strong. All 3 of them were looking strong. Whether on Fury, we saw some struggles yesterday from Scarth, and it took Kenny Salmon to really step up and fill the shoes there to have a strong performance. I think when they beat Cringe Society, they had all 3 players really going hard at it, really playing their best. That is, I guess, a scary thought for any team for Fury, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, I'm kind of worried here that they're going to see that, okay, well, we're the better team, right? And they might revert to that defensive play style, and that might be their downfall. And I'm wondering if you think that's a possibility that they're going to lose any of that strong offense that we did see yesterday.
I don't know, because we've seen so many moments of Fury really picking up the pace and playing it a strong offense like they did at the end of day 1 in the playoffs, where they were losing really hard, and all of a sudden when they started getting on the attack and they started challenging hard, they took it really close in the upper bracket. And day 2, that's how they took down Cringe Society by playing more aggressive as well. So they certainly have it in them. They do have a coach behind them as well to give them that added I guess, 4th eye that would say, okay, guys, stop defending. I think that is actually probably the biggest advantage for them in terms of having a coach, in terms of adapting mid-series. And I think they're going to be confident. So we're probably going to see that aggressive team. And it's just whether, to me, again, we rarely see all 3 of them pick up at the same time. They don't have the consistency on an individual level. Even Amphis, who was the MVP, failed in that first week of playoffs.
And that's what I love to see from Fury is that, sure, they're a defensive team when they play the top dogs, but they know how to play offense versus the weaker teams in the league. So that's a good sign, because I think a lot of times we see that with teams like the old Veloce or even the Sonics or E United from NA. They just play defense against everybody, and I don't like that. So like, I'm happy that Fury will be on the offensive side now, probably. So I'm really excited to see what happens for the series. I don't want them to lay back versus Overt. They need to take it to them.
Okay, for Overt then, obviously if they're not the favorites coming in this, then Yummy, you think that offense is going to be strong for Fury. Overt's got to do something to counter that. Is it force them onto defense, make them scared, put them in that turtle position? Is it just demos? What is it going to be for Overt that we're going to see on the field?
I think it's the solo plays for Overt as well. We do have Riv and Cobo, who are so good at those solo plays, who hit a lot of double touches and backboard plays and high aerial plays and fakes out yesterday. And I think for a team like Fury, they're used to their opponents trying to play as fast as possible. So that's most likely the way to open up the net.
Well, we're going to find out right now what happens. Give us your insight on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. We always like to get your insight, chat. But right now, we find out if Fury's offense can hold off Overt.
We'll find out if they can. And Fury, it didn't look too bad for them yesterday. So Overt may have their work cut out for them. But I'm excited for this next match coming up, James.
Certainly, and maybe we'll be in for some more surprises. The last series we saw, everyone was expecting Ground Zero to take it. We even heard them expecting in top 3, top 2. So nothing is for certain here, especially in the Oceanic region, Jorby. So I'm excited to get into this one.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fun. For Fury yesterday, I think the one thing that they got caught into a little too often was, they got caught into those boom ball situations where you're looking for Amphis downfield, who is your striker for Fury. But to me, Kenny Salmon, he puts the first one into the net, and he's the guy who's consistently impressed for me on Fury.
Yeah, you can see Kenny Salmon. He was the guy you talked about yesterday, Jorby, who was your favorite player on this team.
I like him.
And he is, again, making an early impact just 9 seconds into this one.
Granted off of a double commit by Overt, but, we ignore that when we talk about what I like. What else do I like? Well, that save there from Cabo. Overt, there were more than a couple of times yesterday for Overt where you felt like they were just starting to get it together. They were getting some good progressions, good team plays down the field, but they couldn't score at all. And it took them so long to be able to find meaningful shots on net. We'll see if they can fix some of that. But right now, they've been dumping the ball out into space, and you're seeing a lot of these high, hard touches. The Fury are very good at playing that game, and if you play that type of game against them, you might come out a little more beat up than you expect more times than not. Back again, here's Amphis. Sprat was looking for Riv initially, but Kenny Salmon again will boom it back downfield. So fast. And this Fury team, the transitions could come as a surprise sometime, because if you do have Amphis waiting in midfield, some of these hard clears downfield all of a sudden turn into a passing play, and it's from one end to the other in less than 3 seconds and in the back of your net. So you got to be careful if you're Overt, and they're still fending off the offense here from Fury, but Fury are really not able to find a lot of meaningful shots for themselves right now. Kind of going back and forth.
Certainly is going back and forth, and we'll see if there's any passing plays that they can whip up. A miss from Cabo. That could have been bad.
Yeah, but Amphis, his second shot. Try to rush the touch. Cabo will actually find a shot. He got a clean look from the third. He'll score here for Overt.
And you saw that whifty. It was a double commit whifty. You don't really see that too often. Both of them going up, missing, and then Cabo had an easy shot towards net. Kenny Salmon didn't really know what was happening. He saw both his teammates fly by the ball majestically, and then before he knew it, a shot was coming in.
I have to say, James, this is the first time ever in my casting career that I was not the one who used the word whifty.
Well, you've inspired me, Jorby.
The fact that you've picked this up means the world to me, James. We're
Thank
about
you for
the
forging that
halfway
term.
I did not forge the term. I coined it off of another, but he allowed me to. So we
You
let that
stole it.
happen.
Got it.
Well, it's not stealing if he gave it to me, right? Kenny Salmon, another save. we got to define stealing on here. What are the copyright laws on caster phrases? No, might have to ask Shogun about that.
I think
but
it would
Kenny
come
will,
down to Twitch clips. Who has the first one?
Ooh, that's good. Someone delete that VOD. So far, Amphis taking his ball back towards the blue half and still struggling to clear the ball out. Overt. Riv. Just not a lot of power on a lot of these clears. Sprat will find Riv downfield. That's what they needed. But now it's about keeping possession. See if they can get some pressure here. And that's where it's finding a lot of difficulty. Sprat just getting a hang of that. Scarf might have a shot there, but he doesn't come away with it. Kenny Salmon, nothing. A breakaway opportunity? No. Riv ends up dumping it downfield for a quick clear.
So we've seen a little bit of passing, especially on the defensive end, but nothing really threatening up there on offense. The one goal that we've seen from Overt was that play where it was a double commit, both players missing. And we've seen multiple chances. That was a good infield pass, but Sprat has been all over the field getting stop after stop when those shooting lanes are, needing to be filled. He is filling them.
And Riv, he almost snuck around on the side there. Sprat, he's here again. Can he handle the ball? Well, Scarth found a clean pass to Amphis. The striker for Fury finds his first.
And it was just a matter of time. We've seen Fury going for these passes over and over again. Cabo, you saw him coming in, but it was a perfect far post shot from Amphis. That type of marksmanship, that's what you need sometimes. Going far post, beautiful shot.
Calling Amphis a marksman is probably accurate from that banger he hit last night from midfield. One of the fastest shots, one of the most accurate fast shots I've ever seen in any region. Amphis off the ceiling again. And Kenny Salmon, I don't know, it's actually the first time I'm seeing him in an Octane. Uh-oh, that was almost dangerous. Riv bumped into his teammate on the back wall, and it almost turned into a goal. Somehow, Fury didn't get a goal there, but Riv will get the clear downfield. There might be another chance here for Overt. They've struggled with the transition. Does Cabo have something off the ceiling? He tried to get under the ball and quickly flip into it. He ended up coming away empty. Riv, pot shot, gonna be wide. Cabo tried to cover, but he can't get there. Riv back around the corner again here for Overt. Cabo cutting the gap, and it's gonna be Sprat having to handle damage control as the ball's coming back in front of his own box. Tough again. The final 10 seconds, Riv. Ooh, Cabo wants the touch. He'll actually get it. But Sprat, where is he going to put this for his team? He keeps it close to the wall. It bounces up, and it's cleared out downfield. That'll be a win for Fury in this game.
Fury, they just had the advantage when it came to the passing plays. We saw that play from Amphis, that far post shot. It was an excellent pass from Scarth. Fury setting that tone of the game. Overt, they had the one goal that they got was from that double commit that we saw where they were missing. We didn't really see much of an offense put together from them yet. We saw a lot of them hitting the ball downfield, giving up possession. So I want to see more from Overt, looking for the passes, especially across the middle. Something that Fury was doing so well.
Yeah, they really were. And I felt like, it was almost desperation on defense for Overt. And you start losing sight of the field a little bit because you start focusing so much on the clear. And then, there wasn't much thought to passing unless they were given enough space to do it. But you were saying it, James, there's some things to like about Overt when they did, grab possession of the ball and they weren't feeling the pressure. It's clear that they're able to find each other in space, get some good passes. So definitely some things to like, but when you get a pass that nasty to Amphis, allowing Amphis to strike, you're certainly going to have your work cut out for you against Fury.
You certainly are. Fury, that was, Fury is a team that, is looking to make some waves. They already did make some waves in the regional championship for OC. Now they're looking to do it again in the spring series. And I'm sorry, Jorby, but I have to get back into this new lobby.
Oh, that's okay. We have to too. I'm right there with you, James. We're lifting together here. But yeah, I think that for Fury yesterday, it really didn't pan out the way they wanted, and they got locked into I feel like I pick on Fury a lot for this specifically, but it feels like they were just prioritizing hard touches a lot yesterday, and it was killing them when they were trying to, fight against this. Losing track of my thought, James. I'm restarting. Here we go.
It's all right. I'm joining up as
I'm trying
well.
to click this joint.
Against the good, the bad, and the ugly, they were able to put in a lot of goals, and that's the thing I like about Fury is their offensive mindedness. They are a team that puts in a lot of goals. We even saw it against Cringe Society. The two goals or all of the games that they lost were just 1-goal games. And to me, looking at all these teams that we've seen so far, Cringe Society looks like the best team in the region as of right now. So Fury falling to them, but the games were close. They were all very close. So I think Fury is one of those teams that is going to start to establish themselves up there at the top regularly. And it's because they're able to get those passing plays.
And we will get game 2 underway right on the kickoff. Amphis pick it off of Kenny. And now Fury. And they get out to an early lead. They were able to really hold Overt for a long time, so an early goal would certainly pay some dividends, forcing Overt to feel some more pressure, kind of leftover pressure from game number 1. But this is good progression here for Overt. Riv just not the touch you need. You were looking for maybe a shot on net there as Amphis looks for a clear.
That pass off the ceiling was exactly what he needed. That was the right play. It was a shooting chance, and Riv just didn't get the jump, didn't get the read. Had to put something on target to at least force a rebound. It was a scoreable ball, but even if you're not going to hit it that hard, at least put it on net. Try to get that rebound opportunity for your team.
And Overt, well, here's Riv. He's got control, but that first pop made it difficult. Kenny found the pass to Scarth. Kenny rocking an octane today. And as a result, he's really been trying to control. He was really trying to control yesterday as well. You find that a little easier to do in the octane, a little more consistent on the carries, but a lot of switch ups in OCE. Yesterday it was a lot of dominance. I saw a couple more Fenix today, although I think, Express just rocks Fennec all the time from earlier. But Amphis switches whenever he wants. The card choice, no stickler for a lot of players in the Oceanic region. And Fury starting to grab some consistent possession in the blue half, but Riv picks up a demo. Kenny has a shot, and it's off the crossbar. 2 players of Fury demoed. Can it be a chance for Overt to finally move down the field? Scarth and Amphis say no, and they're back in the blue half. Shot on net, immediately blocked by Cabo.
We're seeing Overt hold off this relentless attack from Fury. Fury taking shot after shot. We saw the double demo come out to try to relieve some of that pressure, but still Overt hasn't been able to battle out of their half.
Just met with a challenge every time, and then the ball, it just scoops out away from you like it did for Sprat there. And then Cabo's forced into a situation where he's just got to make the touch. And where it pops up, there's always someone waiting, but they have a 2-on-1 opportunity, but Sprat can't hang on to the ball. Riv is forced to try to jump across and control the damage. And now they're back on defense all of a sudden. Oh, and Cabo makes a great clear downfield to Sprat, but Sprat, he's gonna make life a little difficult here for Fury, and Amphis will clear the ball out to the corner. And he'll have control as Sprat hopped the route and he got burned. For Fury, things are settling down, but there were definitely a couple of chances for Overt moving forward. It was just those little mechanical errors that killed them on their progression down the field. Now they're trying to generate a chance again. Cabo going forward, did not expect that second touch from Amphis. Riv trying to take this out. Kenny blocks him. Next up is Scarth trying to cut the angle against Sprat. He does, but Cabo and Riv. Good crash there by Riv in midfield. But Overt, another shot from Cabo, and Amphis lands in time to make the save.
And Cabo didn't have boost, but he still could have placed that better, shot it right in a savable spot. He's gonna want that one back.
I feel like there's a couple that they might want back. And that was probably the most quality opportunity that they had, but this is another one. Cabo gets it right back, James.
That was a frozen rope into the upper corner. Riv challenging, and then the upside down flip blasted it past Kenny. Beautiful.
Excellent recovery from Cabo after that first shot on net that he had. And now Overt. Yeah, it's been kind of a tug of war for the first 4 minutes, and Overt just come away with this goal off of that nice shot. Fury, do they have one here? Well, Cabo comes off the back wall, stays with it. He squares up against one. Kenny back over to Amphis. Amphis, he's got Scarth clean, and there's Fury back on the board.
Scarth, smart placement here. He sees the defender coming off the side of the wall, knows he's going to need to go low, gets underneath it, drops it below Cabo. Excellent idea. The execution there, and Fury tie it up with less than a minute left to go.
They count him out. Scarth. Boomer downfield met with a boomer from Sprat. Low bounce off the corner. Kenny handles it for now, but Overt starting to press forward on the third. There's Riv. He's got a man downfield. What a pass from Sprat. Cabo scores! What a play!
The ball movement, the harassment, everything there. Sprat with the pre-flip pass, going for the bump on Scarth. You love to see it. That was a beautiful play yet again from Overt.
They never see the pre-flip coming, James. Fury certainly didn't. And after that feel-good tie game, Riv setting up Sprat for another. It's hanging in front of the box. Attempted clear from Scarth, going to be cut out by Cabo. Canberra Havoc were able to give us one against Ground Zero earlier. Our Overt about to give us the show, or a Fury going to tie this up as time winds down in the final 10. Scarth back over to Amphis, challenge, but Kenny comes flying in. Riv wins the ball clean. That will kill all the time off the clock. Now, can they do it in the sky? Kenny in front, and he'll be challenged. Overt take game 2.
And Cabo, what can you say other than his shooting was impressive this game? Getting underneath the ball, flipping into it, and then that free flip pass from Sprat over it with just a pair of great plays.
Yeah, they really were. Those two shots were so nice. Both of them top shelf, hard to save. That second goal that he had was just perfect. The frozen rope, James, as you had said.
And I think we'll see it right here. This was a challenge. Riv put it by, and that shot from Cabo so good. And then this play as well. The pre-flip. Sprat this was the goal that tied it up. Yes, Scarth getting that drop down shot, and then this play, the pre-flip pass. That is how you do it. And the challenge, the bump attempt, and that all around was just a great play from Overt.
Absolutely. So now for Overt, if you look at the last series, you're like, all right, Canberra Havoc got it. Why don't we have it? The 8th seed in this tournament, the expectations were pretty low from everybody coming in. So you're not feeling the pressure, and you just took one in pretty convincing fashion here against Fury. We'll see what they got as Game 3 gets underway. But for Fury, James, I'm not sure where to pin it, man. Where do you think Fury are right now, and where they got to come back?
It was just not the offensive performance that we've seen from them in previous games. Not really much passing to speak of. Kenny Salmon didn't get that many opportunities on the rebound or in the middle. So we'll see if they can figure that out.
And we do got Game 3 underway. Fury's advantage, always a huge game in any match. For Overt, can they keep this pressure up? They get the clear downfield. Kenny bumps one out of the way. Scarth, he slowed down for a second to square up on the challenge, but it doesn't mean much now with Cabo on point. Shot off the post, but there's another read there for Sprat. Roller in, easy for Overt to score first.
And this all dates back to Amphis. He was the third man back and decided to go all in on the challenge, but the ball was hit around him, and that put that counterattack on for Overt. And really, that one dive from Amphis, that was the reason they were able to get that shot on, make the defense scramble, get him out of position, and ultimately get that goal. So if you're that third man back, if you're Amphis in that situation, you have to keep a level head. And if you're going in that situation, you will at least have to make contact to slow down the approach on the other end. So Amphis is gonna wish that he could have another shot at that play.
He's got plenty of time to get a shot at another one. Kenny Salmon takes a shot at the net. This whole series started out off a Kenny Salmon goal. Scarth will take a double touch. He wanted a triple. He won't get it. This is a good progression here from Fury. Pass in front of the box. Oh, the shot's just off the crossbar and out. And Cabo, ever stoic in net, will have the clear and will have the space given to him from Fury. Now we're back on the orange half. Riv gets a solid touch out. Sprat's got a shot, and it's in! Forced own goal. Sprat with the credit.
You see Riv on the wall getting that second touch. Kenny had no idea. Scarth was panicking. Kenny was already in the air from the previous challenge, and it hits off him and goes in. So not 100% calculated, but sometimes being speedy to the ball, things go your way, and that's what happened for Overt.
Fortune favors the bold, James. And Overt are certainly in the bold category right now with a quick 2-goal lead against Fury. Now Riv takes this pass downfield. And the ball's just being popped out into blue cars pretty consistently right now. Amphis and Scarth trying to move this ball out. Scarth going for a demo in net. It's a long ball from Kenny. Another shot, and it's going to be saved from Cabo. He's got no boost in this situation, but again, Fortune, well, that time it favors Cabo, but Kenny puts one in off the attempted clear, and they cut the lead in half.
Fury getting back into this one. Cabo, that is not what you want to do. Sprat, he would have had to immediately flip right to have a chance at saving that one, but anytime you blast that ball into the middle of the field, you're asking for trouble.
Always dangerous, especially along your own back wall. Amphis kind of slid off the top of Sprat's car. And the old doink towards the net, but no good. You're feeling the jumpiness here from Fury on defense. Amphis will be high on the backboard. They have to be careful because we're seeing more and more space for Overt, and you're part of it. You know, as you were watching Amphis there, he's been sitting on low boost a lot of the time in this game. But if Kenny Salmon is getting looks right in front of the box like this, it just doesn't matter. We got a tie game.
And of course, Kenny Salmon will continue to rock the fish goal explosion. That was a hard shot. Defense on the back wall or on the backboard. There's nothing they can really do against Kenny in that situation. Kenny proving time and time again that he is a key figure in this Fury offense.
Not a tuna guy. Respect.
What? I don't even know what types of fish that is.
I don't know. You think he tried any other fish names before he landed on Kenny Salmon? Like, did he
I
go
thought you were
with,
talking
like,
about the goal
Kenny-
explosion.
No. I'm talking about Kenny's name. Like, hey, did he try Kenny Cod? Because I feel like that's very illiterate, despite them being, you know, two different letters.
I don't really know that many fish, Jordy.
Oh,
I can't really.
Great goal on the delay with the flick. We're right back into the game, and Fury right back with the lead.
And Amphis, I love that he hits the brakes and pops to himself. Sees Cabo as the last guy he's got to beat. Slowing down on that play and popping that ball up, that's what allowed him to be in that position where he experienced a lot of success. Sometimes players will get a little antsy, try to blast a shot on net. That would not have done as well. And now we see Scarth getting a play. Everyone's taking their turn in these dribble plays. A self pass to Scarth, slowing down again. And that is more proof of why you need to have a good first touch. If you just take that first shot that's presented to you, it's not always as high percentage as if you can take control of the ball. Wait till the defense is in an even worse situation, and then when you know you have them beat, take the shot. Scarth did that there. Amphis did it just a moment before. So Fury, they are roaring back in this game.
And Overt are left reeling. It is 4 unanswered goals for Fury. And the offense has just disappeared for Overt. Amphis will just win that challenge against Riv. And the approach up, almost a 5th goal for Fury. And it was a huge chance. Oh, Riv was really thinking that shot was coming from Kenny. Oh, and Amphis, that was the old backflip. Just to keep control, he got knocked back on the challenge. Cabo on the turnaround. Does he have a goal? What a flick, but just wide of the net. Power, but not the height, nor the accuracy. Amphis will find his teammate downfield, and that'll kill a lot of time off the clock. It'll be difficult from this point for Overt in game number 3, in which they held the lead in the first few minutes or so. But very good control by Fury. Scarth on that nice insurance goal, but Amphis continues to be a playmaker for his team. Had a great delay touch into the flick to give his team the lead. And that was the game-winning goal. In game 3, Fury are back in control.
And those first touch control plays were really what made the difference for Fury. We saw Amphis and Scarth both making that happen. Kenny just a pair of strong shots. But those dribble play, or those first touch control into shot plays, those are so effective. We saw it happen back to back. Scarth and Amphis, goals quickly following each other because of that. They're setting themselves up and taking that space when you have it. It's a tough thing to do, tough thing to recognize, but they did it wonderfully as we take a look at all these highlights from game number 3.
And it was a good start for Overt. Cabo had that nice wraparound against the post for the goal, and then Riv got a great pass, and you thought at this point, okay, well, here we go again.
Yeah, you thought that it was going to be enough for Overt to maybe hold on, but then we saw Kenny getting some strong shots, tying up the game, and then these plays, the first touch, get it by Spratt, see Cobb in net, put it top corner. That shot's unblockable. And then there was another play from Scarth just after that where he did the same thing. He passed it off the wall to himself, took the first touch off the wall, controlled it, and then again blasted that by the defense. So the control on offense from Fury is something that we haven't really seen as much of from Overt. Overt, they did get 2 goals this time, but one of them was that kind of crazy own goal from Kenny Salmon, who was already in the air from a previous challenge. So we'll see if Overt can figure out more on the offensive end, or if Fury will continue to show their offensive superiority, because that's what it was. Just excellent control from Fury.
Yeah, I totally agree. Overt, we've seen some carries down the field from this team bringing it down, but they're typically in these man advantage situations on the transition, on the counterattack. And it's typically, I think Cabo has been the one I've seen carry the most, but they haven't really been in situations where they've really had the space. Fury have done such a good job of closing down passing lanes, hopping in front of the ball. Fury are an aggressive team, and it's certainly pressuring Overt. We saw more than a couple of double commits. We're just waiting for one more player to get in, and we'll get game number 4 underway. There we go. And I think they are ready, but we'll see if Overt can come back.
We're still waiting on Scarth. Still waiting on Scarth. He's having some issues getting in, so we'll get him in as soon as we can, and then we'll have this game coming at you. But Jorby, from what I saw, Overt, they still have a lot to figure out on offense. They had some good pressure moments, but we still need to see more from them on the offensive end, more ball movement, taking the time like we're seeing Fury do. Try to conserve boosts, get in those positions high on the wall on counterattacks, get some strong shots, get some rebound opportunities. We need to see a lot more from Overt if they hope to battle back in the series, because Fury, they showed in that last game, despite going down 2, how much they can turn it up, scoring 4 unanswered goals and then ultimately getting that win in game 3. And now they are 1 game away from knocking Overt out of the spring series.
The incline was always going to be pretty tough, pretty steep for Overt coming in as the 8th seed in the spring series against a lot of these strong teams in OCE that we've already gotten a look at. But I feel like even from yesterday, how they looked, that they've really made some nice adjustments. Cabo obviously has looked pretty good, but I think Spratt, James, you were talking about him a little bit in the first half of game 3. He was finding some critical touches in midfield specifically to either, bail Overt out on a counterattack or keep them locked in the offensive half. So if we can see more of that out of this team, and we see a little bit more control, maybe more of that passing ability from Riv in the offensive corner, that Overt can start to find some more success. But there's certainly things to like about this Overt squad.
There certainly are, especially the shooting from Cabo. We saw him do it a couple of times already. So we'll see if they can string together some passes, keep possession, and try to play that elevated game. Right now, they've been playing from behind at times with Fury. So we'll see if they can bounce back as we finally get game number 4 kicked off. Fury 1 game away from moving on to the next phase of their tournament. Overt trying to keep alive in this series.
And you know Fury won another chance at Cringe Society after how yesterday went down. So closing up shop right here. They'd love to do it. Amphis forces the challenge out to Kenny. And it'll be played up high again. And you know, I will never get used to Kenny Salmon's cat engine. I just hear a screaming cat in my ear.
Yeah, I remember
What's
that.
wrong with my cat? Riv, his shot saved by Kenny Salmon. It was like, I'm always doing a double take to my side, but it's never my cat.
You know, I remember that in the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly series, and I couldn't sit on his cam. I just couldn't do it. And Sprat, Sprat, he's gonna wish that he could take that shot again. That net was so wide open.
Ooh, and Amphis on the fake, he'll get it around. Does he have his man? Oh, he almost hit Scarth. But I don't even think Scarth was expecting the ball to get that far across the box. A great counterattack opportunity to save by Amphis. All of a sudden, the pace of the series kicked up by 10. Here's Sprat from the attacking third. He wants to pass to Riv. The challenge will knock it out, but Riv's got control. And now we're starting to see Overt get some carries here early in the game, trying to break their way through Fury's defense. But Amphis holding on. Back in the corner.
And Riv needed to get a better 50-50 there. Scarth manhandled him, blasting that ball all the way down to the corner. And now Kenny is trying to get that ball into an offensive position. Scarth bounced that out, but Amphis and Kenny both had to retreat. Look at how much space is there in the middle.
They're all just waiting for a clear. They're expecting Fury to just bang it right back to them. And I mean, credit to Overt, the ball did come back to them. It was just a little surprising. Riv in front of the box, he didn't have anything. The midfield still closed down. You see Scarth. Now the boost will spawn for him, and Kenny will sneak this from midfield. Marksman.
Amphis centers that ball down to Kenny. You saw Sprat cheating up. Sprat not expecting Kenny to go for net immediately, but Kenny, he saw the whole house of cards come down for Overt. He knew that the net was open if he could get that shot on target. And Kenny, again, has been such a big player for Fury. So many goals so far in the spring series.
For the first one in this set, and is also just all round a solid player. Every time I'm watching him approach on the challenge, he's just got that intuitive game sense that you want to see, you know, out of a smart player. And you know, Kenny definitely fits the bill. Fury, if they can hang on to this lead, Overt, they've had some good pressure this game, so it is by no means a walk in the park for Fury. Cabo, he'll go for the carry, but then Scarth will just boom it downfield. Riv and his teammate Sprat got back in time for the save, but it's still being pushed forward. Oh, Scarth couldn't find the touch. Tried to flip in front. Kenny trying to stall the counterattack, headed the other way. Riv next up here for Overt. Ooh, faked out Amphis on the touch, slowing it down. Kenny next man to handle it out of the corner. And it has slowed down as Fury get the clear back out to Overt territory. Kenny will take this himself off the ceiling. And they're always trying to just shovel it in those tight spaces. You saw Amphis sitting in between two defenders on the back wall. And Kenny will go for that. They'll be like, yeah, Amphis will score that. They'll force those plays if they have them. Ooh, Kenny forced back to make a touch. Bailing Scarth out of a tough situation. Fury feeling some pressure, but now they got space. Amphis downfield. Maybe wanted to pass out to the side. He'll get back to his own ball.
And Riv is low. Riv
Yeah.
is low on boost, so even if Sprat can get this out, you can. Now he's picking up pads, so they can make something happen. But you can see Riv kind of leaving the ball to Scarth, opting to instead get that full boost, and that's going to melt even more time off the clock. Overt need to go on the attack. They need to play a little more risky if they're hoping to tie it up. And that shot is what the doctor ordered. Overt tie it up, and Sprat. Lovely shot.
If the lanes are closed, James, send the fullback, and that'll open the gap up real wide. Overt, a huge demo play. The smoke screening the last defender, and now Overt. Some late game momentum. Pulling back on their own half. Can they forge themselves a victory? Riv, the ball knocked away on the challenge, and they're just trying to find a way out again. Out of their own territory. Cabo. Ooh, didn't get the touch he wanted. Kenny going for it, but Riv hard on the ball. Amphis wants the clear. They just got to get it on the ground at this point, and it will touch. OT. One more goal. Golden goal for Fury.
And what a journey it's been so far for Overt. But they're going to have to get this goal here if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive.
If it goes to game 5, well, that might be the most dangerous Overt squad we've seen yet this weekend. So how do Overt approach this? Well, it comes from a huge Sprat win on that challenge. Hopping in front of the rotation, but Kenny Salmon popped up against by Scarth. Overt, hard clear to Riv. A hard hit against the back wall. And we are in about a boomer ball. The midfield finally cut off by Kenny. Amphis has some space on the catch, flick up. Kenny's up, but he can't get the touch against Riv. And Riv desperately looking for a clear. The ball's over his head. Kenny turn, and he'll get the challenge win. Amphis up, off the ceiling, the shot's good, and Fury move on!
Fury closing it out. It seemed like it might be a matter of time. Amphis shooting it over Cabo. Cabo low on boost, knew that the top of the net was open, and Fury hits the target. And like you said, Jorby, they're moving on.
Fury withstanding a lot of Overt in that game, especially at the beginning. Overt were really doing a good job closing down midfield, shutting down passing lanes, cutting off clears, and putting good pressure on Fury, but they just took too long to get going, to finally find the back of the net. Sprat, I felt like he had a lot of great touches. He had the only goal for Overt, but it just wasn't enough. Credit to Overt, though. I thought they looked much better than they did yesterday. And, you know, going out at this stage, Fury, they look good.
They did. Fury and Overt both had their moments. Cabo had some great shots. They kept the games close. Even this one, Sprat hitting that goal to tie it and send this game into overtime. It was an entertaining series. And although Overt's going out, I think they will be proud of the run that they put up in the spring series.
Well, Fury will be going on to play an unlikely loser final against Canberra Havoc. We got that and more coming up after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
to escape. People take your mood. And when you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. People take your hold. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never been.
And then there were four. Welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Leafx, alongside Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. Fury solidifying themselves in the top four over Overt, and we didn't get that upset that we said may potentially happen. Yummy, you said this was the match where you thought, this could have been the upset rather than the ground zero one.
And in game one, we kind of saw that. We saw some great plays from Overt. We saw some domination, but also we saw that adaptation we talked about before the series where Fury seemed to get a bit more aggressive. They get in your face and they executed their passes a bit more as the series went on.
Game 3 I thought was really important for Fury, where there was 2 goals where they just slowed it down and did a solo dribble play with small touches when they knew that they had space available. And that was a good sign for Fury, where they were starting to adapt throughout the series. While on the other side for Overt, it started off great, but after that, it just felt like Fury was just the better team. That's what we expected, but like Overt at least gave us a show throughout this tournament. The team that was honestly supposed to not even be here, that they were supposed to show up on day one and just lose out. They put up a fight. but just a little bit too late. And Fury, they showed that they can play that offensive side of the ball, and I'm pretty excited to see how far they can go now, because that lower bracket is now wide open.
Yeah, it's just a shame, I think, for Overt as well. They had that 2-goal lead in game number 2, and they let that slip out of their grasp. They are a new team. They're an inexperienced team in the grand scheme of things as well. And sometimes when you're trying to hold a lead, that is where experience comes in the most, where you know you still have to keep challenging and putting the pressure on. I did really like to see Sprat, the last rookie who was remaining in this tournament. He got an awesome pre-flip pass out into mid. He showed that he could stand with the big boys, which was a question I had at the beginning of the tournament. Well, he's answered that now, and I fully hope and expect to see these guys again in the future.
Let's take a look just back at the day now that we've eliminated half of the contestants here. We're down to 4 teams: Renegades, Cringe Society, Fury, and Canberra Havoc.
Now we got a bracket update. Is Leaf talking? I can't hear him on my side.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him either, so...
Okay, I think we lost Leaf, but we got a bracket update, so I'll just take over the reins until we get Leaf back. So we're down to 4, Yummy. We got Renegades and Cringe Society coming up. These are now best of 7s, except for the Fury and Havoc matchup for a top 4 spot. So that's going to be interesting to see who comes out of that lower bracket, who's going to have momentum versus the loser of this next series.
And that's tough as well. You've got Fury and Havoc, both, I guess, maybe some surprise teams. The way Havoc are playing, they are really on fire. Fury obviously getting through after coming second in the last one. They're going to have a chance to play up against one of these 2 big teams. But either way, kind of Cringe Society, Renegades, they're the final bosses. We're expecting them in the grand final. And this next series of Renegades versus Cringe Society, the winner of this will get a 1-game advantage in the grand final. That is huge against any of the competition here left in this series.
Am I here? I haven't left. I haven't done. I've been sitting here the whole time.
Yeah, we just couldn't hear you on Discord.
Literally haven't touched anything. I blame Gibbs.
What?
I blame.
I've done it once. Leaf's done it like 4 times.
I literally have done nothing. I've been sitting here. It's your fault,
The thing
Gibbs.
is, why is it always you, Leaf? It's always you every single time. It can't be technology's fault. It's got something to do with that Canadian brain of yours.
My hand's been here the whole time. I have no idea. Either way, we're back. And unfortunately, you have to listen to me again. So let's talk about our next match. This is a match we've been waiting for all day here. And we have moved into a best of 7 as well. So Renegades versus Cringe Society. This is going to be a banger. Renegades came off a little bit of a wonky match yesterday. Cringe Society, they powered through. They used the aggression that we know that they're going to use, and they used it to get themselves to this winners finals. Now, the question is, Gibbs, is Renegades going to be in a spot that's less wonky than yesterday to face a guy off against this aggression?
So there's one difference between what the Renegades have done this year and this tournament. It's 1 letter. When they're in the RLCS, they don't know how to find wins. But this is the RLSS. It's the big difference there, Leaf. C and an S is the difference. Renegades, they win everything that is not the RLCS. Sure, it was shaky yesterday, but again, that was shaky, but they're still in the upper final. That's how good of a team they are. We need CJ to pick up the pace, though. He looked good for maybe 1 game all day yesterday. We really need to see him be that backbone for this team, because if he is kind of struggling again, like Cringe Society, they are extremely talented. They will take it to him.
Yeah, we know that Kami and Sticky are going to perform. Sticky probably one of the top performers, if not the top performer yesterday, especially when it came to striking. Kami has been massively instrumental in terms of being a consistent player who also gets a lot of demos and disrupts a lot of play. So that is why we say CJ needs to step up, because he is on a team. He is a player that can be a huge striker as well and score a lot of goals. But on the other side, you got Cringe Society. They've got a very established play style. They've got a very established trio of top performing individuals. And I think when it comes to these 2 teams, the exciting thing is they both always want to be on offense. They believe the best defense is to not be in your half at all. So it is going to be a complete battle for that midfield to get that pressure going. And I'll be fully surprised if at any point in time it's not swinging back and forth that way.
And then for Deca, we talked about like maybe one of the biggest roster moves. He leaves the regional champions. Well, guess what? They just finished 5th. Cringe Society, they're in the upper final. Maybe he made the right call. We'll see in this matchup if he performs extremely well to get them the win over Renegades.
Well, the question is, who's moving on into the grand finals with that advantage in that best of 7 with the game advantage? Is it going to be Renegades or is it going to be Cringe Society? Let us know your thoughts on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series, but let's find out right now.
A best of 7 to decide Cringe Society and Renegades to the grand finals. You talked about it on the desk. You hear the 1 game advantage that they get moving into the grand finals. Turtle, a lot of big names coming onto the field here today. From either side, who's a player to look out for?
For both teams, I literally think it's going to come down to, for Renegades, it's all about Sicky and how he shoots. If he can find the back of the net the way he was yesterday, I think they're going to have a great chance. But then for Cringe Society, all of my eyes, and assumingly everybody else's, is going to be on Torsauce. That player needs to be picking up the pace, but right off the bat, we've got a kickoff goal from Kami to start things off. Not the best way for Cringe, but if you're a fan of Renegades, you're happy.
And Drippe took that wide angle on the kickoff, and Kami's kickoff, I guess, countered it perfectly to ricochet towards the net into the right corner to get away from that last defender who's coming back from the boost. So a quick go-ahead goal for the Renegades in the first 4 seconds. And that's exactly how you want to start if you want a spot in the grand finals. As things go back to normal here for Cringe Societies, they get things rolling off the kickoff. Torsauce trying to find his way down the sideline, stopped up by Sicky. And Sicky's been a player who I enjoyed watching yesterday. Did a great job on the shooting department, really getting a lot of power behind that ball, getting a lot of pace.
I mean, he's just been such a offensive monster, really tied for first in this tournament for goals per game at 1.12 per game with everything he's got. He has been shooting completely on point, everything in the upper corner. Even had a fantastic double touch that we saw yesterday. So he's been the clutch player, and here's the man we've been talking about, Sicky, off the cleanup from Kami.
Well, you call his name and he answers. CJ to throw it downfield. What a touch from Kami here to throw off the defense, just the change up in pace, and then Sicky to clean it all up for Renegades as they go up 2-0.
And I think pace is definitely the word I would use to describe how Renegades are playing right now. I mean, they are just outspeeding everybody on Cringe Society. They don't even have really any competition when it comes to the aerial space that they're given. And I think a lot of that does come down to hesitation. Normally, this is how Cringe Society starts out, though. We saw it yesterday, pretty much in every series. I think it was both series, actually. They lost that first game. So things have definitely been rough for them to start things out. So let's see if they can pick it up. That's a great way to do it as Deca gets the first goal for them.
And Deca gets up for this one. Torsauce's doing the dirty work in the midfield, gets a good challenge, and CJ just gets beat by a mile. Didn't have enough to get up to it, and Deca puts it on target with CJ out of the play, leaves the goal open. And 1 back for Cringe Society after the quick deficit here in game 1.
It's the best way to pick it up, too. I mean, we just talked about pace, and now they're really starting to pick things up here. I was scared that was going to be a trend we'd see all first game where they were really starting to warm up, but right like that, I mean, we see them slap themselves out of it. But then, oh no, an open net. A pause and a gap in the defensive rotation as Renegades take another easy goal.
I think Deca thought Drippe was going to get a little bit more with this one as he went up the wall, and Deca on his own back wall couldn't get across the entirety of the net once Drippe lost the ball. And Renegades find themselves back in the lead by 2 here. A bit of a disaster start here for Cringe Society as they struggle to get their defense straightened out. Here's Deca on the dribble. Torsauce is there, and the defense holds strong for the Renegades. CJ downfield looking for the back wall. Deca looking for help to the midfield. Drippe's there, cut out by Kami. Now Torsauce on the dribble through the midfield. CJ happy to let it take a little bit of space there as Renegades try and find some offense here. Deca pushes it out to Drippe. He's got Kami in front of him, tries to take the shot, couldn't get around it enough, and Kami to clear it away. Right now, Cringe Society actually doing a much better job in the first, or after the first couple minutes here, to lock in the Renegades, finding a lot of space on the flanks right now and taking advantage.
Yeah, they're getting back into form, that day 1 form that we saw. But what a pass there to Sticky. Does he have the shot? Almost gets it behind that defender, but that pass initially to set him up was beautiful. I love what I'm seeing so far from both teams, actually. How they're moving the ball down the field. They seem like they're very calculated, finding somebody with that first touch on that clear. And even here you can see Torsas. He's been taking it patient on that clear approach, which is something that we saw yesterday. A bunch of clears from him were so calculated, but then another great chance out here for Sticky. So back and forth, a real battle of who can get that best opportunity.
And you are seeing some of the similar mistakes you saw yesterday from Cringe Society when they played Fury. Lots of open backboards, open nets as well. And it was in the first game, so it feels like Cringe Society just need their first game out of the way to really get things going. As Renegades looking for another one to come off the back wall. Drip A clears it down into the corner of Renegades. Was able to chase after it, and now Renegades feeling a bit of pressure. Deca to set up his team, and Drip A's there. Everyone diving for Renegades as they do make the save. Deca trying to keep it alive here for Cringe Society as it's thrown back downfield.
Oh, but with 1:15 left, I feel like Drip A really had to find somewhere where it wasn't just directly bolted at a defender in net. There was two goalkeepers there, but they were positioned in the same spot. They're not going to get too many opportunities there. With 1 minute left, these guys have got to put every opportunity they get into the net.
They have done better of locking in this Renegades team. You got to put the ball on target. 6 shots to the name of Cringe to the 7 of Renegades. Deca looking for Torsas. He's got him, and Torsas drops it down for Drip A. And again, can't put anything on target here, but keeping possession for the time being as that's shot down from CJ. Now Drip A. Do they have one more? Cringe trying to find a way through the midfield. Great pass here out to Drip A and puts another one over to Torsas. He's got to put it away here, and Kami gets in front of him. Deca back towards the midfield. Pass given back to Deca and cut out. Time ticking down here for Cringe. Torsas, no boost to work with. Now Drip A, he's got to pick it up. Just got to score with some time left, and it might be a game 1 victory here for Renegades. This ball dies in the midfield. Renegades come out on top in game 1.
Yeah, but it was getting scary. I mean, if you're on the defense of Renegades, you are definitely shaking right now with the pressure that Cringe was starting to put out towards the end of this first game. I thought they were doing a great job of finally executing a lot of those passes. And even Drip A earlier on was starting to really, I guess, clear the field more with those passes, because he would be kind of mixing it up. He'd go for basically 3-man passing plays between all of them, where it wouldn't be a lot of give and goes. You kind of see them go for an unexpected pass. So Cringe Society picking things up really well here in this first game. It wasn't the best start, but it's something that we've seen from them almost this entire tournament, where they have a slow start. They let their opponent kind of get an easy advantage. We saw that kickoff goal and then the gap in the defense, but now plays like this can develop for Deca and Cringe Society. Let's see how they manage to bounce back.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a slow start, but I would suspect that this Cringe Society team will come out strong in game 2, and we saw it through the back half of that game. They did a good job of locking the Renegades. The one thing that I also worry about is if they come out strong and they do get that offense going, is putting the shots on target. They generated 7 shots here in this game, but very few of them made the defense think, stretched out the defense at all. There was really about 1 or 2 plays that I remember from the Renegades defense where they were really panicking on their goal line. So Cringe had to get a little bit more creative, or just take the shot a bit sooner, because right now they're not testing this defense of Renegades.
Yeah, so much at stake here. Not only do you make it to the grand finals, but you get that game 1 advantage that proves to be so useful, getting that momentum early on in the grand final. So let's see which team here can really take it. And I mean, this series alone is also a best of 7. I think that really plays to the advantage of Cringe Society, because they are a team that we talked about multiple times. They take a while to warm up. So if they can get things going, heat themselves up here, I think it's going to be a much more, a bigger obstacle for Renegades to climb.
Well, we start off 0-0 here in game 2. No kickoff goal for Renegades this time around, as Sticky lets this one go off the back wall. A shot from Deca's high. No follow-up there from Cringe, and Sticky gets away with it.
Shooting accuracy still plaguing them into the second game. That is a shot that you need to put away. There wasn't even a goalkeeper on the right side of the area. Just slotted down there. Deca couldn't even find it. Getting a little bit frustrated, you can tell. Let's see if they have what it takes to pick things up.
Still plenty of time, less than a minute here in game 2. Sticky Passes over to CJ to break out.
Demo.
Drippe tries to get it away, but it went straight into CJ. And Drippe on the pre-flip does get the touch. And looks for a demo for himself on the goal line of the Renegades side, but can't get anything. Here come the Renegades. Here's Kami from the ceiling, looking for help. CJ's there, top shelf, it was too high. And Torsas, happy to see that one go off the crossbar. Here's Kami, can't get over the first defender. Now Sticky as it goes straight into Deca's hands. As things start to even out here, Turtle, in the first minute and a half. Here's an opportunity, though, for CJ. And the defense still struggling for Cringe as they're trying to break out. Things getting a little bunched up. But the Renegades doing a good job right now of putting on some pressure. Lots of space to work with for both these teams, especially through the midfield right now. Teams happy to give up the midfield if they can make the play in their own half, whether it's just the tackle or the challenge.
It's looking like a much better performance too from CJ, a player that, Gibbs was throwing a little bit of shade to on the death segment before getting into this series. He said that he wanted to see CJ pick it up, and I think the pace above anything else for CJ has been stepped up. He's not going for those defensive misses, and whenever he's that first man, he's being aggressive, getting in the face. He had an opportunity earlier on with a great shot on net, almost putting it in. But so far, like you said, Corelli, they've been the ones, Renegades, taking advantage of that midfield space and pushing up with some great dribbles I've also seen out of Sticky.
Yeah, it's still scoreless here, though. Even with all the good that you're seeing from both sides, those defenses holding strong at the moment. Things got a little dicey for Renegades, but Cringe couldn't put it away. It's a good block. This ball's still dangerous. Torsas forced to go. CJ here on the follow-up, and Renegades hunting for another opportunity. But here comes Cringe. If Torsas can get a hold of it, does a good job to put it towards the middle, but Deca can't stretch out for it, and the defense gets out.
Oh, Kami, a little bit of a backflip there as well. There was a great pass in, but he did get a solid recovery as they continue to press on with this pressure. And you can tell, this is something that I think we've seen a lot throughout this entire tournament of the spring series, really, with these OCE teams have been very back and forth. A lot of times we'll get into this mode where not one team is really dominant with pressure, and we'll see they just kind of give shots on both sides of the net and just kind of return the favor. It's almost like they're taking turns as to who's going to be aggressive, who's going to go on the offensive side of the ball, and then they'll kind of, shade back, push back as much as they can, and be a little bit more passive with their approach.
Sticky throws it to the Cringe corner. Less than a minute to go, still scoreless as both teams have been tested here. This one's going to come off the back wall. Deca can't get the read. Follow up there from Sticky. Now CJ's turn to go. The shot still doesn't come for Renegades, but some good pressure there. As we inch closer to a 0-0 overtime. Drippe's got some work to do here at the sideline. Deca was boxing out Sticky from challenging. Now Deca tried to push past Kami, couldn't do so, and Kami will throw it downfield. Couple of physical plays opens up some space. Here's Drippe trying to get the angle. It was a tough one to hit on his approach, and the defense swallows it for Renegades. 10 seconds left, still tense here in game two as no one's been able to break the defense. It's been back and forth. Big boom here looking for the backboard. Drippe declared away. Follow up there from Kami, couldn't get over it. And it's one of the better looks for Renegades here in game two.
Yeah, things are getting so much closer to finding the finishing shot here for Renegades. I think that their attacks have been a lot more threatening, at least with their passing speed. A lot of the attempts we're seeing out of Cringe have been off of a demo play, which while remains to be consistent, like we just saw Deca get the demo and it's open. There we go. I was just about to toss some shade at, the demo play saying it's not going to be as effective, but here we go, just shutting me up. What a play.
And it's exactly what Cringe needed to open up the net. There was there's quite a bit of opportunity for Cringe to put shots on target, and they picked the best time when they removed that last defender, and that's what it takes. Just very quick overtime here in game two, and Cringe able to just edge out Renegades here.
And it's interesting because you had seen them go for these plays this entire game. There were multiple chances where, you know, they got a shot on net that stemmed from them getting a demo or them going for a physical play where they got a bump. But nothing was really working out because Renegades defense was very solid and tight on the rotation. They always had a player backing themselves up, being safe with how they were rotating, making sure they had each other's back in case there was a demo that came out. But then, you know, I thought Cringe was going to at least try and switch things up, but they continued with that play style, knew it was going to work as long as they could keep their defense strong, and that's exactly what happened here, Corelli.
It's something that we've seen through most of the teams here in OCE is they're very happy to throw the ball downfield. They're very happy to just boom it away from their side and then deal with the opposition's first touch or the clear back. And you're seeing a good job of it on both sides here. Both teams doing a really good job of dealing with those booms downfield and responding. And that's why we're seeing a low-scoring game here as it's been back and forth. We actually saw a lot less midfield play in this game than we did in the first game, where I feel like there was a bit more space to work with. Players were willing to bring the ball down. And I think that's what's going to open up space here in Game 3 is if players are willing to bring the ball down in midfield and take advantage of that space.
And I mean, we saw that yesterday, day one. Siki actually had a great dribble play where CJ then went for the demo in one of their series. And then also today, Outlast had a fantastic dribble play earlier on that we saw. So I think, you know, you imagine players like Shaw said if he got tossed in here, what he could do and the damage he could make. And speaking of damage, Deca puts a solid one on net after a great pass from Drippe.
Oh, tough shot there from Drippe, but he gets one to go in Sticky. And then again, the follow-up here for Deca is pretty routine off the kickoff as third man, and that opportunity presents itself in the first 5 seconds, and Cringe on the board. Cringe back onto offense here. Torsas lets Kami go once, gets him on the fake. CJ has some space, puts it towards the back wall. No follow-up from Renegades. Siki still trying to fight for it. Now Kami's going to go. CJ, the last man, waiting for that pass to come across, and he's in the box, trying to play it through the defense. It's getting a bit dicey here for Cringe, but Torsas does a great job to clear it up, break up the rhythm that Renegades had.
And it always comes down to Torsas. I've noticed that all throughout day one. He was unstoppable on defense. I don't think I ever saw him really panic whenever he was the one last back, responsible for it, clear. And I mean, for this entire team on Cringe Society, Torsas actually remains the most defensive player. He spends the most time in the back of the field. So for him, whenever he gets put in those situations, he's used to it. He knows how he can control his nerves, how he can, you know, not panic on defense. And he does this all the time where he dribbles to the wall and gets a solid pass out with that clear. So we really rely on him if you're Cringe Society to make that play, and he does it here, but this time it's in the corner of offense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Turley. He's a master with this dominance, and he's a master of setting up his team. Deca at the top of the box there to put it away, and that was all Torsas fighting for that space in the midfield, having presence, and then being able to set up his team. Now a 2-goal lead for Cringe.
Yeah, and I love how he was really close to his teammates, and he still decided to push forward, which just shows the amount of confidence and also his recognition that he could make a great play out of that space because he saw the double commit happening. He saw the tightness of spacing between Renegades and knew that he could make a great play out of it.
So Renegades have some work to do here, down 2-0 with a little over 3 minutes left to play. Kami trying to fight for some space in the midfield. That's a dangerous clear from Deca. 2 go. Sticky's got to put it away. Kami, if he can follow up. Deca a little scared to go, but he has no boost to work with. And Cringe is actually going to get out of this one. Renegades were all over it. Here's Kami, past one. Torsas there to follow up. Shots weak and turned away by Sticky. Follow up from Deca. Doesn't get the best touch and give it back towards Drippe. And CJ plays it to his own corner, trying to slow things down, but Cringe doing a great job quickly following up on every single clear. Here's another one that Deca's going to clean up, finds the back wall. Drippe gets the read. And as soon as you think things are going to formulate for Cringe, the play is immediately broken down and Renegades get out.
Yeah, but it still feels like Cringe Society are slowly chipping away yet again at the Renegades defense. And on the offense, you know, we talked about Siki really being the player who's going to perform and hit a lot of these shots, but through the few opportunities that he's gotten this game, I think he had really one solid one where he could have capitalized off some poor positioning. He didn't find the back of the net So they're failing to really find each other and take advantage of the space.
And both these teams really liking the 1-2 downfield, just a quick pass across and then immediately take the shot. And we've seen a lot of those go in because it catches out the defense. That last man does give a bit of space up. Siki trying to find his way out from his own corner, takes out Deka. Kami trying to control past Torsos. Dripe's shot goes high on the challenge. Deka on the other side. Cringe trying to build upon this lead here. This Renegades defense definitely feeling the pressure. Only 3 shots on the Renegades side to the 5 on Cringe. Here's Deka. Can't keep it. Siki looking for more space. Dripe has some boost to work with, but not enough to catch back up to the ball. Kami takes it away. Less than a minute to go. Renegades looking for some offense here. Siki drops it down to Kami. Shot's going to go wide. Dripe on the clear. CJ trying to keep it alive for Renegades. Dripe does a good job to challenge this one towards the midfield. Picks up some boost and is going to take it himself. Can't carry it past CJ, but he actually side flips and Dripe puts the shot wide as he landed on it. Renegades defense certainly not doing a good job of breaking out from their end right now. Cringe have done a much better job of breaking out and then keeping possession.
I'm getting concerned here for Renegades rotation. There's a lot of times where I'll see 2 players actually rotating back at the same time, and it results in a lot of passes going unanswered. There's been a couple of times here where Renegades, one of their players has made a great pass out. This final 10 seconds now, let's see if they can replicate that pass and see if somebody's there to at least finish it or put a shot on net. So far, it doesn't look like it's going to even happen as they go down, don't even score in this game, and Cringe Society take the lead.
And Turtle, we talked about it. Cringe was going to need a game to get into this one, but ever since game 1, Cringe has looked better and better. And Renegades definitely needed to figure out how to break out from their end, keep possession, then put some dangerous shots on target. Because right now, I don't think Cringe was really tested at all during this game.
It's a totally different series too than what we saw yesterday, right? Whenever what was the match between Renegades and Ground Zero? Actually, a lot of the goals in that series, Renegades got a bunch of free shots on net. All they were doing was just playing the punishing game, and they didn't really have to, formulate any creative chances where they had a great solo play or they went for a really solid passing play that made the defense break down. It was just them playing that punishing role and finding open nets. And for Cringe Society, their defense is too strong, and their offense is even better with passes like that from Torsos, where you can break out of your own offense and beat 2 players to the ball. Things like that are really what's helping Cringe take the lead. They're not getting these punishing goals, but instead they're really breaking out of their own end with fantastic passes and, frankly, more creative plays.
Well, and we talked about the presence that Torsos brings, and I feel like that presence is most felt in the midfield, just winning challenges, even on the counter attack. Torsos does a great job of forcing 2 players to come to him and challenge him on the ball, especially through the midfield. And I think that he buys so much time and so much space for Cringe that they're able to lock in their opponents on their final third.
And he's the veteran. Torsos, we've seen him at the RLCS World stage. This man knows how to handle the nerves, and he has an interesting play style. Torsos, I think, amongst a lot of the players in OCE, you can definitely distinct his play style among others to be unique. And here's a great chance as Deka, what a save then! Off the post, he finally gets that last second touch and prevents any early goal or start for Renegades.
And that would have been a huge goal for Renegades if they got one right off the rip here. As they still are pressuring, this is a dangerous ball. If CJ can get up to it, didn't have a lot of boost to work with. Deka gonna try and clear it away. But already a good start for Renegades. They can put it away. CJ shot again. Deka does a great job on the save. Sicky's gonna put one off the crossbar, and the defense of Cringe in shambles right now. Dripe has got to do the same. CJ still trying to keep the attack on for Renegades as it's a dangerous ball. Deka not the best touch, but Renegades not quick on it, and those are the looks that you have to finish for Renegades, but you got to give credit to Deka on the defensive end.
Oh, 100%, and also Dripe in the back of the net. He got that final save to just edge out the offense of Renegades. He didn't have any boost to take. They were getting starved. And like you said, Corelli, those are the moments where you need to either implement a demo or somebody's got to make a great pass across where you can open up a shooting lane. Because you have the pressure, you have the possession, but then where is the setup that we've been waiting for?
It'd be a real shame on Renegade's side if they gave up a goal here in the next minute or so, knowing how many chances. They've already had 5 shots here this game to the 0 of Cringe. It's some of their best looks they've had all series, and they couldn't put it away. Here's Torsas. Just throws it towards net. Kami puts it downfield. Drippe to intercept. And Deka actually cuts out DJ on the third man and puts one away for Cringe.
The one time we see them start to get some offensive pressure, they strike and they do it well. Look at Deka, the speed in midfield. And that is just a sign of desperation for Renegades. You can see that defender trying to get at least a piece of that ball to keep the pressure forward. They knew that they had a chance to get a couple of goals in there, and they were so anxious for it, but they couldn't find anything. Cringe just take advantage of that, know they're eager, and then capitalize really on a lot of space.
It's not the first time we've seen the third man beat on the Renegade side. Cringe just playing at a pace right now. It's been tough to keep up with, but CJ gets one back for Renegades.
And there we go. That's how it's done off a demo. That's Kami just basically becoming a hunter, looking for that goalkeeper. And it's plays like this that I talked about. You either need to get the demo where the possession, the pressure will finally turn into a goal, or a solid pass. And that time, Kami decided to go for the demo, and it worked well.
So everything all tied up. Renegades able to fight back, even with all the opportunity they had early. They sit at an even score line here. Drippe trying to fight back and put Renegades back on the defensive side. Here's Torsas. Chasing downfield, couldn't catch up to Kami's touch, and it goes back to the Cringe corner. Here's Deka now. Siki on a good challenge, comes out to CJ, but immediately dunked by Drippe. Cringe on the counter. If they can put it together here, Drippe is going to go for a demo. Torsas and Deka try to make things happen, but the defense of Renegades does well to slow up the attack.
See if it's going to fall then short to a demo, or maybe a good passing play as they try to get their defense more organized. And so far, what I'm seeing out of Cringe Society, I mean, their defense looks like some of the best, if not the best right now in OCE in this tournament. So you have to wonder how Renegades are going to continue to break down that defense, or are they going to get caught off guard with another midfield shot that goes in on an open net?
We've said it a few times, Cringe just do such a good job of winning those important touches in the midfield. Here's a touch from Kami that Torsas gets up to. But it really is what Cringe used as a catalyst to get onto offense, those midfield touches. As you can see, just commanding the airspace all the way downfield. Nobody from Renegades even contesting the passing play. Torsas, back wall, Deka half attempt at it. Now dribble, got one to beat past Drippe, and a 1-goal lead for Renegades.
There's the man we've been waiting to hear from at least all series long. It's Siki off a great dribble. Look at the way he caught that ball, carried it around. Superb control from him. Siki, let's see if that can start something here and bleed through the rest of the series here. I definitely think Siki is that player who's gonna get those solo plays, gonna go for those dribbles like we just saw, where he can open up the defense. And that time it wasn't off a demo play, it was off of great mechanical showing.
And it was a name that we called out in game 1 from his performances earlier yesterday. And the entire team of Renegades has been quiet, but Siki in particular, really haven't seen too much of him. So he finally gets involved here and gives his team the lead. 30 seconds left. Drippe trying to fight back for Cringe. Great pass down to Deka, left side shot, and beautifully executed by Cringe.
I mean, what a sensational pass from Drippe. He takes that little hit to the side of the wall so he knows he can keep possession, and then bangs it off the corner right out into the midfield on top of the box. You know that Deka's waiting there, assuming the pass is going to come out from Drippe. The respect is given to him, and then the pass really, like I said, executed flawlessly.
And so a tie game coming up on 20 seconds left, and Cringe looking to add to their number here on offense. Drippe, good challenge. Kami's clear goes right into the hands of Sticky. Can he beat Deca once again? Trying to go around him. CJ cut. Trying to go to the right side flick. Couldn't do it. Maybe one more try for Sticky. Tries to fight for it in the midfield, and it might just die there. A 2-2 overtime here in game 4.
And I'm getting a little bit scared now for Cringe Society's defense. While it has been fantastic this entire game, they're leaving somebody alone on the backfield quite a few times at least, where we've seen somebody from Renegades go for that dribble, where they might be able to break down that last defender. And you never want to put somebody in that situation if you can help it on your team.
Renegades knocking on the door here. Kami now Sticky for the shot, and it was taken away by Drippe. CJ trying to keep the play alive, but it'll die if Deca can get over him. Renegades another couple good looks here. Now 12 shots to the 3 of Cringe. Great touch there from Deca to push it to the Renegades side. Cringe want to put Renegades on this match point. Such a crucial game. Sticky can't catch up to it. Kami trying to fight for it. CJ couldn't get over. That ball came down too quickly. The counter. A chance here for Cringe that they could put something together. Drippe lets this one go over his head. Everyone from Renegades gets back. Drippe gets a touch from Deca as we're over a minute here and overtime. Torsos just pops up. Deca on the shot. It's a wide open net from the demo from Drippe, and a minute and 18 seconds and the win to Cringe.
Cringe Society get a little bit of revenge as Drippe. It was a pre-flip demo. Actually, if you saw it in the back right of this corner of the screen, you can see Drippe was just flipping and randomly landed on the player of Renegades. And really, the name of the game is quality over quantity. They only had 4 shots to the 12 of Renegades, and you know that it's got to be frustrating for Renegades when they're always on offense. They always have the possession, but the quality of shots that we're seeing out of Cringe are so much better. The passes, I think about that Drippe corner pass out to Deca. That was such a beautiful sight to watch unfold. So I'm really excited to see if Renegades can kind of slow things down and go for a more, I guess, thoughtful approach. And dribbles like this are a great way to start it out.
Well, and I'm not disagreeing with you here, Turtle, but I do think also Renegades just had a lot of missed opportunity, missed chances. I mean, You go back to the beginning of the game, there was also some mid-game flurry of shots that they had. I mean, like you said, 12 shots coming out from Renegades, and they couldn't put more than 2 away. When we know that they had the defense on the back foot and had the defense beat, quite frankly, from Cringe, and they just couldn't put up more goals, it comes back to bite them here in this game.
Yeah, and there were even more chances. Sticky actually was able to capitalize there. We saw in the replays and the highlights. One of those dribbles that he got, that goal that he got, we actually saw that same exact play later on in the game. And I was waiting to see if maybe we keep seeing that where somebody would be last back. And there were definitely more chances, like you said, Corelli, where you could have gone for a dribble, could have at least find a solid shot or even a better pass out, but they just didn't have the mechanics, it felt like, to really put it in front of the net or create the best opportunity possible. So let's see if things are going to start working out more for Renegades, as they need to pick things up so much more here against a team that I think they should have at least won that last game. That was a game that Renegades should have definitely won, or at least come closer to, and not let run away with Renegades or with Cringe side.
No, you're absolutely right. And that was exactly what I was about to say, was that was the winnable game there for Renegades.
100%.
And that was the performance that you would expect from them, or that you would want from them to come out and win a game, but they didn't convert, and that was the biggest problem. So it is about conversion going into this next game, because I don't think they didn't have a poor performance there in that last game. It was really just about putting the ball away.
Yeah.
So for Renegades, sure, are there things to work on the defensive end side of things? Of course. There's no doubt about that. Cringe have definitely exposed their defense quite a bit, but you have to put away your chances when they rise.
Yeah, we got to talk about the carry from Deca on defense that we've been seeing out this entire series. I mean, his saves on the goal line have been so last second, to the point where we assume always that Renegades are going to finally get the goal that they've been waiting on getting. And then Deca just comes out with this incredible save out of nowhere. So let's see if he can continue that trend where he's just been getting every save left and right. Torsos with the great clears, and hopefully we'll see more great passes out of Drippe.
Big miss there. from the Renegade side's defense, but they are able to at least not have an oncoming shot immediately. Torsas, good read from Kami's touch. DJ trying to find Kami on the pre-flip. Drippe and Cringe already on the attacking side of things as the defense getting spread out here from Renegades. It's the start you want from Cringe. And like you said, Turtle, they didn't have a lot of shots, but a lot of the shots that they did have were dangerous opportunities, and I think that's really where Cringe shined.
I mean, everything was just so really well thought out. And look at the plays like that from Drippe where he's taking it slower. Knows how he can approach the ball, maybe go for a better 50, as that's a great shooting opportunity from Siki, where again, we would expect a better shot that's not just kind of tapped down to the defense of Cringe Society. Instead, Siki, you got to go for a hard-hitting shot. Even if you go above the net, it's better than just giving away possession with a weaker hit.
And immediately punished downfield. Torsas to clean things up. The defense from Renegades, it was a good touch there from Drippe on the challenge, but that defense from Renegades were just flying in the air and no chance on the shot from Torsas.
And that's so frustrating to see. Renegades, you're thinking right now that they should have gotten that first goal. I'm looking at the offense, what we've seen so far, they have had better pressure, better chances in front, at least more opportunities, and the shooting is just not nearly on par with Cringe.
So Cringe take a 1-0 lead as they look to close out the series here, but plenty of time for Renegades to get back into it, unless they give up another one as Deca has another open net to shoot on.
And they're just breaking down the defense here with a bad touch from Siki out of the midfield. Then Kami and CJ both double commit. Maybe somebody who was more aggressive was expecting a banger hit from Siki where it would just go all the way downfield. Somebody could redirect, but it was weaker. Then they both double commit out of panic. And we see another punishing goal from Cringe where, like you said, Corelli, in the last goal, they were just kind of flying around on the defensive Renegades.
Oh, what a touch here from Siki to get his team back into it. And this is what they needed off the kickoff. Great beat here from CJ and the defense from Cringe. Still rotating back. Deca almost had the read from Siki, but the finesse to put it down towards net.
Yeah.
Renegades needed that one.
And that's the shooting we want to see out of Siki. We're waiting on him. We have all our eyes on his shooting. How is he going to really place that ball into the net? And that time he did it beautifully. You saw him go for the bottom half where it would go under the defender. Then CJ, here we go. Better speed, better passing. Renegades looking like a different team.
So maybe some new life into this team, and they need it now. A touch from Siki to space, buys his team some time. Deca looking for the pass to the right, has Torsas. Looking for that back wall, and it does come clean off it. Kami couldn't get the read. Follow up there from Torsas off of Drippe's touch, and a 2-goal lead back open for Cringe.
And this is one of those rare instances where Drippe, if he had gotten that shot on net, Kami would have saved it 100%. So you're hopeful, or you're thankful right now. If you're his teammates, Torsas, you're so happy that he missed that shot so you could clean it up, because Kami had that save in the bag. He had to go for it without a doubt. And thankfully, it just bounced off the post or the backboard, excuse me, and they're there to clean it up.
Unfortunately, it goes all the way back to Kami's missed touch off the back wall as well. Torsas blasted it, and they couldn't get the read on the Renegade side. Some miscalculations and punished immediately here from Cringe, as they've done a pretty good job of punishing Renegades. Here's a touch made by Torsas off the post. And everyone rotating out for Renegades.
Things looking so dire for Renegades. This is match point for Cringe Society to send them into the grand finals. And they'll get that first game advantage. This is such an important match now for Renegades to win, to put away these chances. And they can't be letting simple mistakes on defense slip them up. And then a flip reset from Deca. Oh my goodness.
Almost able to put it away as it comes off the crossbar. Still the attack on for Cringe here as Drippe is trying to navigate in the Renegades corner. Siki able to get away, but Deca with a huge flip reset there. Just a bit high. Now the defense pushed up a little bit too far from Renegades as they race back. Torsas tumbling in the Renegades corner as the Renegades quickly counter downfield. Not a bad touch here from Kami, but read by Drippe. Deca goes up for it, couldn't get it. Siki forced to make the save. Cringe trying to build upon this lead as Torsas has some opportunity to make it so. This ball comes down to Drippe, left side shot, and the defense holds strong. Time running out though for Renegades. Big bump here on Kami. The net's open. CJ gets the demo at least on Deca. Here's Drip A. Tries to land on it. Torsauce. Happy to just pop this one away to keep it from the Renegades. The shot goes high. Biz touch, and Torsauce is going to put it away. 3-goal lead with 37 seconds left.
Cringe Society is just totaling the defense of Renegades, breaking it down bit by bit. As this game has progressed, it's gotten worse and worse for Renegades. You know that they've been frustrated with their defensive positioning. They're all over each other. We've seen double commits happen. And then the worst part of this all, if you're a Renegades fan, is that Cringe Society haven't broken their rotation. They've been right there to punish them every single time, Corelli.
Punishment has been thorough here from Cringe as they are marching to a 4-1 victory here in this series and a spot in the grand finals. Not a lot of time left, and it's almost impossible at this point. 10 seconds left. No way can Renegades come back down 3 goals with the pressure that they're feeling and how good Cringe is playing at the moment. Cringe will move on to the grand finals with a 1-game lead in the series and send Renegades to the lower bracket.
That new pickup of Deca is proving to be so valuable and probably one of the most important decisions they've ever made right now as this team moves on to the grand finals, like you said, Corelli. A huge performance from them, a stellar showing, most importantly from their defense, and they just didn't break at all with their rotation. I mean, they let up like maybe 1 or 2 really easy goals for Renegades, but that's it.
And I mean, we kind of talked about it. I mean, it was a slow start from Cringe, but they got going. They picked up the pace, and I think they outpaced Renegades throughout this series. After game 1, it felt like Cringe just had their number, locked them in, and Renegades left their defensive third open quite a bit. And like you talked about, Turtle, the punishment came out from Cringe. They were there every single time.
And not only did they have the punishing goals, they also had the great passing plays where, you know, Drippe in the corner, I keep thinking back to that one play. And even in this game, he had 3 assists. A great job of being there when it matters. And then the miss on the net where he actually set up Torsauce. It's plays like that from Drippe where he's playing kind of that second man where somebody's there for the pass and then finally somebody rotating in as that third man can come in and clean up after him. So they've got everything set in stone with their play style, with who's doing what, with Torsauce being defensive, Deca going for those offensive plays, and then Drippe filling in with the passes. These guys are going to look scary in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And they will have a 1-game lead in the grand finals. So we got more Rocket League coming up. Stay with us after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
Coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need it, I need it. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need it. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Leafx. Alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman joined back. Cringe Society plows through the Renegades. This was a much faster-paced match than I think we've seen throughout the day. It looks like the teams are starting to warm up as they wake up throughout the rest of the day. But Cringe Society, Gibbs just taking Renegades out of this one. I guess ending the streak then.
And LeafX, for your knowledge, I think we lost your audio. I think it's coming out on stream, so I was hoping to let you finish your statement. Hopefully we got it through. But Yummy, this series was a big surprise. Even though Renegades maybe on day one didn't look that great, you expected them to bounce back here, but that was not the story at all. Cringe Society, they've played them 8 times now this season. This is the first time they get the win versus Renegades.
Well, outside of RLCS in league play where they 3-0'd them. So it seems that maybe Renegades can't perform when the pressure is highest, and you know, it's bit them right here. But for Cringe Society, they want to play that game where they stick in the offense. So do Renegades, but Cringe Society did it so much better. You saw them getting that ball in the other half. They were stealing boost. They were disrupting the play. And even if we look back to yesterday and Renegades not having a strong defense, it was similar today when it came to Renegades and Cringe Society. When Cringe put them on the defense, they looked like they were struggling. It looked like they were panicking. They were sending multiple people to the ball. At one point, Kami bumps Siki out of the way of a save. And it's that defense, I think, that they're really struggling on and really going to have to work on if they want to get back into that grand final.
This was a very defensive series. Low shots per game for both teams. But you got Deca and Torosal shooting 44%. That was the difference maker. We have Drippe. He had 0% shooting, but got all the assists. Was a huge playmaker for the team to set up quality chances. Now, some of that was Cringe doing it themselves. But again, Renegades defense, a lot of poor touches off the back wall or going for those clears. It just didn't work out for them. Cringe Society, though, they capitalized on all those mistakes. A convincing 4-1 win. And now they're in the grand finals. That one game advantage is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, and I think it was a strong performance as well. I questioned Drippe at the very beginning of the tournament. He came back from NA, and since then hasn't looked like the Drippe, the monster, the person that everybody was scared of, especially in terms of his striking ability. And with Deca on the team, he's a massive striker too. In fact, he, of this season, was that guy everyone was scared of in terms of his striking. And Drippe came in and started to fill more of a playmaker role. He's working in really well with Deca.
And now we have, as Gibbs said, Cringe Society into the grand finals with that 1-game advantage. Definitely where you want to be in this bracket. Renegades down in that lower bracket. A little bit of defense to work on, but they'll have some time to think about that because we have a match to get to before we get back to the Renegades. And that, of course, is going to be Fury versus Canberra Havoc. And this is a best of 5 again, so a little less time to adjust if someone starts off slow. But right now, coming into this series, we just saw both these teams coming off a 3-1 victory to get into this position here. We know for Canberra, this is just, as you mentioned, above and beyond what they expected, taking out ground zero. But for Fury, this is expected positioning, and I'm sure they would like to go a little bit further as well. And I think for you, Yummy, you actually had Fury at the beginning as that team that you wanted in that top 3.
Yeah, I wanted them. I like them. They're great sportsmen, and they are, you know, getting better and better at the game every single week, which is always promising. It shows that they are putting in that work. And honestly, they are the favorites here. Now, all of a sudden, I've been doubting them throughout the tournament as well, saying, okay, they're upsettable. They're still upsettable because Canberra Havoc just took down ground zero. Now they're at a spot again, like they were in playoffs, where they can prove to me and the rest of the region and the world that they belong in that top 3, top 4 scenario.
This is going to be fun, though, because I really liked what I saw from Outlast and Steve. It felt like when they had space, like Outlast would make incredible plays. We keep talking about that dribble where he dribbles around all ground zeros. But the plays I liked where he would go for a dribble, he passed it off the back wall, so he beat one, passes out to a teammate, but all in the same motion, he also bumps another player from ground zero. So it's not always him trying to beat them all. He's trying to set up his teammates as well. It really seems like he came into this tournament as this solo player that we didn't expect to see him be a team player, but he's really elevated his game. Like, even if he doesn't think so at times through his interviews, but he has been that shining light for me of like that big surprise from OCE, where I could see that talent going really far in season 10 and beyond.
And imagine if he actually put some practice time in.
Well, we're going to find out now if Fury versus Canberra Havoc, who's going to win? Best of 5, who's going to move on? Let us know your thoughts. The hashtag RL Spring Series, 3 more matches to go. So let's dive into this one.
A match, and the winner gets to play Renegades later on here. Canberra Havoc and Fury, both in the losers bracket here. Fury lost to Cringe Society, while Canberra Havoc had actually just coming off a win against Ground Zero, one of the favorites here in this tournament. Turtle, that's got to be huge for Canberra Havoc.
Yeah, definitely. And I agree here with Gibbs. I think that, these guys on Canberra Havoc have a lot of potential here to really make a legacy for themselves. And I think that whenever we're talking about who in OCE has potential to really pop off and become a fierce name, it's going to be these guys. But Fury, man, these guys are in a great spot. And I think that you just have to focus on playing your play style, making sure you're not slipping up on defense and giving away easy goals. And I think that if Kenny Salmon, a player who I have loved watching, is proving himself again with these insane passes, setting up his teammates, and being one of the best support roles right now in OCE, I think that Fury have probably the better chance here.
And I've enjoyed the plays of Amphis as well. He's done a great job being that point man downfield. And Fury have done a great job utilizing him. To your point, Kenny Salmon has been a huge factor in that. See if Fury can get things going here against Canberra Havoc, who of course are coming off that big win against Ground Zero. So they certainly have taken out one of the stronger teams here in this tournament, but they've got to keep that going. They still have, of course, their opposition here in this series, and then they would have to play Renegades and Cringe Society as well. So the road doesn't really get much easier here for either team.
There's a lot of nerves on the line. I liked what Yummy said on the desk a couple segments ago, where he discussed the idea that, you know what, Canberra, they've already made it farther than their expectations. They're just playing at this point with everything really to gain and nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Fury, I mean, these guys did so well in playoffs, and they're trying to fight off a lot of the prejudices against them, where people say, they don't have really what it takes. It was just a lucky season. These guys aren't really, on par with, maybe Renegades or Cringe Society or even Ground Zero. So let's see if they can fight a lot of those haters and see what they have to offer.
Let's see if they can indeed, as the first minute and a half come and gone here. Fury on the attack. Amphis doesn't get the read, and Kenny Salmon has to let it go. The duck to clear it downfield. Steve, the shot's going to be high and cleared away by Kenny Salmon.
Love that save from Kenny. He was in a really scary situation where he's last man back. He has to decide whether or not he wants to rotate in and go for that challenge, but instead he goes back to net. Very hard decision to make. And so far, both teams really just fighting each other's defense, see who's going to break first.
Steve trying to follow up on his touch from the wall. Scarth has opportunity to get around. That shot's wide. Follow from Amphis is there, and nobody can get back in front of the net. Fury on the board first.
More passing plays out of Scarth this time instead of Kenny. And this time, it really bounced off the wall. He then went for a kamikaze play, got in the way, and basically allowed himself to get demoed. A beautiful sacrifice and an even greater goal there as he bounced it off the 50 in defense, and then a great pass out to Amphis.
When these teams, met in the LPL here in Season 9, it was a Game 5 to decide these two teams, so very close. That one went in favor of Fury. We expect that here. This one is, of course, a best of 5. Amphis and Kenny trying to combine to push this one towards the midfield, and Scarth was waiting for it. Fury doing a great job of controlling and locking down this Canberra Havoc team right now. Steve trying to navigate through the midfield. The Duck, he's up first. He's got options. Outlast waiting to see how this one pans out. The Duck doesn't get a second touch, and a booming clear from Amphis.
I'm not too impressed with that decision, though, from Leduc, where he had so much space in the air. He did try to go for a flip reset. But in that situation, I think the safest bet is to just bang it off the backboard and hope a teammate's there to recover and receive a pass. Not the best idea. You're looking to set up your teammates. But so far, I mean, like you said, Corelli, this has been all Fury just controlling the pace, having shots on net where you're forcing that last man to make a diving save. That's 2 back-to-back there from Canberra as they hold on, but still trailing by 1.
Yeah, exactly to your point, Turtle. A lot of stretched out saves here from Canberra right now. It's been tough for them to break out. Fury have done such a good job as Amphis almost dunks it in. They've done such a good job of just locking them down. This midfield has been tough for Canberra Havoc to break out. Coming up on a minute left. Canberra now have 6 saves here in this game. 9 shots in favor of Fury, and they're looking to add to their total. It's up to Steve to clear it away. Outlast gets a second touch towards the midfield. Steve can't catch up to it. And Kenny can't get that touch. Amphis is going to have to go back to his own corner. A smart play in that situation. Not a lot of options as the ball went past him, or rather he went past the ball. And Fury would be happy to sit on this 1-goal lead. And in these moments, you know, the pressure's not really on you. That's a tough touch from Outlast and from Fury to get the save. But it's all on Canberra right now. Can they put a shot on target? Leduc's shot is high. Steve to follow up. Shot over Kenny. And it's a tie game with 24 seconds.
Back-to-back chances. Leduc had an open net here to shoot on, or not an open net, sorry, but a shot where if he found that corner, it would have gone in. But he's even more thankful that he could have set up Steve with an easier shot. You saw the defender there. I think that was Kenny Annette, who had to get that diving save, or at least had to force himself out, hoping the shot would be on target and he'd get a touch, but nothing came out. And Havoc managed to pull themselves back in here.
The offense really coming alive for Canberra,
no.
but Amphis gonna find an open net. Nobody back from Canberra Havoc.
The rotation just completely stopped here. I'm trying to figure out. All 3 players were stuck in that corner. And I'm not sure who was that third man who forced himself also into that 50, expecting somebody to go back. But instead, since it didn't go their way, you've got Fury there to capitalize. And that is a rough goal to give up, especially that this isn't a best of 7. This is a best of 5 to get yourselves into the losers final. So giving away goals like that, you just can't let that happen.
One more maybe to add here is Canberra's got to keep this up, and it will be one more, but in favor of Fury to go up 3-1 and take game 1.
And this could have been a game where Canberra really stole the win, because I thought they were starting to pick things up and they started getting some offensive pressure and things were getting shaky from Fury, but then they just broke down in the final seconds. It could have come down to the nerves. And I think back to that interview with Outlast that we just saw in the segment after they won, where he was just saying he didn't even know what to say. He was so excited. He was also pretty nervous about getting the W there and just making it this far. So I guess controlling nerves and making sure that, you know, once you do have some security, you don't just lose it and lose that grit.
Well, and, you know, you pointed out Kenny Salmon to be a player to look out for, and I was really impressed with kind of the game management that he showed us here, locking in the opposition to their own end and just, you know, reading the options that the other team has. He sees where the Canberra players are, and he takes the best course of action depending on what they can do with the ball. And that's what kept Fury on the attacking third for a lot of that first half of game 1. And it's why they were able to put up 12 shots here in this game. And I think he was a huge component, even at the bottom of the leaderboard here, huge component in their win in game 1.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because really all throughout that first game, at least for most of the pressure that Fury was able to put on, it was them getting in front of that person in the midfield that was on the side of Canberra, where they were trying to continue that possession forward and get in another pass that would pop up so they could keep pushing forward. But then, like you said, there were players like Kenny, Scarth, and Amphis, all of them infiltrating the midfield, getting in front and making sure they could keep possession. And it's all about that initial touch. Even going for a 50 in midfield instead of pushing all the way back to your corner, if you can just get a touch in the midfield and slow down the opposition, that is so valuable to your defense and giving them time to breathe.
And a great start here from Fury. Quick start as well. We've seen a lot of teams start slow in this tournament, but Fury comes out guns a-blazing here. Steve trying to start things off for Canberra. If they can get things going, Steve on the follow-up, the missed touch from the defense of Fury, and a great way to start for Canberra Havoc.
Now we see mistakes on the side of Kenny Salmon, where he needed to get a touch. He went for a little bit of a pinch play and didn't expect it to roll up, maybe bounce off the backboard. Instead, like I said, it just rolled completely up, got a missed touch And that's a freebie you're giving right there to Canberra.
What a way to start off game 2. They needed the offense to get going. They needed to put Fury on the back foot, and they do so in the first 15 seconds. You know the offense you're going to get with Fury, at least from game 1. You're going to want to lock you in. That's not the best touch. It never comes, and Leduc can't make the save. Amph is going to get credit in a tie game.
And it's another defensive mistake, but this time, on the side of Canberra, where somebody needs to get a touch there in the corner. Nothing came out, and if it did at all, it was way too weak for Canberra. And these are 2 mistakes really from both teams, so it feels like now the game is officially starting. Everybody got their mistakes out the way, and now we can continue on.
You know how dangerous those clean balls coming off the back wall, even off a missed touch, so dangerous for the defensive side of things because you don't have anyone to follow up on the shot, and the opposition can get so much power. They have a lot to choose from once it eliminates one player and comes out to the middle of the field. Here's Scarth trying to get over to Amphis. He does, but Steve stops it up. Steve with no boost, just trying to push this one along. The Duck gets a bit of a pinch to roll around. He tried to follow it up. Amphis taking his time into his own corner. Tried to take the challenge on Outlast. Here's Kenny, uncontested. Now the Duck. It's the midfield, and this one will pop up. Steve will try to get to it. Is it still a free ball, loose ball at least in the midfield? Scarth trying to follow up, couldn't get over it. Almost had Outlast beat. Here's a shot coming down from Kenny. Outlast still staying with it. Fury putting on that offense once again, and Canberra able to survive the storm for now.
I love that aggression from Scarth, but what a touch from Amphis, though. He drops it down. That was almost a great setup there for his teammates. But I love that touch there from Scarth that I was talking about earlier. The aggression to lead into a nice 50 to pop out for your teammates. They're really the team that's opening up a lot better chances, at least for each other. And that's a great demo then on Outlast, but nothing too threatening at all from Canberra. They can't even really seem to transition out of their own end.
The Duck did a good job of reading that shot as well. The Fury are putting on some offense here. It's going to come out to Amphis, and Leduc has to go. And he does get the clear. Steve in pursuit down the line. Leduc now his turn as everyone committing there from Canberra. And this shot is going to go all the way downfield. Everyone was pushed so far up from Canberra Havoc, and they're punished.
This is the exact same goal, and if we're paying attention, Kenny Salmon, I'm looking through his perspective, he's actually got a bump there on the player that might have been able to get a challenge and stop that cross-pitch shot from going on net, maybe get in the way of the angle. But like I said, this is the exact same type of goal that gave Fury the win and the lead in the previous game. So mistakes where everybody's pushing up way too aggressive, and another double touch there attempt from Outlast as Canberra need to try to put one on and at least tie this game up.
And he had the defense beat there. He didn't need a double touch. He could just put it on target. And Fury, as Leduc gets a big bump on Kenny Salmon, he's racing back. Steve couldn't get around it. Another opportunity there for Canberra. Steve to pop it up. Can't chase after it. Scarth plays it over to Amphis. Big clear over to Kenny Salmon. Double top opportunity. If he gets over to it, Kenny Salmon puts it down and gives his team a 2-goal lead.
The clear all the way across the field to Kenny with a gorgeous double touch. He uses the bottom end of his card to just drop it straight down. He was so high up in the air. Kenny making it look so easy. What a play from Fury.
And that is how you get a 2-goal lead. 5 shots just alone from Kenny Salmon, 6 in total for Fury. Amphis getting the only other shot. What a play from Kenny Salmon. We've talked about him quite a bit, and that's one of the biggest plays he's made, at least in this series.
And that time he wasn't the one setting it up. He was the one putting in the shot, which is refreshing to see. Knowing that he's a player of versatility, he can do it all. He can shoot and pass. And then on defense, he's made some fantastic saves. So Kenny Salmon definitely proving himself here in this series.
Absolutely. And time certainly running out here for Canberra. Outlast. Hits this ball backwards as Kenny Salmon tried to get around it. A little bit more power would have maybe give the defense a little bit more trouble. Steve just trying to force the 50 here as he pushes it down. The Duck following it up. Some bumps coming through. Outlast couldn't catch up to it. Scarth to push it away for Fury. Less than a minute to go. Canberra Such an important game here, already down one, and a follow-up there. Everyone going from Fury, and it's Scarf to put it away for a 3-goal lead.
And I love this touch, this backflip from Scarf to get a moon flick all the way over the goal. And then even 2 players were committing on that shot. But Scarf says, you know what, I set myself up. I don't want anybody else taking credit for this. They get an extra goal then to top it all off as Fury looked to move into the game, to the 3rd game with so much confidence.
Yeah, and almost another one there from Amphis as they just want to pile it on at this point. And Fury have looked good here in this series, and I'm a bit surprised, especially from what we saw from Canberra Havoc earlier today against Ground Zero. I thought they played a phenomenal series against them, and they just come out a bit flat. And I wouldn't even say they come out slow. It really is just a flat showing here from Canberra. Not a lot of offense, nothing too special we're seeing from them. They're just trying to weather the storm. And I think Fury have done a great job of putting them on the back foot.
I completely agree. I think their game plan coming into this was, okay, look, let's try and really clean up our defense, make sure that we aren't giving away a lot of free goals. And that hasn't even been the case itself either. You know, they're going for a simple approach to this game and to their play style, but then they're also being way too over-aggressive. There's been 2 goals so far this series where they've just been caught with everyone forward. And that's all the momentum that's been given to Fury, is those goals have really been the game changer for Fury to help them get the momentum back in their favor.
You heard about Outlast here in his interview, and just what the desk was talking about. I do worry about some nerves maybe coming out for Canberra, at least for a few of the players. But for Fury right now, it is full steam ahead. They have looked great. All 3 players contributing. Kenny Salmon having a massive game here, and they put Canberra on match point at this point. Remember, best of 5 here in the losers bracket. So big deal here for Fury as they're looking to move on.
Yeah, and for Fury, I think these guys are very hungry right now. I mean, Ground Zero is out of the tournament, so they don't have to worry about getting swept. I mean, I think back to the playoffs of RLCS Season 9, where they got swept in best of 7s twice in the playoffs against Ground Zero. So right now, I mean, they're thinking to themselves, they got a chance here against a team who had their kryptonite, who was their kryptonite, excuse me. So they've been doing well, and it's been the way that they have been able to not only punish, but then also put in fantastic shots. So they've got it all. They've got Kenny Salmon, you know, going for setups, but also finishing shots. And then they've also been able to know whenever the other team, Canberra Havoc, is pushing up way too fast, they can put an easy cross pitch clear into the net and then gain even more momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have seen that happen plenty of times throughout this series. And I think Fury really, too many easy goals. But you're just realizing that Fury has done a great job of figuring out what Canberra Havoc do. And they've done a great job of exposing the defense so far throughout this series. But they got to go through them one more time here in this game. The last 2 times these teams met, it was Game 5. So it has been close series in the past, but right now Fury just seem to be playing on a different level.
Yeah, and Renegades are waiting for the winner of this series in the losers finals. Let's see who really is going to show up here in Game 3 as Fury have all the momentum, all the strength right now in this series. And I've got to think to myself, I want to see more dribble plays, more control out of Canberra. I mean, they're getting stomped right now in possession and with dealing with that defense organization. They feel like they're all over the place and they can't push out.
Yeah, you have seen that quite a bit, and I think that is just from the pace that Fury is playing with right now. They've done a great job of spreading that defense and making it tough for them to stay with the play and eventually just boost starving them and taking advantage that way. So you get a new life here in Game 3, but it's your last one if you're Canberra Havoc, or possibly your last one if you can win a couple games. The Duck gets one under, and Scarth has to clean up for Fury. Kenny Salmon has Amphis downfield. It's uncontested touch. Back to Kenny Salmon, shot on target, and a great passing play to start things off for Fury.
These two have been building their chemistry all tournament long. Kenny to Amphis, Amphis back to Kenny. The passing plays between these two. It's been a treat to watch unfold as this tournament has progressed, and I love to see plays like that back and forth between Fury, and this time it's Kenny again being that player who's supporting, you know, Amphis, who's so far up, and it's just been so nice to watch currently. I love what I'm seeing here between these two players.
Yeah, I mean, we see from Amphis, he's such a weapon when you're able to utilize him downfield. He finds the space, and you know he's going to set you up, or he's going to take the shot himself this time gave it back to Kenny Salmon. They did a great job to combine downfield, and it was a beautiful goal from Fury, really. You can't ask much more from them, as the defense from Canberra were just left watching them play downfield. A great pass here from Kenny Salmon. Scarp off the backboard, gets a couple touches, and Amphis crept up a bit too far as that one's cleared out. Kenny Salmon just trying to slow things down, and they'll go back in Canberra's possession.
There's almost no aerial presence, though, from Canberra whatsoever. A lot of these clears out of Fury have been to their own teammates where nobody's even challenging them. I've been waiting for somebody to be aggressive on Canberra, get that pace where they can meet them in the air, but they're just playing so passive where they don't even want to challenge somebody in there, and they'd rather just give them the space, which is dangerous because it gives opportunities not only for Amphis to do his thing, but also Kenny to go for some double touches. But that's a great shot on net, saved away there by Kenny, but things are starting to heat up, though.
Yeah, you've seen this a couple times from Canberra. They're just trying to catch out the defense by throwing some tough shots hit with pace. They get that power behind that dominance, and it does catch out the defense from time to time. Fury, happy to see that one come off the crossbar and out. That's really been the best look that Canberra's had in this game, at least. Fury have done a good job of pushing them off, especially through the midfield. Clear here from Kenny. Amphis was waiting on the back wall of Canberra Havoc, but it never came. Scarth, lots of time to play with here as Outlast just watched him follow up, and Kenny's going to put it down, saved away by Leduc. But you really can't afford to give that time and space to Fury.
And it's almost like it's a game plan that they have been trying to integrate into their style, where they're being more passive and letting Fury have the ball more, thinking that they're not going to do much with it. But as we've seen, you know, Amphis and Kenny, they are too lethal to give space. You cannot afford to let them have a lot of shots on net or even go for some passing plays between the two, because it's most likely going to result in a goal if they had the space.
Well, and especially in this game where they have looked the most creative in this game on all of the series. So for Fury, get the offense going. Canberra giving them opportunity to really get things going, and Outlast now trying to find his way out from his own corner. Less than a minute to go. Canberra need to find some offense here. Only able to put on 3 shots so far to the 5 of Fury. And credit to Canberra, they did spend a lot of time in the final third, but haven't been able to put anything on target. Everyone committing from Fury, and they find the back of the net for a second time.
And while this looked like a routine play for Fury, this shot from Amphis was amazing. This save would have come out if he didn't pre-flip. You could see the defender from Canberra actually had that save in contact. Had the shot from Amphis not been a pre-flip hit, but he was able to get around it. Amphis going to the left side of the net. That was a very mechanical shot that is actually pretty insane that he managed to get that angle. So Fury, that's security for them with 35 seconds left. They just got to hold on.
Yeah, so the lead doubles here for Fury, and time not on the side of Canberra Havoc. You said it before, Turtle. Renegades waiting for the winner of this one, and it's looking more and more towards Fury. Canberra Havoc just need to score with some time left. This could be it. It might be their last chance at a big clear denial from Kenny Salmon as Fury marched down the field for possibly the last time. The Duck takes out Kenny, and a follow-up there from Steve, but they can't put it away. The shot never came, and that's it. A 2-goal lead with no time left. Fury eliminates Canberra Havoc.
A stellar showing from all 3 players, but you gotta hand it to Kenny and Amphis, both of those players, the dynamic duo. Not only do we have, you know, the season MVP, Amphis, playing amazing this series and all tournament, but Kenny stepping up with these passing plays, excuse me, and also that double touch we saw earlier. And then in this game, they had that dynamic duo passing play. It has been just such a fun series to watch between these two and how creative they can get.
Well, and if I'm Renegades now, looking at how Fury has been playing, I'm getting a little bit worried. They're going to come in quite warm, and it feels like that Fury, they're ready. They are here to play, and they look good against this Canberra Havoc team. So I'm very curious to see how this matchup goes, and we will get there. We have a couple more matches left on the docket. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we have Canberra Havoc taking on Renegades. Stay with us.
Rated E for everyone.
Canberra came in with the upset potential, but that was thwarted by Fury as they take the victory in a full sweep. Welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Leafx, alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. Now, Fury just sent it full send. They're making their way to the top, Yummy. You were on their case before, dropped off of them, but now I feel like they're back in they're back in talks here. I mean, they're in the top three now.
Again.
Yeah.
I keep doubting them. They keep proving themselves. At this point, they are 100% confirmed at the top. Ground zero, maybe one of the competitors that they've struggled with the least is out of the competition. So now they have everything to play for. And in this series, what I was most impressed is just how much control they ended up taking once they got into game 2.
That is what I love to see from Fury, where it's just control possession. It didn't seem like there was even a chance that they would lose the series. They were playing calm, cool, and collected. While on the other side, for Havoc, a couple times it seems like they would get frustrated because they wouldn't have a lot of scoring opportunities. So they would send the house at the wrong time, and then there would be some wide open nets for Fury. But that is exactly what I wanted. We talked about them being a very defensive team, but when they play some of these lower end teams, they find ways to control the ball, and that's great to see.
It's also felt good that all 3 members again got involved in league play. It was the Ampha show. We couldn't stop talking about him. Well, Kenny Salmon had that massive goal. Scarth had a couple of big backboards as well. It was all 3 members. They didn't rely on Amphis, which I think has always been a bit of a weakness, even though they have been able to rely on him in the past. But now they're at a spot where they get to prove themselves even further. Sure, I feel like they've done enough. They've proven themselves here in the top 3. But they didn't get a chance to verse Renegades in regionals. So people maybe question, they came second, but they didn't have one of their major competitors. This would be huge if they took down Renegades.
Yeah, and then I was hyping up Outlast and Steve, and Outlast, 0 goals, 0 assists. Havoc as a whole, 2 goals. So great defensive effort from Fury. And now they're playing Renegades. They had a hard time on the offensive side versus Cringe Society, the best defense so far throughout the tournament. But Fury is starting to pick up that pace. If they can play that possession game again versus Renegades, it's possible.
Well, even if you talk about Renegades too, in terms of defense, Cringe Society had the least goals against, but Renegades had the least shots against them by a mile. It was 5.2 to 7.5 was the next lowest shots. And 5.2, for context, is lower than I've ever seen in any tournament in my career here. And so that to me is where the defense comes in. Of course, against Cringe Society, that stat went up pretty heftily.
Yeah, that's my main concern though here is, again, we talk about Fury. They get locked into their own half when they start playing against these teams that are pretty aggressive and like to play offense. Renegades, we all know, they love to play offense. It hasn't been clicking throughout this tournament so far. They've been shaky. And now that 19 match winning streak is over. So how do they bounce back from that? It's going to be really interesting to see.
Well, I feel like that shakiness came for Renegades on the defensive side, but I guess if they're not on the defensive side, they might come into this, with the upper hand. Chat's going in the favor of Fury right now. Yummy, you're up and down on them. Chat's not doubting them. Chat's coming through and saying that this is a Fury victory right now. Does Renegades fix that defense in time to take down Fury and shut Chat up?
I think when it comes to defense, it's one of the hardest things to fix. So I don't necessarily think that's the Renegades' path to victory here, and more about keeping the pressure on. Of course, against Fury in league play, Fury took the victory because of their defense, because of their counterattacks. And we even saw some great counterattacks, some great plays in that last one against Canberra Havoc, where Canberra Havoc pushed up and then in a blink of an eye, they were punished. The ball was in their own net, in Canberra Havoc's net. And that's what Renegades really have to look out for.
Well, we head back into best of seven territory now as Renegades and Fury are about to face off. Let us know who you think's going to make it into that grand finals with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But I want to see these boys plays, so let's get them at it.
Leaf is absolutely right. For the rest of the tournament, we have got best of sevens only, but one of these teams is moving on to face Cringe Society in our finals. For most of the desk, Johnny, they're saying that Fury has achieved enough to be an impressive performance this tournament, but that's never going to be enough for them.
Oh, absolutely. They want to go one further. They want to do what they did in the regionals of OCE League play as well. They want to go all the way to the grand final. And I think, honestly, they've got a great shot here. They've caught Renegades in a good position. They've just ended their win streak, and now they've got to try and rebound from their first failure in this tournament as well. Not going to be easy for Renegades, who have defended quite poorly all tournament long. It's a difficult thing to fix, like Yummy Cheeseman mentioned on the desk.
I think overall, one of the criticisms that we can levy at this Renegade roster for the longest time is that they don't bounce back from these sort of situations all that well. So many times we have seen these players perform so well for a tournament, and then everything just goes wrong and they bomb out. They're gonna have to try and turn that around this time around in the spring series.
And really, for Fury, it is all about those counterattacks. It's inevitable they're going to be stuck in their own end. They are right now. They're actually coming close to conceding early on in this first game. And they've got to be efficient with their counter-attacking play. They need to look out for players who land downfield like Kenny Salmon did just there. Try and work the ball towards him. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty easy goal for Renegades. Or is it? They've just sent it wide. Sicky didn't have the boost to put it on target. And that is a disaster for Renegades early on.
Absolutely should have been 1-0. Now Kenny Salmon couldn't quite make contact with the ball. First minute, two huge opportunities. Sicky's going to blast the ball long, and he's going to be happy to see it turn in this time around.
Redemption for Sicky. That is more like it. And, you know, this was actually the Renegades counter-attack. So Fury getting caught out of position there. They obviously sensed weakness. They realized the Renegades had just missed a glorious opportunity, and they tried to punish them immediately. They've overextended while doing it. 1-0 now to Renegades.
Scarf looking for Kenny Salmon. They choose to leave it. I'm going to be very curious to see how many times they can afford to just leave those. Especially against an offense as potent as Renegades have been throughout most of this weekend. So Kenny Salmon now off the ball. Let's see if there's going to be any follow-up, but so far, very tentative from Fury when they're trying to move forward. You know, less hooks, more jabs, more or less. And very little damage dealt so far to Renegades. They've been very comfortable with what's been presented to them so far. As TJ blast long, Sicky wants to try and pull himself towards this play. Instead, TJ now gets the backboard half volley, and he's going to put it straight up to Sicky. Great transition, great shot on target, forces the save, but they've got the swarm available to them off the backboard yet again. CJ looks to lay off someone, but Sicky's already on his way back.
And this is where Renegades are the most dangerous. Just when you think you can nip in front of them and beat them to the ball, that is when they beat you to the ball. They create opportunities. Best chance of the game for Fury. It goes wide. Amphiss couldn't get round that one. You know, so far, Renegades are looking more organized than they have earlier in the tournament, and they're going to get another goal as well. Sicky fires to the bottom left corner. An offense is working early on here.
Yeah, Kami just put Scarf off. Didn't look comfortable at all with any of that play. And Sicky's now got himself a second. More than making up for earlier on. And kind of curiously, Johnny, Kami's currently sat at 18 points. So, you know, definitely more that we can see from Renegades.
Absolutely. I mean, we're only, you know, halfway through the game, and this can happen sometimes where you're just not getting the ball come towards you very often, and one of your players ends up seeing all the action. It's been all about Sicky in this game. Could have easily had 3 goals. He might actually get 3 goals. Oh, not with a great save from Kenny Salmon. That was unbelievable. Made contact with the post and the bar. Looks like Fury are not done just yet with game 1.
Yeah, but Fury have got to start figuring out how to get the follow-up touches. They're getting challenged so often and don't know what to do with their second player. Just seems like that level of aggression hasn't been there for them so far, and it's understandable. This is a big, big stage to be performing on. As Sicky couldn't find the redirect. 2 minutes now currently on the clock, and Fury still trying to find their first major chance on net. Kami leaves it for Sicky for the hat trick off the backboard. Going to try and transition this time around. Sicky's going to be one of the only players starting to rotate back for his team, and that is a huge miss. Goes over the top, and that lead is cut in half.
And that is what's been going wrong for Renegades all weekend. An extremely simple ball in the back corner, bounces through, and Kami is off the goal line. He's got no chance at saving a simple shot to the bottom corner there. And that is really what Fury have got to look out for. Renegades have been slipping up defensively all tournament long. If they just wait for these mistakes to happen, they're going to get chances. Here's a tough one for Scarth that goes wide as well. There's still time for Fury here. They need to be careful not to overextend. They've got to show respect to the offensive power of Renegades, which has been, you know, firing on all cylinders this weekend.
I think, especially at the beginning of this game, came across to me like Fury were playing against the name of Renegades, the legacy of what that can entail, but you know, Renegades have been very splotchy this weekend, especially when it comes to their defense. There's going to be more than enough room for Fury to try and work with. And speaking of room, CJ's got plenty of it. That is a fantastic save to keep him out.
A really tough stop there, but Amphis made it happen. Now, pinch attempt doesn't work out too well for Fury. Boost has been an issue for them in the past few plays. The Renegades really just need to try and calm down and let the clock do the work for them here. They look like the faster team. They look like the team who are, you know, really coming out hot here in game one. As long as they don't put any feet wrong, they should be fine. That's a nice little follow-up save there by Siki. The pressure from Kami forced the shot early enough to really make it an easy save for him. A late chance for Fury, perhaps. It bounces wide. And that's a danger of crossing the ball to the far post like that. It does sometimes naturally clear itself.
Fury now finding extra bumping opportunities. They become from timid to almost reckless with the way they're trying to play this. Siki over to the midfield. Their last throw of the dice. Kenny Salmon looking for Amphis, and Amphis gets almost faked out by CJ's attempted challenge. That is game one for Renegades. And plenty for us to digest coming out of that, because it was very much a story of Fury figuring out how they want to go about this series.
Absolutely. Fury have got a lot to take away from this, even though they have lost this game. Renegades are still slipping up defensively, and they've also had, you know, another open net miss just to add to their list on the weekend. These are the sort of mistakes that Fury need to keep an eye out for. Those are the plays that they've got to try and exploit and capitalize on, instead of trying to force the issue like they did on a couple of occasions this game and, you know, get caught out by a faster team. Renegades, I do think, are just the quicker of the two teams here. They really don't hesitate when the ball bounces up into the air in the Fury half of the field. And you know, if Fury don't show adequate respect to the Renegades, you know, precision and speed, especially when they're counter-attacking, they're gonna leak goals like they did in this first game.
So game one done. We are in a best of 7, so plenty of work still left to do, and Renegades be looking to try and turn this around. Like I said earlier on, they're not necessarily a team that have done all that well at taking losses and then bouncing back later on in the broadcast, but they've had a little bit of time here to try and figure out what was going on, and it seemed like they were in, you know, positive spirits after their previous loss, which is, you know, quite good, because we've seen people lose in that upper bracket finals, and they take it very heavily, and they don't really figure out the fact of, yeah, we're still in this tournament. If we win the losers finals, we still, you know, we only have to win one set in the grand finals. We can still take this.
Oh, definitely. This really is Renegade series to lose. You know, we're talking a lot about Fury and their road to the win here, and, you know, the chances that they've got, which are definitely significant. But I think Renegades are the favorites to win this matchup. You know, at least 7 times out of 10, I would give it to them. Even coming down from a tough winner bracket final loss. They just have to try and stop making these careless mistakes. If they can, you know, remove all these mistakes from their game, they're going to have a great time. They're looking very, very effective offensively. Their shots are so precise and so hard to stop. They just rely on that and try to keep everything else solid. And they do look like the favorites in this matchup.
And for many of us, I think we were all expecting Ground Zero Gaming to make it to this point, but you made a point there previously that they are the favorites to win this one, Renegades, and, you know, this is the big off-season tournament for them. This is a chance for them to really put the mark down and just say, okay, yeah, no, we are starting now to catch up to the Cringe societies, catch up to the to the Ground Zero Gaming, and this really is an opportunity now for them to start putting themselves pretty much, you know, cemented into that top 3 argument and maybe start putting themselves above Ground Zero Gaming.
Definitely. Ground Zero, they really struggled today, and based on what we saw from them yesterday, that is entirely surprising. They are still, of course, playing with a new roster as well. It looks like that's going to take some time to get figured out. But they don't have time in a format like this, and neither do either of these teams. They need to get stuff figured out right here, right now, because one of them is about to be eliminated with no more than 6 games played from this point.
It's a good clear by Kenny. Looking for Amphis, who's managed to steal the boost as well. Drops it down to Kenny as well. That is a fantastic save from CJ. They're looking to try and clear this with a little bit more, well, a little bit cleaner than they've actually managed to do so, but Siki can't find the flick he was after either. Kami over to Kenny one more time. Everyone's cluttering over to the corner, and that leaves Amphis One-on-one against Kami. Need to get this ball under their control very quickly right now, but unable to do so, and that does allow Fury to get everyone back. But considering the last game and how controlled it seemed like both teams were trying to take it, a little bit of chaos here certainly does not go amiss.
It looks like Renegades are struggling to get a hard clear at the moment. We saw Sticky try to dribble the ball out to defense. It's, you know, it really tells you a lot about how Renegades play the game that he's gone for a flick play with 2 defenders in front of him. The 50-50 is a much more common strategy in that spot because it makes it harder for the second defender on Fury to read the play. But that's not really something that Renegades try to do very often. They don't want to rely on that kind of strategy. They'd rather get this a hard outplay. That's the main thing that they're always going for. And that's what makes them so dangerous offensively. 1-0. Sticky fights Kami in the middle.
And Sticky has been involved in every single goal scored for them so far. He has been incredible with the offensive production. And if you're Kami, you're not going to get a better shot delivered to you. So Fury still looking to really plant their flag in this series. Been chasing for the majority of it, both trying to find their way to beat the players to the ball and just try and find a lead. That is a great flick. CJ harassing the goal line. And Amphis had to come and try and help out. This happens a lot so far. Amphis has been brought into a lot of plays I don't necessarily think that he had to be a part of, but because his teammates have been beat to the ball so often, he's supposed to try and recover and help them out.
And Fury, they need to be there for each other in those kind of positions. They are going to be in difficult spots. That's just the nature of playing against Renegades. And CJ's done a fantastic job here. He's taken 2 players out of the game, but unfortunately the ball is going to be in the corner. And you know, this is, I guess, the danger for Fury. Another, danger to add to the list when you're playing against Renegades. There are many. Like, you know, if they're just relying on the mistakes of Renegades to resurface like they have been all weekend, and they are just going to lose this series if Renegades do solidify, which it looks like they are. And Renegades make it 2-0. CJ bounces one in to the bottom left corner. And it's just all too easy for Renegades to score, it would seem.
And sometimes you don't have to hit the absolute banger. Just got to make sure you put it where the defenders cannot go. Well placed by CJ. Knew that as soon as players came off the wall, they were going to be able to go back to it. Put the shot right behind them. If you're Renegades, this is the performance that you wanted. They looked outclassed earlier on in the winners finals. They're going to try and, give Cringe Society a little bit of a receipt later on. They're going to need to try and make this not only a win, but almost a convincing one at that. Fury, though, would absolutely love to play spoiler.
Fury still trying to figure out a great offensive strategy here. They can't find a way through. You've got to give credit to Renegades for improving their defense significantly compared to what we've seen earlier in the tournament. Backboard's been looking really well defended. They've had shot stoppers on every single play. And this is a problem for Fury, who don't have the speed to beat Renegades to the ball. Do they have the mechanics to outplay them? These are the questions they're going to be asking themselves right now, because Renegades look pretty unbreakable defensively for the first time all tournament long.
Yes, it's been an assured performance so far, and that's not exactly been a word we can use to describe them too often. But certainly much more solid this time around, but Amphis forces the double save. Still got players around, shouldn't trouble Renegades too much just yet. They have to try and force Kami to make a mistake. Kami just doesn't seem to really have one in him at the moment. Good clear. Straight to the midfield. Fury have got just over a minute remaining, but they cannot find anything right now to break Renegades. Not even a really solid shot on net for them. And look at how much work they're having to do just to try and get past one player. They've done 3 separate passes, still had Sticky and Kami left on the goal line to beat. Just a lot of work required right now for Fury for very little result.
Yeah, this is what this matchup was expected to look like if you, saw these two teams going into the series together to start off this tournament. Now, this kind of play is what I would expect to see. It's only because Renegades have been so inconsistent this weekend that we've really had to think about Fury's chances more realistically. They've really struggled to put anything together in the offensive half of the field. Renegades continue to look threatening just about every time they attack the ball.
Fury still struggling with their transitions. Can't find a way out. Sticky to make it 3 goals to nothing. And Renegades are flying here in the winners finals.
The weak spots have been picked apart here by Renegades. They haven't had to shoot the ball at too many heavily defended nets, because what they're doing is continually playing the ball into positions that are difficult for Fury to clear, difficult for Fury to take under control, and then they're just watching the defense capitulate in front of them. Now, these errors are forced. Renegades are putting on a ton of pressure every time they attack, and that's why Fury are panicking and being forced to react so quickly. But still, Fury have to try and do a better job here if they're going to go even with Renegades, if they're going to force Renegades to really extend for these goals and maybe get a chance to punish them like they already did in game number 1.
And I want to almost touch back on something that I was talking about earlier on in there, which was a lot of work required for very little result. And it's not necessarily the passing that I dislike. I think the pass has been very accurate. It's been very useful to them so far. I dislike where the passing options have been because they're being placed in areas that don't really give them much. Yeah, they take out one player for Renegades, but they're taking so long to put the pressure on the actual net that Renegades can just start to cycle that player back and not really have to worry about it too far. I would like to see slightly better aggressive positioning from them just to open up the field a bit more.
Yeah, it's got to be something different by Fury now. After game 1, it didn't look like a game plan change was absolutely necessary. But after this second game, I think they really have to go back to the drawing board because this looked like a much more solid Renegades performance. Game 1 was less consistent. I'm really impressed with what I saw from them in game 2. And now it's really up to Fury to change something. What they decide to go for is up to them. Is it going to be mind games? Is it going to be physical play? Is it going to be, more passing? Is it going to be more direct play? Is it going to be dribbling? Really, they've got a whole load of options available to them. And they've just got to try and think of which one is going to cause Renegades the most problems.
So, half of the job done though for Renegades. They won that run back against Cringe Society. And they've got to try and keep this level of performance up at the same time. And I do love the point that you made there, Johnny, which was it feels like the last result was something that you can replicate over and over again if you're on Renegades. It's not one of those sort of crazy results where we look at certain plays and say, okay, these different moments were what made the difference. No, it just seemed like overall outclassing by them. And that, if you're Renegades, is a very big moment to sort of see, all right, we're doing that, just got to keep it up.
Exactly. Renegades don't want to have to commit 2 players completely out of the game just to try and get a goal. They want to be able to do that with maybe 1 player or, get the second player in as the first is recovering. That's what they did in this second game of the series. They were always recovering. They were always rotating back and keeping the pressure up. So no matter where Fury would hit the ball, there's always another player. Look, it's happening again as the shot ricochets off the bar. Renegades are coming forward. And they've got everybody passing the ball beautifully. 1-0. And just like in the last game, they have not overextended for this goal.
And actually, that is so impressive by them. They had the opportunity right there. We've seen it so many times where you have the chance to go forward and just take an immediate shot, and it results in it being blocked and immediately transitioned by the other team. Kami didn't do that. Kami took his time, allowed his teammates to reposition themselves, and they went for the play yet again. It's something that has been missing from Renegades this weekend, but it looks like they found it, and they have found it in droves.
And just at the right time as well. As we know, if they do go to the winter final, or the grand final, I should say, they need to win that series, that best of 7 from a game down. And that's obviously not very easy, against a team who have already beaten you on the same day with a straight up starting at 0-0 best of 7. Well, there's no better way to go into a finals like that with a performance like this, where they are playing the most consistent Rocket League we've seen from them all weekend. It really shows the experience that Renegades have on the roster, that they're able to improve on their mistakes, and they're able to bring the best of what they can offer when it matters most.
Amethyst just over the top. This is the first time we've even seen the blue side of the field. You're going to look to try and keep it for a bit longer, but unfortunately, it was only for a fleeting moment. CJ looking for the setup over to Sticky. Couldn't put the shot on target. But that's how difficult it's been for Fury so far. They've got it over yet again. CJ takes his time for the challenge. And Amethyst doesn't look overly comfortable with this one. He's trying to escape any way he can. He looks back, he's got CJ. He looks left, he's got Kami. There was nothing there for him.
And Amethyst, he has just totally panicked on this play. He did have time there, but he thought he had less time. Tried to play the ball quickly into the corner, And this ends up setting up Renegades for their second goal here. Really not what you want from Fury. If they're going to get a comeback today, they'll have to play significantly better than this. Again, credit to Renegades. They are attacking so much more conservatively here. We saw the center ball on the previous attack to the one they just scored, you know, coming out from CJ, and straight away he's recovering. He's not wasting any time in the Fury half. He's going right back, and now they've got another goal. What a pop-up here by CJ. You know, so far this game, he's known exactly when to step field and exactly when to go back, and Renegades are just cruising.
Renegades have stretched Fury this way, that way, every way. It has been very impressive to see. They have taken the game plan and executed it to perfection thus far. Half the game left to play, but Fury have just got to find something here. It really feels like this series just might be beyond them, outside of a miracle. Kami's gonna try and move forward for it. Fury still with 2 players up, but it means Scarf's gonna be very late moving into the ball. Staging off the backboard, looks for the challenge, he gets it, down to Siki, one-on-one. That was very quickly read by Fury, but they've got to quickly get the ball into their offensive side. Kami's removed, CJ looks for a demo of his own, and Kenny moves the ball towards the corner. This is not where Fury need it right now. They've not scored in over 10 minutes of gameplay, and right now they need 3.
And it doesn't look likely for Fury. They might get 1 here. They will. The delivery from Kenny Salmon couldn't have been any better. And Amphis does put the shot just behind Siki, who was running too far forward. Nice placement by him. Is it too little too late for Fury? They're so far back in the series. They're still a ways back in game 3. But at least that's something for them to build on.
They're going to have to press fast Fury now on the rest of the goals. Kami takes out 2 players on the solo dribble, try to catch Scarf out. But Scarf's just desperate to avoid the demo afterwards. Kami on the ball dangerous, off the ball equally as feared. Off the backboard, Siki didn't mean that touch, but he might have got the setup. CJ didn't know anything about it, and why would he?
That was a really sick touch there by Siki himself. I do wonder, you know, did he have any idea? Wouldn't put it past him. Oh, CJ's hit the bar as well. You know, Renegade's threats are just so apparent in this matchup. They've got shots flying in from all angles. Fury just can't keep up. They don't read the game well enough, it would seem, and they definitely can't match Renegades mechanically. So they don't have much left available to them. You know, I said that they're going to need to make major gameplay changes to have any chance in this series. They haven't really made any major gameplay changes. It looks like more of the same from them. And, you know, I'm not surprised to see more of the same in terms of results as Renegades just continue to march forwards towards a comfortable win.
Oh, that's a great save by Kenny, but they need more than that right now. Scarf's got the forward dribble. It's going to be difficult. Forces the double commit. Follow-up shot is missed. Kenny Salmon, though, comes in to clean up the play. 14 seconds. They might just have a shot at this.
And finally, we see Renegades double committing in defense. They've gone so long without making that kind of mistake, but that was a high-pressure situation. At the end of the game, you're thinking, as long as we save this, we've got the win. Let's just go for it. And then that's when you end up conceding. Renegades let their guard down. Fury not done with game 3. They need 1 more, and I don't think they're going to get it. It's going to be Kami threatening. He's at the post, though, and now a chance for the counter. Amphis is up. He's going to try and knock this one on target. CJ's in the way on the back wall. Should be Renegades to win, but there was 1 more chance there. It did come close. Fury, despite their best efforts, have gone unrewarded.
I love this screen afterwards. It just those Kami and Siki know that that one was a bit close. CJ's just dancing around, just going, whatever. It was, you know, we just wanted to make it entertaining. But for Fury, that was a major shot in the arm. They've got a lot of work to do here, but if there was anything we wanted to see from them, it was a bit of a bounce back at the end of game 3, and they certainly bounced back. They looked a lot more threatening, but for Renegades, need to make sure they don't get caught on those counters, especially when they're in the lead.
You know, really, Fury have got to do so much more. I know they got 2 goals at the end of this one, but if Renegades just keep playing the game the way that they did at the start of game 2 and the start of game 3, then Fury will have nothing. They just haven't had any offensive surprises for Renegades to deal with. Both their goals at the end of this game came off Renegades' mistakes, as we saw a defensive, challenge coming in right at the end of the game. That wasn't really necessary for Renegades. Left one man alone in the back, and then before that, we of course, or after that rather, we saw the double commit. So besides these mistakes that Fury are able to capitalize on, and you know, credit to them for that, Fury haven't really made anything happen by themselves, and that's what's missing from their gameplay. They need to think of something that they can catch Renegades off guard with.
I think the good news right now of your Renegades is that despite being outclassed earlier on in the upper bracket finals, that every single player looks rejuvenated right now. I think Siki, though, is the one that is catching my eye the most. He looks like he is on fire right now.
Yeah, Siki's definitely causing problems. I mean, that first passing goal from Renegades was so impressive to see. Really selfless players, and when you've got everybody trying to score, you know, stylish aerial goals at every opportunity, it's, you know, hard to find that balance between that and also passing the ball as well as they do. That's what makes Renegades such a difficult team to handle when they do get the ball into offense, and Fury have not been able to do it today. Are they going to be able to do it in game number 4 here? You know, personally, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sweep, but Fury are not out of this one just yet.
Well, they've got to do something they've been unable to do all series long, and that is find that first goal. Renegades have looked comfortable in the neutral game. I mean, that is a great block. Kenny's going to be out of position for this, so Amphis called into action. Scarf off his own wall. That just sets up for CJ. You need to be very curious and very careful whenever you're playing it off your own wall. Otherwise, it could just end up being a set for the opposing team. And right now, Fury are trying everything to escape. But everything they've tried has just been blocked almost immediately. Now an opportunity off the backboard. Amphis takes his time. Kenny looking for Scarf. Needed to try and put that one on net, but I think that was going to be covered on the angle anyway. Straight over to the middle through to Kenny. And that is right down to CJ. Fury had a look there at counterattack, but couldn't get anything really going.
Yeah, there was a couple of great chances there for Fury. Accuracy's let them down, and they have to be on point with their accuracy in this kind of matchup. They're getting outstruck, they're getting out-pressured. You need to take your chances if that is happening, and they're not taking their chances. It's still Renegades coming forwards, and they've got another 1-goal lead.
And it has just been that simple for Renegades so far. They have found a rhythm, and they have stuck to it. Got a lead yet again. And now all they need to do is try and see this out.
You know, Renegades, when they do play consistently, in terms of rotation, in terms of their defense and their communication, they look like a very well-oiled machine. The way that they can set up goals puts immense pressure on their opponents, and Fury are falling apart here over and over again, but almost every goal that Renegades are scoring is a goal where they're forcing the mistake out of Fury. Fury just can't really do the same thing to Renegades. They're waiting for Renegades to make mistakes, but they're not really doing enough to, you know, put Renegades in compromised positions and cause it to happen.
There's something to be stated that Renegades have made mistakes this weekend, but you know, you've had to be quick enough to capitalize. You've got to be dangerous enough to make them fear something to go and make that mistake. Or sometimes you can just put it off the corner and, you know, they'll whip it after that. But, you know, semantics aside, this has been a very solid performance from Renegades.
It's been exactly what they need, just like we talked about earlier, and they just continue to find each other in the final third. CJ just nips in, takes the ball away from Kenny Salmon, pre-flip pass into the middle, and Siki's right there. Half the game gone, and it's gone exactly the same way as everyone before it. Renegades with a comfortable win. And, you know, just like we said earlier, full credit to them. They are playing their best Rocket League. They played all weekend when it matters most.
So 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from getting their chance at revenge. Fury, though, have just been caught at the worst possible time against a team that is heating up at the best possible time. Scarf, one-on-one against Kami, and this has been just every single time. I think if we were able to track these challenges, we'd assume Renegades have won about 90% of them. They have been on top every single time, and it's been one of the major contributing factors towards the fact that Renegades have just been able to prevent every attempted transition. Another great passing play, but it was right down the middle.
It's a nice save by Kenny Salmon. Must have been tempting to move further across the goal. But he did anticipate the shot going straight at him. Renegades still looking impressive as they counter-attack, as they pass the ball to one another. Fury just haven't looked confident at all. From the start of this series right until now, they have been hesitant, they have been panicking, and Renegades are always going to punish plays like that. Just hardly over a minute to go. Still a chance for Fury, but it doesn't look likely, does it? Just over a minute to play, and they already look like they'd lost this one. I'd say about 5 or 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, they just have not been able to keep up the pace so far. 1 minute on the clock, and they're going to need something massive here. Yeah, Demon Kami on the bank. Scarf needs to try and get a step up here, but he's taking his time doing so. CJ has already replaced him. It's the issue I talked about at the end of game 2. Just have not been quick enough to take advantage of the small little things that you need to in this game. You do not get much time to really stretch out those advantages to create goals.
It's going to be interesting. It looks a foregone conclusion at this point. The Renegades will advance unless there's one more twist in the tail. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for Fury here as the clock ticks down to 0. And what a prospect now. A Renegades team who have finally found form in a rematch with the Cringe Society lineup who sent them to the lower bracket in the first place in that winners finals. A series which was, quite dominant in favor of Cringe Society. The Renegades have won an even more dominating fashion here as Amphis tries to get a double touch own goal to finish off on the day. They just get nothing out of this series. They still take 3rd place, which overall is a pretty good result for them on the weekend as a whole, but they'll definitely be disappointed that they've gone out without at least taking a game and giving Renegades a proper battle in this one. Yeah, I think Fury will be happy overall, but they just ran into a wall this series. Renegades, there's not a descriptor that I thought I was going to be using for them this weekend, but they've switched it up. They look really good right now, and now the question becomes, Renegades, we've seen how good you can be when the pressure isn't on, but now we answer the real question. How do Renegades perform when it's the big one? And this has been where they've always struggled, Johnny. And they've got to come back from that one game disadvantage, so I think they need to improve again. Yes, this was their best performance that we've seen from Renegades so far, but they have to go one better if they're going to beat Cringe Society. And if you guys want to catch that one, then don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with the warm-up for that game right after this short break.
Rated E for everyone.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Rocket League Spring Series. This is all about the Oceanic region, and we've made it to the last little bit of the show, but not before, of course, we talk about that last match. I'm your host, Leaf X, alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. And the Renegades said, we just want to get to the grand finals, and they plowed through Fury, Gibbs. Like this, it was just no question. Even by the third match, it's like, it's just over.
That was a rough one. Like Renegades, obviously, we know they're a very talented team. They haven't necessarily shown it through these first 2 days what they are capable of until this last match. And one of the most important plays I thought are one that really made the tone of this match was game 3. I think it was Kami. He had a chance for a shot, and one of the Fury defenders was like, all right, I have to sit like in my goal and go for an inside out save. He doesn't go for the shot. He goes for the back wall play. And then Renegades, they just begin a 3-man pass and play because they know they have so much space. And that kept happening over and over and over again. Fury made a lot of defensive errors, but look at this patience as well. So many times from Renegades, they just knew that they had Fury on the back ropes, and then they would just capitalize. And this is the Renegades we expected to see.
That also shows exactly why Renegades are scary. When they're able to get that pressure, when they're able to put you in the net, there were times when nobody on Fury had boost. There was a moment where Kenny Salmon was on 0 to 12 boost for about 45 seconds in a row. And of course, Renegades end up scoring at the end of that. It is really hard to play against. My one question is they were still committing pretty hard for certain plays. They were taking risks. So maybe against somebody like Cringe Society, who are more aggressive on the ball, maybe that's going to be their weakness.
Yeah, we were going back and forth a little bit about that, where I felt like Renegades were going aggressive because they knew they could. So we'll see what happens in the final. But for Fury, I thought towards the end of game 3 and game 4, it seemed like they were getting a little bit tilted. We talked about them earlier through the tournament, how nervous they were. It did seem like that kind of caught up to them when they were down so far. There was a lot of misplays from even Amphis, the MVP. So for Fury, this is a great finish. Third place finish. They would have liked to at least battle Renegades a little bit closer, but they can hold their heads high.
It still feels like they just need all 3 members performing all at once to be able to take down those top teams. And we saw it earlier in the day against Canberra Havoc, but just then we weren't able to see it. So that is why they fall down. But instead, we're going to see the rematch versus Renegades as Cringe Society are waiting there in the upper bracket.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our grand finals. Cringe Society versus the Renegades. As we mentioned before, it's a double elimination bracket, but Cringe Society, instead of a bracket reset for Renegades, go into the series with a 1-0 advantage, a game up in this best of 7. Cringe Society crushed through the Renegades in the upper bracket there, 4-1. Renegades had some defensive issues. They didn't really have to face those issues against Fury. The question is, are they going to be able to make this story a lot different? Gibbs, it sounded like in that talk during the middle there, you felt like you were starting to lean in the Renegades' favor.
Yeah, it was like, it's a completely new team from an hour and a half ago, which seems weird. But when they played Cringe earlier, they didn't look like on the same page. A lot of mistakes on the defensive side. Now, they didn't have to play a ton of defense versus Fury, but their offense was so good that I think it's going to be very hard for Cringe, even though they are the top defense right now, to hold serve here. Like, I think this will be the first time, like, out of the 3 spring series where that 1 game advantage, that team does not get the win. Like, I have Renegades winning this, and I honestly think it's gonna be a 4-2.
See, for me, I think Cringe Society, they're a completely different beast than Fury. They held Renegades in defense where they are weakness, and they showed there was weakness in that last series still in defense. And I think when Renegades are put up more to the task, when they are getting challenged that much more readily, and they are in moments where they're in defense, they panic a lot more. So I do think this is going to be a lot closer. Renegades stepping it up against Fury, playing better overall, but I still think this is Cringe Society advantage, and I'm going to give it a 4-3 to Cringe.
I'm going to stay sitting on the fence on this one just so the desk can stay completely split. Hey, I'm
typical Canadian.
I'm trying to let the chat have a side to pick with here. I'm doing some brand building for you guys. I'm getting some fans for you, okay? I already got enough. Anyways, I just cranked some coffee. I'm ready for grand finals. I know you guys are as well. It's going to be Cringe Society versus the Renegades, who will be crowned victor.
So here we go. It is now time for our grand finals. Best of 7 between Cringe Society and Renegades. And Johnny, you know, the desk was very much very happy with how Renegades played previously, but how much recency bias do you have when it comes to this series?
I think it's all about how they start here. If they can use that momentum that they've just built up in the losers finals to really, propel them into the grand finals with a hot start and try and catch Cringe Society off guard, then I think I agree with Gibbs. I think Renegades would have to be the favorites in this one. But if they get a bad start, then all that momentum that they built up is worth nothing, and they'll be playing not just from 1 game down, but 2. So this first game is going to be huge.
Yeah, you make a great point there as well, that Cringe Society, if they win this game, they are automatically halfway done. They'll be 2-0 up. They'll just need 2 more after that. and Renegades will have a mountain of work to do. So this first game that we just got into is oh so important. Cringe Society against Renegades. Spring Series Championship is on the line. It's best of 7, and we're straight into it on the offense. Torsos looks to take away all of the momentum that Renegades just got.
And that is a warning for Renegades. You can't just mechanically outclass your opponents like you did in the lower finals. Cringe Society are going to be coming at them just as quickly as they are, if not faster. Torsos was way too quick to that ball and far too accurate as well. Already 1-0. And, you know, I talked about the game being important for keeping up their momentum. Will an early goal like that from Torsos just completely take the wind out of Renegade sails? I wouldn't be surprised. It is a devastating blow early on.
We're talking earlier on about the rhythm that Renegades got themselves into. That will break you out of your rhythm real quick. Now off the backboard, follow-up from Decker will not be available. That was a double commit, however. So Sticky's going to be very much at a disadvantage for this ball. Torsos takes out Kami. He's looking for another player. He's got the second player, but they just about get there on time. Decker makes it too. Renegades are reeling.
Torsos, the one-man wrecking crew, just takes out the entire defense off the ball, and Decker gets the easiest goal of the day, 2-0. And I think we can safely say that any momentum that Renegades had from the lower final is already a distant memory just 1 minute into the grand final.
Cringe Society starting off rapid, fast, and brutal. And Torsos has been a major contributor of that, looking to try and get something set up. Decker, only as far as CJ. Renegades need to find something. Feel like they need to find it very quickly here. Just to, you know, salvage what our last series got for them, and that's going to do exactly that. CJ has got them to 2-1.
That's some really nice passing by the Renegades boys. You saw that the entire roster of Cringe Society backed off. They thought a hard clear was coming because so often you'll see one pass into a hard shot from Renegades, but they're also pretty good at the little passes back and forth like we saw in the last series, like we saw just there. So Renegades, they can't all back off like that and give, or rather not Renegades, Cringe Society can't back off and give Renegades that space. Because if they do, then Renegades are going to pick the passes apart and start to get goals out of it.
So, minute and a half into the game, we've got 3 goals already scored, and we look to continue to add to them. CJ's got it over the top. Drippe needed to be well positioned. I thought he was a little bit far forward to start with. Ended up being exactly where he was required. Now Drippe keeps it away from Sticky. Cringe Society have been adamant on these bump plays so far. They've been getting reasonable success. It's going to be up to Renegades to make sure they just keep an eye out at all times. They can't afford to full ball cam. Because if they do, they're going to get caught out of the blind spot. Sticky tries to clear. There's going to be no follow-up from his team. And Cringe Society doing what they've done so well so far this game, which is hold on to that midfield.
Renegades are defending well, though. We're seeing some effective fake challenges from them, causing early plays on the ball from Cringe Society. Once again, everybody's sitting back, extremely relevant in the play, and Cringe Society, although they're getting free touches in the ball here, can't really get anything out of it. Wait a minute, Torsos just landed on top of Sticky. Not sure how much he knew about that one. But Renegades in a better position now than they were earlier because they've seen the last few bump plays coming, and that's limited the effectiveness of them.
Yeah, but now they're going to be able to start positioning players on the transition. Maybe utilize the bump to try and put themselves into a 2v3. Maybe a 1v3 with them having the advantage. Sticky for the backboard. Drippe can't get that. That was a beautiful laydown touch. You'd expect him to be trying to just blast off the backboard for the follow-up, but instead layered it down. And that is fantastic defense to be very aware of it. Torsos rotates in perfectly, keeps the shot away, but this is the first time Renegades have managed to sustain offense for a very, very long time. Not going to want to give this one up without a fight. Drippe lays it off to Decker, off the backboard. CJ now is going to have to try and do something. It's off the backboard yet again, but Sticky unchallenged. A minute and a half, we've still got Renegades trailing.
And it seems that Renegades are currently trying to keep this as simple as possible. They're just looking for the direct route to goal, but they're going to need to step it up here in terms of pace, in terms of aggression. If they don't get a goal soon, they're not getting too many chances in this matchup. The boost starvation strategy is not going to work out against a Cringe Society team who are just far too fast and far too controlling off the back corner boost. CJ, redirect attempt. He doesn't make contact. He maybe could have gone for the bump there. Deca trying to show them how it's done. That's going to get saved by Sticky, who is doing a great job on the goal line this game.
Now Drippe looks for the top corner. We've almost got the second touch to turn it in. But you definitely get the feeling that earlier on Renegades could have taken a page out of Cringe Society's book. Go hunting for that goalkeeper and put us up to an equal game as Deca will provide that 2-goal lead yet again.
The setup is just too good. Again, Tarsos, the troublemaker, just gets away through, and the easiest goal again falls to Deca, who they are going to be 2 games up if they can hold on to this 2-goal lead. For the remaining 32 seconds of the game, this is a really tough spot for Renegades. We were wondering if they would be the ones to come into this game and catch Cringe Society off guard. You know, sometimes you see that from lower bracket teams. They've got the momentum. They've come off a hot win in the lower finals. It really hasn't happened here. Cringe Society just flew out the gates. There's a late chance here for CJ, but he's put it wide. It was a demo that left him with the opportunity, like you mentioned earlier, could be something that they can look to utilize more of. But the goal's just come too late. CJ puts it in eventually, but game 1 is over, and that's a 2-0 lead for Cringe Society.
And it's the sort of game that if this was 0-0 coming into this series, I'd be looking at this and saying, all right, Renegades didn't get the result they wanted, but there's plenty to build on here. But, you know, you're 2 games down now, and it's already almost panic stations. We've only played 5 minutes. So for Renegades, they'll be looking across the field now to see what they can change. But I think the one thing that they really desperately need to change is they need Torsos to calm down, because Torsos was impeccable that game.
Yeah, Torsos just doing it more in one game than the entire Fury lineup were able to do in a series of 4 games against Renegades. He had them completely confused and, you know, completely out of position on every single play that he was able to score. The first goal was just a brilliant finish by him. And then since that moment, he just decided to go on a rampage in the Renegades half. He was winning 50-50s. He was demoing and bumping everybody out of the game. And if, you know, if RNG, if Renegades can't step it up in defending these kind of plays, they might have to start, like you suggested, looking for those kind of opportunities themselves, because it's a great way of, you know, catching off guard a rotation like Cringe Society that relies so much on everybody being in the right position all the time, playing their role perfectly. You know, I think the entire OCE region kind of goes for that defensive strategy with full faith in one another. And all it takes is one bump, one demo, and you're completely caught off guard.
And that's kind of alluding as well to just the damage that Torsos can do by being someone that is staying downfield, got the confidence in the rest of his team to cover that midfield line, where he can just force Renegades to completely change their rotational style, because they've always got to keep an eye out for him. But there was a very key part to what I just said, which is his teammates need to keep winning in the midfield, and that is a battle that Renegades are going to have to take, and they're going to have to start winning it in game number 2. Otherwise, they're going to be facing down 4 match points.
We've already seen, you know, essentially an open net miss from Kami. It was a long-range shot immediately after the kickoff, and only the top corner was open, but he didn't get the shot on target. That's not a good sign for Renegades, who struggled with open net accuracy this tournament as well. You know, that's really been the 2 things for them. We've seen a couple of own goals, a couple of open net misses, and, you know, double commits in defense. There's all of these simple mistakes that keep on cropping up. You can't be doing that in the grand final. We gave them credit in the last series they played for showing up and improving as the tournament went on, but that's not been the case so far in the very last series of the tournament.
And shot quality is going to be so important for Kami. That's not a great touch from CJ. Almost led up the shot. Sticky forced the stretch. Couldn't make his car big enough. And it's Torsos yet again.
And the clear ball just wasn't there. CJ tried to pop it to safety, ends up giving away possession. And Torsos slots it in. The cheeky little no-flip shot. And it's still, you know, that one-man wrecking ball. He's been such a problem for Renegades in this matchup. Every time he touches the ball in the orange end, something seems to go wrong for Renegades.
Decker takes out CJ, forces Sticky on the half rotation to try and play the ball. There's very little that they can make in terms of positive gain. Torsos diving forward. CJ will beat him comfortably. Now Drippy doesn't want to get challenged just yet. He's not got full control, but he's got to pass one player. Kami comes in afterwards. And yet again, Renegades chasing the game. Good boost steal. CJ over to Kami. It's on target, and it's 1-1.
And that's a better accuracy by Kami as well. He missed one shot earlier on in the game. This one he had less time with, but he got it perfectly. And with no goalkeeper for Cringe Society, there was really no chance that they were going to save that one. Just Drippy not able to read the pass as it came across fast enough. Renegades back in it, an early response, unlike the last game.
And I think Kami getting the goal is so important as well because his shot quality has not been great throughout this tournament. But getting him one just to get him going, get that confidence up, might be very important to them for the rest of the tournament. CJ look for the backboard set. Decker straight into the body of Kami. CJ takes out Drippy as well, so Torsos' touch has got to be good. CJ looking to move forward. Plenty of time for Sticky now just to fully control the play. He's almost done exactly that. That is a great challenge, however. And it's a position the Renegades need to be very wary of. They've been caught so often coast-to-coast goals off those sort of challenges. This game being 1-on-1, they cannot afford any more mistakes off the post. It will be saved first time, but Torsos is here again.
And again, it's CJ just not able to get the ball clear. That first touch completely left his teammates out to dry. And although they tried to keep that ball off the goal line, there was no denying Torsos from that range. And this is the benefit of being such a feared team. Cringe Society have got Renegades in a panic here. So many clear ball attempts just failing before they can even get started.
Decker ends up missing! Sticky's got us at 2 each, and that lead did not last at all.
You know, it's quite similar to the goal we saw at the other end. This time, Drippy returns the favor. You know, these saves have to be launched into more safe locations. That one, obviously, came at Drippy pretty quickly. Like, he'll be kicking himself for kind of popping that one straight up in the air. If he gets more of a glancing blow, it's into the corner, and no shot is coming in for Renegades. Renegades obviously won't care too much about that. They've got the equalizer that they needed. Can they keep this up, though? You know, without a Game 3 win here, they're going to be going down to quadruple championship point. Will they get the next goal? It's been a tough thing for them to go ahead in any of the games here, but they're going to. CJ converts on Kami's pass, and Renegades finally take the lead in the series.
Yeah, for the first time across these two games, and it is a fantastic solo play from Kami. There were questions of him heading into this series. Those questions only amplified after game 1, but Kami seems to be settling down now. He's a player that very much needs to be rolling if Renegades are to get a result, but still got 100 seconds on the clock. And now, for the first time, we see what Cringe Society look like when they're the ones on the chase, when they're the ones that are hungry for the goal. And whether or not Renegades' defense can stand up this time around.
A nice disruption by CJ. Was behind the ball, but still got a touch on the player. Drippy's shot into the bar. Decker's had to stretch out to respond to the bounce. The Renegades are looking pretty good so far. They still, you know, are lacking that safety in the clears that they're getting. I'd love to see less straight down the middle, more towards the side, because Cringe Society are just waiting at that halfway line for all of these clears to go straight at them. The Renegades have played into them a few times this game already, and they have the goal lead by 1. Like I said, Kami's confidence seems to be on the rise after the earlier open net miss. I feel like he's one of those players that when he's given a harder shot or a harder task to accomplish, he's more likely to succeed. The pressure's really off him when he's not expected to score, like in an open net situation.
Kami now, looking for the drop to CJ. CJ does the right thing, doesn't try and force himself to get another goal for his team, instead plays for a bit of time. Now Kami has to do well off the challenge because Sticky now is the only player back. Has got to try and find some way to buy some time. CJ now couldn't get contact. Sticky's touch was dangerous. That could have landed pretty much anywhere, but thankfully for him, the ball seems to be landing in the back of the net. No, off the post. CJ could have finished off the game right there. Now, over to Decker. CJ cuts out the pass, but he's still the only one back right now. Torsos over to the ceiling. He's got a couple of target options off the backboard. Everyone commit from Renegades. They are desperate to see the ball to the floor. But Drippe will keep it up. Renegades keep challenging everything they can. Sticky actually kept that one up the air himself this time around. Might have been the wrong decision, but it might not matter either because Renegades have picked up a crucial win.
Man, Renegades just making this so difficult on themselves at the end of this game. They really just wait for the worst possible moment sometimes to dive in for a challenge as a second man in a rotation. Leave somebody completely alone at the back. CJ at the end of that game was under pressure in a 1v2. He did, do well enough. I'm not going to say well because the clear that he did go for wasn't entirely safe, but this is something that Renegades have got to stop doing. They when they've got a goal lead especially, really no need to be diving into challenges and, playing the ball so dangerously into the middle with their clears. But hey, they got the job done in game number 3 here. Super important that they did, because if they didn't get this win, it would have been a huge, huge uphill battle. It still is though, but at least the hill's a little less steep from this point onwards.
I mean, you make a very interesting point there as well, is that Renegades do cause their own problems. And it's not like it's their mentality to keep trying to play fast. We saw CJ earlier on, trying to buy for a bit of time with 40 seconds left on the clock. So it's not like they're going to suddenly see 10 seconds left on the clock and just go, okay, well, now's the time for us to really throw something. It seems like there's a lack of knowledge as to how to play certain situations in the safest way possible. So I'm going to be very interested to see, maybe not today, but over time, how Renegades start to adapt on that front, because it's going to be something that needs fixing, especially when we see them on international stages.
Definitely. These clears that they've made straight into the middle of the box, they're going to go punished at this level. Cringe Society are good enough and they're accurate enough to score, and they have scored off these clears several times already this series. But, Renegades definitely have it in them to figure out that problem and just try to take the time in the back corner. We've seen Sticky do it a few times, but even he doesn't like to look for 50-50s in that spot. He would prefer the flick in most positions. But that's really the name of the game, or the aim of the game for Renegades, in my opinion. It's just get control of the ball in their own back corner and wait for Cringe Society to come to them. There's no need to panic, no need to hit the ball away from that position. It's quite a hard position to score from. We're seeing Torsos do that right now, but even he's lost control, and Sticky will send it back into the middle quite quickly. It really does matter so much in this matchup. Who's going to get the first play? Is it going to be punishing a mistake like it so often is between these two teams?
Infield pass over to CJ. Shot was right down the middle. And Torsos will be very happy to clear that one over to Drippe, who was happy to try and help him out. It's probably the longest we've seen Renegades really control the midfield across this entire series. So far, Cringe Society not flinching at all. They've been very good at dealing with everything. Oh, that backboard was probably not the correct decision. Sticky with the shot, keeps it away from the keeper. And Renegades have got a lead.
And like I said, CJ did have a open net to shoot at there, but he was more concerned about the speed that he got to the ball, as there was a challenge coming in. So as long as he gets that touch first, he leaves his next teammate coming in with a completely open net. So I love the speed there from CJ. And, the initial hit to the backboard is so smart by Renegades in that play. It was Cami. You noticed there's two goalkeepers and there's nobody covering the back wall. So let's just slap it up there and watch Cringe Society panic. And that's the sort of dissection that you come to expect from this offensive team, who are so good at noticing weaknesses in their opposition's defensive lineup and trying to exploit them.
Finally, Cringe Society able to get out of their own side of the field, and Torsos ripping and tearing at the defense. Nothing left. Drippe, well, he's not going to turn in many much easier than this.
Look at the moves though from Torsos in the dominance. Not often you see this kind of play from the longer hitbox cars. It's always the Octanes, the Fenix that are doing this kind of thing, but Torsos showing it's perfectly viable to get these nasty touches in the dominance on the ground. Making it look easy, getting the ball past everybody. And once again, it is Cringe Society who score, and it is not too difficult because the pass into the middle by Renegades ends up going straight to Drippy, who is more than ready for it.
And it's the type of goal that Renegades have seen over and over again this weekend. And they still struggle to figure out when it's about to happen to them. Kami looks to try and beat Decker on the goal line. So we now see Cringe Society on the verge of putting themselves to match point, but CJ's got something to say about that.
That's another fantastic delay on the dodge here by CJ. Just pulls back for this one, waits for the pre-jump, and then sticks the ball behind the defender. 2-2. The Renegades respond just as fast as Cringe Society did.
And Johnny, this has started to turn into the sort of series that we very much enjoy, where you can't quite tell where the momentum is. There's a couple of players on the field right now who really feel like they're hotting up. Torsos and Kami especially, but CJ now seems like he's starting to add himself to that mix. Very interesting to see who is able to really take this series by the scruff of the neck. Drippy off the backboard for the double tap, and he's going to add himself to the list.
Drippy, the legend of OCE Rocket League, strikes again. CJ in no man's land. It's made to look like a spectator in the play. His execution is just too fast, too powerful, too accurate. And it's Cringe Society once more with the advantage.
Decker over the top of one. Sticky trying to follow, but Decker has read this place so well. Torsos now looking to try and get a block. Something that you, Johnny, have wanted to see a little bit more of an emphasis on so far. So good to see Torsos with the adjustment. Now Torsos will look to try and chase this one down. Kami by himself. Gets over the top of Torsos and takes Decker out of the play as well, but Drippy is well positioned. Just under 2 minutes remaining, and it is currently Cringe Society looking to put that pressure on. So double commit in the air means they can't quite utilize the numbers advantage. Kami instead looking for the challenge on the wall. But Drippy's constant challenge wins, makes it ever so difficult to make a play happen. And right now, we're seeing a lot of Renegades looking for demos, looking for bumps on the goal line, but Cringe Society have adapted. They've not left any players loitering around over there anymore. And that's made them so much more elusive, so much more hard to target.
Yeah, it's quite a sit back and launch the ball game from Renegades. Looking for that weak spot. The backboard does seem to be open to shoot the ball towards on pretty much every play that Renegades are going for. The infield passes are being covered extremely well by Cringe Society. But it's always difficult to cover all angles. Now CJ's got a chance to bring the ball down. The miss from Deca brings him into the play. CJ leaves it behind him though, and that's going to allow Torsos to start yet another dribbling play, and to see look threatening every time he gets the first touch on the ground.
CJ over to Kami. They try to force the play. They've only got 40 seconds left on the clock. Kami can turn for this one. Opts to go straight for net, and it almost went in. Drippy had the nerve to leave it. I don't know if anyone else on the planet would have done so, but he certainly did, and he's going to get the reward for it.
You know, once again, those infield passes are being shut down. Cringe Society are all over every single one of them. Kami did a great job there, getting away from Drippy's bump and making the save. And there needs to be something different from Renegades. They've tried going for the infield pass several times this game, and it really isn't working. And the time is now completely gone. They need to make something impossible happen now, unless they're going to go down 3-1 in the series here.
And Sticky couldn't get the ball on his hood. Kami only as far as Torsos, and Torsos got all the advantages here. He goes for the challenge. He's got the ball on the floor. Cringe Society have got 3 tournament points to their name.
Drippy really dropping a bomb on Renegades' chances this game. What a performance by him. 3 fantastic goals. And that's something we've really been missing from Drippy. He's long been known as a deadly goal scorer coming out of OCE, but you know, great to see him back in his best performance at the, like I've been saying all day, at the most important stage of the tournament. And Renegades now facing 3 match points. They are really up against it here. It wasn't, you know, just Drippy's goal scoring. The setups from both Torsos and Deca really played their part well today. But that, I think, really isn't telling us the whole story. The other half of it has to come from Renegades. You know, they've given away the ball in offense too much today. They haven't really tried to just keep Cringe Society back and then take an easy chance when it comes. They're trying to really force every single attacking play into a shot on goal. And sometimes that's not the best way to play against a team like Cringe Society, who can turn a center ball, turn an infield pass that you're going for into a counter attack, into a goal at the other end in the blink of an eye.
And I think a word that we used a lot during the last series for Renegades is that they look like they hit a rhythm. They've hit a rhythm again this time around, but it's not one that necessarily benefits them, and it has been on their attempts to transition. You've brought a number of times attention to the fact that it is straight down the middle every single time. There's not really much guesswork for Cringe Society as to how it's going to be played and what they have to do about it. So for Renegades, it's now time to start playing the field rather than just what you expect to be happening, because it's not worked so far in those long clears. You get the feeling that they've missed out a couple of goal-scoring opportunities just purely because they're just handing away possession.
You know, so far this tournament, Renegades overall have been very good at identifying when it is a good idea to shoot, when it's a good idea to pass, and this is a perfect example of it, as Siki notices Kami ahead of him and sets him up perfectly.
Yeah, Kami has been downfield so many times for them, and definitely a target that I wish that they could go for a little bit more often, and they certainly do that here. It's the perfect start for Renegades. Lots of game left to play, though, and these teams have not exactly been all that comfortable at consolidating their leads. It still can go either way. Drippe can't make contact. Sticky can turn around. Doesn't got any passing options available to him. Instead, just chooses to bang it off the backboard, and it might be good enough. CJ with the follow-up shot needed to do better.
Yeah, that shot by CJ didn't even look like it was going on target. Once more, it's the simple stuff. The Renegades keep on misplaying. I want to see more consistent pressure from them. I want to see more patience in offense. You know, the passes that they are able to execute and the finishing touches that they're able to put in are fantastic, but they've been just completely dissected here. Deka looks for Torsos in the middle. And how about that for a little 1-2 play with a recovery off the wall? Deka just taking everybody out of the game.
But at the same time, what is the third man covering in that situation? You're on the wall. You've got a whole left-hand side of the field for the opponents to attack, and he still dives in on it. I don't quite understand where the opportunity was to win there for the third man. You've got to try and buy a little bit of time, and I think that's what they've struggled to do. And speaking about struggling, it's the rare sort of pull shot.
What on earth was this? We've got Drippe on the goal line. He's jumped up for a clear, but I think he's been bumped into touching this in the wrong direction here. Really,
well, the game
quite an
gave it
astonishing touch. It did give the goal to Siki in that play.
The game gave it the pull shot accolade, so I'm 100% on board with agreeing with the game.
It did look like Drippe got knocked into miss-hitting that clear ball. Really great touch there. Really great bump off the ball by Renegades, and you know, fully deserving of that little goal there, even though it looked like it was a misplay by Drippe initially. That's exactly what Renegades need. They have to try and look for these openings that they can exploit.
So we're going to have ourselves back into this game very quick. We just had a little bit of a DC from one of the players, but I believe that we've now got that player back in. So once he's all good to go, we'll be able to get ourselves back in.
It was after the goal that DC happened as well, if I'm not mistaken. So just immediately after the kickoff. Quite a convenient time for a player to disconnect. If you know, if any aspiring pro players or aspiring disconnecting pro players are thinking of a good time to do it, that would be the best time. Just, you know, right as the kickoff's about to happen, you know, get all your disconnects out in that moment, please. You know, really makes it a lot easier to spot when the restart's supposed to happen. And yeah, we'll get into this one very shortly.
So I feel like so far we've been talking an awful lot about Renegades, and they've been an easier team to sort of dissect for us. So I'm going to put us onto hard mode very quickly, Johnny, and talk a little bit about Cringe Society and what we've seen from them so far, because they've been a little bit more rounded, and rounded to us makes them a little bit more difficult to really get into the nitty-gritty of what they've been doing so far. So looking at Cringe Society, what has been their main strategy so far? What have they executed really well this series?
Well, in the last game, it was all about intercepting those infield passes. That's how they got the win. That's how they stopped Renegades from scoring and started scoring themselves at the same time. And, you know, if you can do that, if you can, you know, hit your opponents with, you know, an interception that doesn't just nullify their attack, but gets your own going, and it's a pretty good way to play the game, in my opinion. That was sort of, you know, really what they did in game 2 or rather, game 2 to get the 3rd point on the board. Besides that, they're just relying on their individual skill. They're not going down the same route that Fury did, just waiting for Renegades to misplay. They're trying to force those misplays, and they've got the individual skill to do that. We've seen plenty of that from Torsos. We've seen it from Drippy, even Deka in this game as well, just with a fantastic recovery solo assist. That's really the thing that makes Cringe Society so dangerous. And they've got 3 players who can just create a goal all by themselves.
Sticky gets done. What goes in? And that is phenomenal from Deka.
Oh my goodness, Deka's just falling down beautifully on this one. But it's so unfortunate. Sticky tried to just pinch this one into the ground, I think, and get any kind of clear on it, but it bounced right up into Deka, who's falling down on top of it. Really, tough position there for Renegades to be in, but you have to say as well, they could have done a better job. It's another occasion where they've tried to clear the ball and they've hit it straight at the incoming player from Cringe Society.
And the follow-up shot from Drippe will go in. And right now, the lead has been ripped away from their hands. And that is a gorgeous passing play. We saw Deka earlier on getting his highlight reel. Now it's going to be Torsos and Drippy doing their own.
Renegades up against it once again. They've had to come back by default just by coming into this series from the lower bracket. Well, now they've got to do it from a goal down as well. It's never going to be easy when you face Cringe Society. But the odds are really stacked against Renegades in this play. Oh, Deka's been caught out of position. CJ's shot cheekily on target from a spot where I don't think Deka thought the shot was coming, but he did just scramble back in time. Cringe Society have everybody relevant in this defensive play. It's going to be difficult to break them down, as it so often is. Kami launches one long down the middle towards CJ, but Torsos is all over it.
Deka with a pop-up first time around. Sticky moves in. Drippe's first touch allows Sticky to start adding on to that pressure. Sticky. Kami. It's going to drop down. Sticky one more time. What Kami, but Kami dropped down off the backboard. And Torsos looking a little bit uncomfortable. Renegades putting everything in on this offense, and Drippy gets removed as well. Sticky on target, on net. CJ secures, and if there was ever a time to make sure it was 100% in, this was the time to do it.
And that's probably the worst leaf that Deka could have taken out the Renegades playbook. He's completely lost control in the back corner. His clear ball goes straight into the sidewall, bounces middle for Renegades to capitalize on. And it was a great goal steal there by CJ. Definitely not necessary, but you'd rather be there to make sure. Renegades need everything they can get in this matchup. Still on the hunt for that winning goal to keep this series alive. And another great demo has left it wide open. Sticky's coming forward, and nobody's going to steal his goal this time. Renegades have the lead. These demos are just tearing apart the Cringe Society defense.
You said that there was no way it was going to get stolen. Kami, well, he really tried.
He did.
But the more important storyline here, Renegade... I talked about this last game, Johnny. I don't know where the momentum is right now. And this is where that one-game lead becomes so important to Cringe Society, because if this started 0-0, this could be really going either way. So the earlier tournament performances could come back to help them, and could come back to help them big, because they're still going to have 2 games to try and turn this around if they can't get the win here in game number 5.
That's the benefit of performing well earlier in the tournament. Nice save there by Kami. He's got the ball under control as well, and look at this demo in the back once more. Leaves it wide open for Kami. Spawn at the near post doesn't do much for Torsos. You still can't stop the shot, but this starts all the way at the other half. Kami doing exactly what Renegades have needed to do all series long. Just keep control in the back corner and turn it into a possession play of their own.
And it's demo after demo after demo after demo. Cringe Society popularized it in game 1. But now that we start to head into the second half of this series, the latter stages, it seems like their opponents, Renegades, have been very happy to try and take that style for their own. Deka leaves it for Drepe. Needed to get the pass, but Sticky reads it very quickly. And right now, you will not fault them for sending everyone forward, but it leaves opportunities for the counterattack for Renegades. That is a huge miss, however. Kami's got to turn himself around. And Renegades, are we hoping that that tendency doesn't come back to hit them? They've got 20 seconds left, 2 goals to the better, and they should be okay here.
Well, thankfully that miss has gone unpunished, but once again, you have to wonder what is going on with Renegades. Why are they going for such precise touches and reads on these little bounces when they could just play a safe line of attack and, you know, keep everything in order? They're going to get the win here, but it wasn't without flaw. Once again, they've really had to rely on their offense to carry them here. There were, you know, some plays. I really loved Kami's solo effort, you know, to transition from a save into a recovery, into an outplay, into a goal. That was fantastic. That's what I want to see from them. But elsewhere, you know, the defense is still needing to improve, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this series altogether, it's just... So sometimes our job is very easy, Johnny, where we can focus on something. It's like, okay, this is the same thing the whole way through. And then we get series like this one, where it's just every play seems to be so different every single time we see it. You know, there's been little tendencies overall, but it is all about how these players interact with the situations they are given. And that game around, Renegades were the ones that were reacting just that little bit better, but I do like these renewed focus on the demo plays.
Oh, absolutely. That was what really made this win possible for Renegades. Every single time that they had somebody upfield, instead of trying to look for space to receive a pass, they were actually just going for demos instead. And there's a real difference there because most of the time that a Renegades player ends up in the opposition half, whether it's on the back end of a 50-50 or losing an aerial battle or just recovering for whatever reason, maybe making a boost steal, they'll usually be looking for space to set up a high ball into a redirect. But that's a risky thing to do against a team like Cringe Society, who are playing a very interception-heavy style. So I love the adaptation that the Renegades have gone for in this game, not really looking for space so much as trying to take the defense out of the equation entirely with these offensive demos. People are staying up the field for a long time to make these possible, but it has worked out really well in that game.
Yeah, I think Kami has often been the target man so far for Renegades, but they've got to keep him moving a little bit. There's been one spot that you can always find him, which is at the opponent's back corner boost, and if Cringe Society start to see that, then they're going to start intercepting that a lot more, and they can then take 2 players out from those passing plays. So Cringe Society need to keep that peripheral open, make sure they keep an eye on where Kami is, because if they can do that, then we're going to see some issues for Renegades. And as we see right now, with tournament point on the line, they cannot afford very many issues to start cropping up.
Absolutely. I mean, Renegades have to play such a perfect two-man defense if they are going to leave somebody upfield looking for these demo plays. If they're going to delay the recoveries to look for demo plays as well, they have to defend incredibly well, not just as a team, but with 2/3 of a team. And that's something that they haven't been able to do with 3 players for large parts of this tournament. So they're definitely asking a lot from themselves here. And if they do it, if they can win this one as well, they've completely tied up the series, and they'll go into Game 7 as favorites, I would say. It's all up to them now. Can Renegades keep this going? Can they keep the pressure up on their opponents?
Well, the ball is going to drop into the corner. Deca can't win the challenge, but Torsos is well positioned. Now straight over to Deca. Renegades need to make sure that they leave a third man that can read those quick transitions. You know, get caught again, as Drippe was 1v3. Does do a good job on the challenge. And Torsos cuts it away from his own teammate, but the way he's been playing right now, why not do exactly that? Follow-up shot from Drippe, open net, and every single player from Cringe Society involved.
Deca just noticed that this was the ideal time to go for that demo on a goalkeeper. I love that. He didn't just go for it automatically. He waited to see exactly who had control of the ball. Notices Torsos starting the aerial and thinks, this is perfect. I'm just going to go for this. Leaves the net wide open. And that shows, you know, the quality of play on the field here. Sicky's equalized though. And I don't know if Cringe Society expected this one to bounce back into the middle so freely. Deca's just got completely caught off guard by the ball chase of Sicky there. But it's not a safe line of play to just assume that the first man forward's going to be faking a challenge in that position. You know, really, can Deca blame that on the ball chase as much as himself? The pitch shot goes on target. Torsos with an immediate response.
Okay, lads, there's a minute played. There's 3 goals on the board, and Torsos has got one. of the same typical area that Renegades keep getting caught, where they go far too early on the midfield. Granted, Torsos has done fantastic to get a shot on net, but you feel like Renegades are always getting wrong-footed by those plays.
You know that you said it well. Torsos has done fantastically in that position. It's a difficult spot to get pinch shots on target from, and you're that close to the halfway line. Torsos has done it, and also quickly enough that nobody would be in position to respond. I think that's probably why Renegades were caught out of position there. They don't think that the pinch shot is going to be easy, but check this out. Kami slams one on target, and he was just in the perfect spot here after CJ's pass, which just came off a 50-50 beautifully. Renegades back in the game already.
But if you're going to be a target man, you need to have your shots right on target. And Kami seems to be delivering exactly that. 2 goals each, minute and a half played, and this grand finals has really heated up. Kami can't quite win the challenge, but Sticky's well positioned. Kami again coming out second best. Renegades need something to go their way here. They cannot afford to get pinned back. Sticky looks to provide exactly that, dripping off the backboard. Keep an eye out now for where Cringe Society leave their off-the-ball players. They'll be hunting down for demos. Kami's still trying to avoid one. I think that was Decker behind him that was trying to take him out. A lot of challenges here going Cringe Society's way. Renegades, though, need to just win one big one, and they can do exactly this. They've alleviated the pressure. Kami over the top of Torsos. Follow-up shot from Sticky. There was a lot to ask from the shot. And now the miss. Torsos, if he could have got that under control early, could have been the transition. Kami takes control, however, and he's got it in. 1 goal lead to Renegades.
Kami can't be stopped in this game. I think the Decca's just really put Drippy in a tough spot there by giving up ball pressure. That gave Kami all the time in the world to pick his shot spot, and now it's Renegades in front. You know, quality defense coming out from Renegades before that as well. They've got full control in the back corner. It's another chance, cleared by Drippy. How about this? Renegades down in the last 2 games, but they respond so quickly, and they are still on the comeback trail overall.
Yeah, but in a game where we're seeing 1 goal every 30 seconds, I refuse to be all that comfortable here. There's going to be CJ. It's on target, and a bit of comfort at long last. A 2-goal pillow for them. And this has just turned into an all-out brawl, Johnny.
The Drippy on that play just totally underestimated either CJ's boost total or how quickly CJ could recover, because he thought that was his ball, or at worst case a 50-50. It's quite clear that CJ was winning the race to that one. And to make matters worse, after noticing he was getting beaten to it, Drippy just turned around as if he's ever going to catch up with the ball on the run back. And that's the sort of hesitation that's really rare to see coming out of Cringe Society, who are so confident, so quick in the plays.
Quick transition. Kami needs to try and buy a bit of time. Gets the roll up, and that's going to help him out so much. Sticky looking to follow. Gets beat by Drippy. And CJ, well, it looks confusing. It worked out well. As Decker will continue to try and find some way for Cringe Society to get some pressure on the ball. Renegades now trying to relearn what defense is and maybe shore it up now for the last 100 seconds.
Well, they've just had a double commitment there on the ball, but luckily the recoveries are fast and in different locations, so they've got a good spread. They've got everything for now covered. You know, it's when these 2 teams back off that they're catching each other off guard just again. There's no challenge coming in, and Renegades think there will be. Sticky's touch really does nothing in that play, but sets up the pass and the impossible to save shot as Drippy fires top corner. 1-goal game again.
And you can see the crowd of players from Cringe Society. They knew that even despite the mistouch, it's the most obvious place that they can put it because they've been putting them there every single time. Need to get out of that habit. 1-goal lead, 1 minute left, demo on the goal line. CJ needs to get a block if they couldn't make anything of it. Kami holding on the midfield. Torsos, how many options has he got? He's got Decker. Is he all he needs? Drops down. Drippy thinking about it. Torsos took it away. Kami on the counter-attack. He's going to do something very quickly, however. They've got players coming back. Over to the midfield. Do not want to pinch it into their own side of the field, however. They've been caught by that a few times. Drippy with the challenge. A little bit of chaos towards the last minute, but still 1-goal lead.
It was 50-50 there, just kind of backed off and realized that keeping this one under control is far more important. Now he can make something happen. The final seconds of the game. It's still the lead for Renegades, but is it going to hold? That was a dangerous challenge. And the ball's bounced off target, but
it was a dangerous
the other
infield.
Yeah, every time they're making these infield passes, it is getting intercepted. The Cringe Society have not converted any of these counterattacks, so now they're left with a matter of seconds in the game. Are we headed to the ace match here? We might be.
CJ looks to find the floor. We're going to Game 7. We're going to Champions Field. The Oceanic Spring Series Championship is on the line, Johnny. And Cringe Society have been unable to convert 2 of their 3 championship points. They've got to get this last one to stick.
That's really all there is to it now. Cringe Society had 2 opportunities there, to throw, a surprising strategy at Renegades. But really, it's Renegades who've caught them off guard time and time again. And Cringe Society have only got 1 more chance. They have lost 2 in a row against a team that they actually beat quite comfortably in the winner's bracket of this same tournament. But to make matters worse, they had leads in both of those games and they lost them time and time again. Credit to Renegades, for keeping the pressure on them. But you do wonder how much Cringe Society will be thinking about that fact that they had the advantage in both of these games and they've still ended up losing them.
I think you'd say for both teams, however, because this has probably had the worst lead conversion rate of any grand finals we've ever seen. And I've loved it. We have been completely unable to tell which way or the other that this series is going to go. But we have only got 1 game to try and see where this happens and where this tournament is going to be going over to. Johnny, 5 minutes to play. Cringe Society and Renegades. What are the keys to victory for either team?
Well, for Renegades, it has to be the control, the composure in defense. If they can just look for 50-50s in the back corner, they are going to come out on top in those positions. If they keep on soft clearing the ball, they'll be punished. It is as simple as that. Whereas for Cringe Society, they need to start converting on their chances. They've had opportunities in the last game to really put the pressure back on to Renegades. They've struggled to get the ball moving as effectively as they did earlier. That's a miss, though. And Tarsos will put in the opening goal. Once again, it's Cringe Society who strike first.
And Cringe Society set the deck of cards off with 1 demo on the goal line. And Renegades were unable to recover afterwards. 19 seconds gone, 1 goal to the better. I think this series has told us anything but to rule this game out immediately. Cringe Society, though, with the perfect start. Torsos gets a second touch. Drippy's going to start moving himself back. CJ drops that one straight down, and Torsos, he's become a major nuisance. Sicky's gone very late. CJ forced to play to the corner. Decker sticks around off the backboard. Far from Torsos!
And was that just too cheeky by Sicky? He tried to bait in the challenge, but Decker wasn't at all interested in playing the ball. He just slaps Sicky into the corner and gets a perfect center to Tarsos. 2-0, and Sicky has just been caught out of position in defense there. May have been faking that he wasn't going to go for that ball, but Decker called his bluff. He just knocked him out the way.
Is it 3rd time lucky for Cringe Society? They have been on point so far in this game. Drippy looking for the backboard setup. Torsos is lingering around. And if there's any name that's going to strike fear into Renegades right now, it is going to be Torsos. He's been on and off. But when he's been on, he has been ever so deadly. Drippy, second touch. He's made it awkward. And Renegades have not got the motor running yet in Game 7. They've got to find something to go their way. They might have a chance to transition. Kami, ball on his hood. And they couldn't get CJ to get the demo. And that means that Cringe Society can keep us at 2-0.
Oh, what a glorious opportunity for Renegades that was. Kami would have been the favorite to score 1v1 there. He was actually 2v1, but the flick is completely missed. I think the real thing he has to do in that position is just rely on the demo in front of him. Another opportunity, easily intercepted by Deca, who's having a great Game 7 here. You know what a performance it would be for him to get the huge win. Oh, that's a great shot, but Drippy reacted well. Great positioning on the save.
Yeah, they'll be very happy to not see that go tucking itself into the top corners. Right through the middle, Kami forces the challenge. This is great positioning right now from Cringe Society. Sicky half rotates, couldn't get the challenge that he needed. Torsos over to CJ on the backboard. Decker with another challenge win. Sticky's got to try and palm that one to the corner. This is more valuable time wasted off the clock, and you can already see Cringe Society have started backing off the offense. They know that they've got the advantage. They know they've got the 2-goal lead. It is all up to Renegades to come to them, but that is a huge bump. And I know when Renegades was able to read it, they're going to need a little bit of brilliance like that if they want to make a comeback here.
You know, you bring up a great point there. It's been the patience of Cringe Society, just waiting to see what Renegades are going to do. That's what's given them goals. They've been capitalizing on so many poor clear balls. Renegades continue to panic. They're expecting quick plays, but hold on, that's almost on target. Off the post from Deca. Slowly but dangerously gets the ball clear. Just over 2 minutes now for Renegades. They have to get something going. They've been stuck in defense for the majority of this game. That's not where they like to be. Not where many Rocket League players like to be, especially them. And they're going to get a chance now. Kami converts on a hard clear that was just too good by CJ.
That is an absolute belter of a goal from Renegades. And they've got it at a crucial time. They've still got 1 minute and 50 on the clock. It means Cringe Society cannot afford to fully turtle up. And more importantly for Renegades, it means that they don't have to throw the house at this just yet, but that time will very quickly come. CJ off the backboard. He's going to be unchallenged.
Oh! And the hard clears by CJ have just devastated Cringe Society. The backboard is wide open, and he's played his boost so efficiently there. Slotting the shot in low. Perfect counter to Drippy's in and out save. And with 1 minute and 44 left, we are all tied up.
Well, it's been a game that's mirrored the series. Sicky for the block. It's now left for Kami. He's got plenty of boost to his name, but that's a very heavy first touch. CJ with the follow-up. Torsos forced to save. But it's the 2 players right there that have stepped up the most here in Game 7. Deca going to force the double commit. But thankfully for the double committing players, they get the push over to the corner. It means that there's no follow-up available for Cringe Society.
You know, after a series like this, how can you stay calm? Well, you don't have to. If the demos keep raining in, Kami with perfect timing on this. I mean, how did he know a shot was coming in? I have no idea. He's just gone straight for Drippy in this play. And CJ is first in the scene to get his hat-trick. Or no, rather, he got the assist earlier, my mistake, but still 100% goal participation for CJ in the final here. And how do you stay calm now? Cringe Society were in such control of this one, but it has been taken away from them, and they've only got just over 1 minute left to try and get it back.
The Renegades have not looked overly calm in these final moments in the previous games. Have they got a slip in them? And can Cringe Society take advantage of it when it happens? Torsos with Drippy on the wall. It's very well played. They managed to keep it away from where the challenging players were. Deca came flying in. Torsos now by himself. He's got 2 players trying to barrel down on him. Kami just gave up possession a little bit too easily for my taste. 40 seconds. Over to the corner. Sicky booming clear yet again. And this has been what has helped out Renegades so much. They're no longer putting it straight down to the midfield. They're instead been getting it coast to coast every time.
And now the time really is on Renegade's side. There's such a limited opportunity left for Cringe Society. Where is the chance going to come from? They're not even going to get one. By the looks of things, Sicky rattles the bar. One last chance in regulation for Cringe Society, but it's still Renegades piling forward. CJ does get the hat trick, and they are on the brink of completing this comeback.
And for CJ, this has got to be so cathartic. The player that has been reverse swept so many times, the player that has probably felt more heartbreak than anyone else in this region. And he's come through clutch at the most important stage of the tournament. Renegades were down in the series, were down in the games, and now they are guaranteed to be taking the Oceanic Spring Series.
As soon as Kami took off for this aerial, you knew it was over. There was no time left for Cringe Society, but there was time left for one more goal. There's still time for another, technically, but what a performance by Renegades. 5 goals in a row to dominate the last match of the series, the last match of the tournament, and crown themselves champions of the Spring Series for the Oceanic region. And you know, I guess I just linked the script early when I said CJ hat-trick earlier on, because that's what's happened here. That was the goal that really put it beyond Cringe Society. What a way to step up the occasion under all kinds of pressure. And, you know, in a tournament where honestly they haven't played the best or most consistent Rocket League that they know they can play. they still get the job done. Renegades continue to be that team dominating in all tournaments outside of the RLCS.
And for Cringe Society, they're going to have to be left to wonder what could have been here. They had 2 goals to their name with 2 minutes left on the clock. By any other standards, you would expect them to go on to take it, but they were just caught out by power clear after power clear. So they're going to be looking back at this and trying to think, all right, what do we need to fix for next time? But I'm looking forward to what we get to see next from OCE. This is a region that has been on a bit of a downturn over the last year or so, but it seems like it's picking back up again, and it's picking back up in a massive, massive way.
Yeah, the offense is definitely up there with some of the best in the world. When these guys get going, they really are difficult to stop. Cringe Society, they're going to be so disappointed with the grand final here, but overall, still an impressive weekend for them. They did look very solid, and they look, great with Deca on the roster. There's plenty to learn for these two teams. The mistakes that they are making are very easy to spot, and for teams like them, I'm sure very easy to fix. So the only real way is up for them. And like you, I'm very much looking forward to more OCE Rocket League in the future. Such a surprising and such an unexpected region to watch, and it really does provide some exciting games.
Right, Johnny, I know you have had a great time. I've had a great time, but I've also got to go and write some apology letters for shouting this much at 8 a.m. in the morning. So, Leaf, take over.
Good luck with the neighbors there, Shogi. And what an incredible final match there was. I mean, that couldn't have been closer. Literally down to Game 7. What more could you guys ask for? Incredible series. And I think, again, I said it at the beginning of the show yesterday, I had Renegades at the top because I just wanted to see CJ win. And then we got that. And unfortunately, I mean, you are going to have to bow down to Gibbs because he did get this right.
Oh, he got the 4-2 prediction. I went for 4-3 the other way. I did have Renegades at the start. It was going to be close. It ended up being close. But in the end, Renegades had to win 3 games in a row to bring this back. Every single one of those 3 games, they dropped to the first goal, or sometimes even the second goal, especially in that last game, and still managed to recover.
Who needs defense? It doesn't matter at this point. We see Cringe Society putting up almost 3 goals per game, and even when they lost the last 3, put up 3 goals, and 2 goals. But the Renegades, their offense just started to click. It felt like they shortened up the passes. They weren't going for those super long passes. It's like unless they saw the opening for the boom and clear, they shortened them up. They weren't getting intercepted as much. And CJ had a huge final game. Again, he shows up late into the series to propel Renegades, but Renegades 5 goals, 4 goals, 5 goals to round out the last 3 games. Their offense was just too much for Cringe Society. And this is, again, the team that was stopping everyone on defense, including the Renegades when they played, 2.5 hours ago? Renegades, what a comeback from them, down with that game advantage. But one player that I want to shout out real quick is Torsos. Torsos had an incredible series. Early on in that series, that first game I thought was going to be the difference maker, where he was involved in all 3 goals, and it was all him, and killed all the momentum for Renegades. But they found a way back. Congrats to Renegades, an incredible series there.
Torsos always has these power performances, but I really liked how Deca fit into this roster, being, an aggressive striker and leaving Drippe in the midfield has been really good for them. I would give Torsos the MVP if they won, but in the end, I think Siki has had the best performance across the entire tournament, and especially when it came to such an important series for both of these teams. Well, you have to remember, one didn't make top 4, one fell short of the top 2 where they expected to make, and both of them fell short in terms of monetary reward. Well, now they've both come top 2, and they've both got the lion's share of this prize pool to help propel them forward.
Now, I mean, going forward for Cringe Society, I mean, obviously this was a huge step forward for them. You have 2 veterans on there that wanted to get back to those former glory days. Do you walk away sad, Yummy, from this one? Or is this still like, you just played a Renegades that solved the problem? You took them out in the 4-1 in the first round, but, Renegades now had the upper hand. They had to see how you played, come back. Is this still a dub for Cringe Society? Or how do you think they're walking away from this one?
Oh, they're upset. They're sad. They're really sad. But that's just the people that they are. That's why they're such good competitors. They're not going to take this loss lying down. They'll be very disappointed, but they're also going to take this as a great sign. They've tried Deca before at the end of last year. It was a massive flop. It was a massive failure, and they dropped Deca before the season started. This time they've tried it again, and it's already been way more successful with about a week in total of them actually getting to practice with Deca. That's a great sign. They've taken down Renegades once. They've shown that they can be on top. So I think they're going to stick together as this 3 and really grind it out. And next time we see them, they're going to be way better. So we'll need to see Renegades step up as well.
Well, speaking of the Renegades, we have Sicky on the line to talk about that victory. Sicky, I just want to say off the bat, thanks for joining us and congratulations on winning the Oceanic Spring Series.
Thank you. I need a shower.
It was, I mean, just throughout the whole series, I think you've had all of us sweating. I mean, from yesterday to that match against Ground Zero to today, we've seen some ups and downs. How was just the weekend for you in general when it comes to playing and just the matches overall?
Well, I think for the weekend in general, our main goal was to build our rep as a team because obviously we didn't do too well in the RLCS league play, so it was less about the money for us and more about the reputation that we want to hold. And obviously we've just proven that we're number 1 again, which is an awesome feeling. I'm shaking.
That's good.
So what changed in those final 3 games? What changed for you guys? Because obviously Cringe Society, they beat you 4-1 earlier. Then they beat you 2 more times and you only won once there. What changed for those last 3 games where your offense just completely woke up?
I think we just started panicking a little bit less. We started trusting each other more. We were trying not to jump at much like balls in the air because they were playing pretty fast, and we'd always leave our third man back a lot on his own. So they can punish you really hard if you leave your man back on a 2-on-1. So we decided to play a little bit more passive in that terms of regards, and we tried following our own hits a lot more. But yeah, that's pretty much what we fixed.
I was hoping that you'd also have a little bit of advice too. For someone with such small arms, how do you carry your team so hard?
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky I'm not there next to you right now. Of course, you had to bring the T-Rex arms.
At least, like, in terms of comms, were you panicked at all throughout the series? Did you pick it up? Were you picking each other up towards the end, especially when you were 2 games or 3 games down towards that match point?
Our comms remained the exact same the whole series, pretty much. Our mentality is obviously awesome. We've got such a great mentality. We can be a few goals down and always make the comeback possible, just like in that last game. So our comms are always on point. We're always cheering each other back up again if one of us makes a fail, etc. So yeah.
And I'm going to give you the spotlight, just the final word. Feel free to use it against Yummy because, you know, Gibbs and I were on your side. He voted against you in this last final one. So the floor is yours to do what you want with it.
Well, we always know Yummy's wrong, so his point is irrelevant.
And that is the most concise analyzing. I think that, you know what? You're on the show, Siggy. Get Yummy out of here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're on the show. Congratulations on the win, Siggy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And there it is, Sicky from Renegades there, your Oceanic Spring Series champions, 4-3 into that best of 7 against Cringe Society. You know, it was a tall order for these guys. I mean, you know, they went into this match down a game because of that upper bracket advantage. Cringe Society had that upper hand. So for Renegades, you know, that rep you heard him say was all they were coming in here for. Of course, the money is a bonus here, but it wasn't an easy journey, Yummy. You know, they got knocked down. Cringe Society gave them a run for their money, but Renegades' journey it's been a long time coming.
It was tough for them as well. They also had that, I guess, miserable series against Ground Zero where they couldn't get their gameplay going. They lose to Cringe Society in the upper bracket. And I think thankfully for them, they had that big match against Fury where they figured it out. They brought it back. Even still, that defense a bit of an issue in this grand final. They've got that thing to work on. They've got things to improve on. And, tested to the very end, a well-deserved grand final win.
And then that lower bracket was so much fun to watch. We got teams like Havoc and teams like Overt, teams that came out of the qualifiers that we didn't expect a lot from, but they made some noise. They made their names more household names now for people that enjoy watching Rocket League. So if you're a fan of any of those teams, make sure to check out Season 10 when OCE is back and those players will be there. And it's going to be so much fun to just see what new fans go over to watch these boys now, because they put on a show this weekend and it was so much fun to watch.
And with that, we've come to the end of the 2-day event for Oceania, the Spring Series, our third week of it. I'm going to give some final thoughts to you guys. Gibbs, if you want to start us off, we just, again, 3 regions down now, and Renegades are champions.
Yeah, we just need to add like 12 more regions, because I think I have, so I'm the expert now of South America, OCE, because I did have Renegades, #1, Cringe, #2 at the start of this weekend. We just got to fire Yummy, and then I think we're good to go. So thank you, Psyonix, for putting on all these events. It's just fun to showcase all these regions, and we don't get to focus on them a lot, me and Leaf. We get to focus on mostly NA in Europe, but it's been a blast watching South America and now OCE. And to all the players from OCE, the interviews are fantastic. I love the personalities that come out from these guys, and I can't wait to see them again when we can do this all again for World Championships.
Yeah, and Yummy, as much as we just put you on the spot and remat you, we expect it back too. So I just got to say, it's been a blast having you. I missed you, so thanks for joining us on this journey. Any final thoughts for the region here?
Yeah, well, first off, I want to give a shout out to you guys as well. As much as I make fun of you, you are 2 excellent people to work on the desk. Even Gibbs, when he's as trying as he possibly can, I still want to go and give him a big hug. Big shout out to the rest of the talent too. I think it is a real privilege for not just the top 2 of OCE, but for everyone to get a chance to be casted by some of the mainstay of Rocket League commentators. A shout out as well to Psyonix. Massive props for putting this on. Massive thanks to giving big prize pools to both OCE and South America, and making the best of what may be a tough situation around the world. Thank you everyone for tuning in and watching, and hopefully we get to see more of OCE on the world stage. I'm really proud of everyone here who's put in the effort. I'm proud of the upsets and proud of all the work that goes in here. You have to remember, a lot of these guys are either unpaid completely or paid very, very little compared to the NA and EU guys, and yet they still put their heart and soul every single night to practice to get the best they can. And sometimes that's not good enough, but sometimes it is far better than you could ever expect. So make sure to keep watching OCE, and thank you again for watching the Spring Series.
You basically said my whole speech on the way out there. So all I have left to say is thanks everyone for watching. We have 1 more week of the Spring Series. Of course, that's going to be Europe next week. So as one final word before we sign off here, congrats to Renegades, and we'll see you next week for Europe.